Mahalo for joining us today. We'll begin with a pule by Commissioner Kony.
Mahalo, Chair. Let us pray. Our dearest Heavenly Father, we thank you for all the wonderful gifts that you provide before us. We thank you so much for bringing us all here safely this morning, today, to do the work of the Hawaiian Homes Commission and the legacy of our Prince Jonah Kuhio. We ask that everyone provide their mana'o, and we ask that you be with us and give us strength, understanding, to make the decisions to move our lahui forward here at the Nani Loa. In these things we ask in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held virtually on Zoom and in person at the Grand Naniloa Hotel, Sandalwood Room 93, Banyan Drive, Hilo, Hawaii 96720. Carly Watson, Chairman of the Commission. Today's date is Monday, September 15, 2025, and it's 9:35. Leah, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Freitas is joining us online. Yeah. Commissioner Kony.
Aye.
Commissioner Kalepa is excused. Commissioner Kaneakua.
Aye.
Commissioner Lasua.
Aye.
Commissioner Marfil.
Ew.
Commissioner Namu'o will be joining us online later. Commissioner Ornelas.
Aye.
Chair Watson.
Here.
7 members present. We have a quorum.
Okay, Commissioners, there is a request from HSD to amend the agenda for Hawaii Island action that missed the filing of the agenda. Proposed amendment, item D7, assignment of leasehold interest, adding transfer. Number 55, transfer from Warwick Iwohi to Kimberly Abe. Juan Garcia is here to address questions about the addition. Any question? If not, we'll make the amendment. Okay, is there a motion? Yeah. Okay, the motion to amend the September 15th and 16th, 2025 agenda to add the following items under item D7, approval of assignment of leasehold interest number 55, transfer, as I previously mentioned. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, approval of the agenda.
If I may, Chairman, I've also distributed, again, it's an administrative oversight on my part, item D10 under the consent agenda. Your packet did not include Exhibit A. I've distributed to you the Exhibit A attached to agenda item D10.
Okay, thank you, Juan. Okay, approval of the agenda. Item H1, sufficient sums budget workshop will be taken at 11 a.m. Item G3 will be taken out of order and will follow item F1. And the commission will convene in an executive session and have lunch at noon. Tonight's community meeting will start at 6:30 p.m. at the Keaukaha Elementary School cafeteria. And there will be a community meeting tomorrow night in Ka'u at the Pahala Community Center starting at 6:30 p.m. I get a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Are there any edits or comments from the August 18th and 19th, 2025 meeting minutes? If not, can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, let's see, public testimony on agendized items, Kenneth Stormer Gibson.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Kenneth Stormo Gibson. I'm the Executive Director of Hawaii Housing Policy Foundation, where we believe in good, fair, and transparent housing policy. And our request, this is about agenda item C1, the EVA donation. The request is to help protect beneficiaries from undue risks. Because I think this was included in your packet, these pictures of that land parcel. It's kind of towards the end, but there's pictures, and the concern is about the condition of the land. There was clearly heavy industrial activity on this land parcel, including pickup trucks and barrels. So these are pictures from 2001 and 2002. And so this land has serious contamination concerns. And this memorandum of agreement, the MOA, does not address contamination concerns. And so as currently written, beneficiaries would be on the hook for paying for cleanup costs. And I think it would be wise and prudent that the developer be the one to pay for cleanup costs, because we don't know. This could be $500,000 worth of cleanup. It could be $1 million worth of cleanup. The current MOA has an environmental assessment clause, but this is about the impact on surrounding communities. So the current MOA talks about addressing impact on surrounding communities, but not the condition of the land. And so to protect the public, it would be good that, number one, due diligence be done. An assessment, a site assessment needs to be done to check for soil contamination, and then the memorandum of agreement needs to address who will pay for what could potentially be significant environmental cleanup costs. We would not want any public entity should be taking land donations without proper due diligence. I think Russell said it best in the December 16th meeting, which is, before we accept any land into our inventory, let's be sure it's land that we would want and that does not come with significant undue burden to the trust, right? And so that is the request. Can we make sure that we are not burdening the beneficiaries with land that clearly needs to be assessed, and they should not be having to pay for costs related to cleanup? So those changes need to be made before this agreement goes any further. And it's actually concerning that this was not revealed previously, because in a normal competitive process, this information should be known fully before any signing, before any approval of essentially a development agreement. So that's the request, is to amend that memorandum of agreement. Any questions? No? Okay.
Thank you. Okay, the next testifier, Jojo Tanimoto.
Aloha, everybody. Good morning. It looks like wonderful weather. I am testifying on item C5, enforcement. And I understand that they went to the Firewise meeting on the Big Island. And I'm following up on a March email that I got, that these people would install a gate and that they would do an archaeology assessment. None has been done so far as I know, and communication is not great with Hawaiian Homes. So I would like to ask if the commission can help us with our evacuation road that I have been asking for the last 5 years. At this time, we are looking at the Ironman triathlon. The highway is going to be closed from 6:30 in the morning to 6:30 in the evening. And that's the only access we have to going to work or going to Waimea to shop or anything. So the alternative access I have been asking for goes through the Kailapa subdivision over one gulch that the fire department has used to fight fire, but it just needs to be paved so that people can drive on it. It connects to a county public road, which then goes to the Kohala Ranch subdivision up to the Kohala Mountain Road. And then you have access up in Waimea area. What we have not had is any communication with the department going forward, going backwards, going nowhere. And I brought it up with the county advisory council, the county planning department, the state department of transportation. And they seem to be on board on agreeing that Kauai is supposed to have some kind of hazard mitigation. But it looks like the department is the one that has they're stopping us from getting any safety in Kauai High. And that goes for the people down at the harbor, now that the harbor is expanding. So if we get a flood down on that road, then we can't get out of Kauai High. But the main thing is an evacuation road from Kauai High. Now, enforcement went to this meeting, and I'm wondering if they brought up the discussion on the evacuation road for Kailapa subdivision. Otherwise, we're stuck at home like the tsunami, like the fire that they had at the Queen Kahumanu Highway couple weeks ago. That's our choice, stay home. That's what the last public works director told us. Stay home. In tsunami, you get flooding, you get erosion, you get all of that. Stay home. You cannot get on the highway. Stay home. Well, the police department and county is looking into helping us get on the road or find us somewhere. Once upon a time, we used to be able to get on the highway to Kohala Ranch. But in the last 2 years, Kohala Ranch has denied access to their private property. So I'm wondering if the department can help us out again with this emergency road. So I wish somebody would communicate with us over here. And like I said, the enforcement went to the meeting. The community has not been transparent. So, we kind of like to find out what we're going to do next month. How are we going to get out of here? And help us with the police department, all those guys. They said they're going to try, but it all depends on Hawaiian Homes. So thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Next testifier, Patty Tankayo. Deferred. Okay, how about Deont Man?
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
All right, hey, welcome. We stay Nanakuli Wendy's over here. But hey, so I get one, I want to make sure I'm on the record, strong support for C1 and C2. And I submitted my letter of support, strong support for C2 to the commission and all that, right? But I have something I want to share. My mom, she would always say this when she perturbed by somebody making comments about something that is not the kuleana. She would always say not kuli, but she would say ni ele oko. And ni ele oko says, if it's not your kuleana, your business, then you should just go ahead and stay on the side and not speak, especially if you don't have your facts right. I object to the first testifier's comments. It seems like because she lost on the Waipoli issue, and all of a sudden she attacked us on other areas. And I just say, ni ele oko. And the deal is a good deal for us. And maybe we should do the research before we speak on the matter. So I just want to put that out on a thing that really bothers me when a non-trust beneficiary would like to come in over here and try to make pilikia between Kanakas. That is our kuleana. So I just want to say that, but strong support for C1 and C2. And I'll speak more when C1 and C2 come up. Aloha.
Okay, thank you. Next testifier, Kale Kini.
Wow. It's good. Hello, good morning. My name is Kale Kailikini. And I am,
Okay, you're good.
am I okay? All right. So I represent myself and my family. And this is on agenda items G2. That's the approval to proceed public hearing regarding priority wait lists for applications. So I haven't really researched that, but I'm on the wait list. I've been on the wait list since 1986. I'm 77 years old. I was part of the Kalima lawsuit. And as of today, I still have not gotten a lease. Okay, so it's an issue for me and people like myself that are past 70 years old, have been on the Kalima lawsuit. So I would believe that that lawsuit for people that are in the legal field arena understand that it's a decision that was made in the courts, that we were not treated fairly and not given any Hawaiian home lease. But yet, I see them giving pohakuloa. I see them entertaining the thought of giving 12.9 acres to possibly Panaeva. I don't know the status. I don't care. I do care about the status, but I have to fight for us 7-year-olds. Can we, on our retirement income, afford the rents in Hawaii? No. So what did the Kalima lawsuit teach us? What did it teach the Department of Hawaiian Homeland? What is what I want to know? So this agenda item that I haven't researched, I definitely believe it's important to have the wait list be a priority. And it has to be a fair priority. You cannot be telling 77-year-old people that past 7 years old that, oh, we have this house for $200,000 that you can have. I can't afford it. I won't qualify. So these are concerns. They're real concerns. And I know that you have hearts and souls, that you're doing this with the intent to help us. And I just think sometimes that the commissioners and Mr. Kali Watson, they just need to be reminded. I just need to remind you how important it is, because you know what? A lot of us 7-year-olds can't even drive and come and sit to these hearings. I'm just very blessed and fortunate that I can. But I talk to them. I communicate with them. And so the sadness and the disappointment and the pilikia and the heva is all there. I just want you guys to know, we need your help. I'm asking for that help. I would love for you to tell me, Kale, we have a 1/4 acre for you. That'll make my day. So please bear in mind that I speak for many of us that are past 65, past 70 years old, part of the Kalima lawsuit, and to this very day, yeah, okay, you gave some crumbs called money, but money goes really fast in Hawaii because the cost of living. Come on, let's be real. And probably they waited so long for that money, they got to pay off bills. It's a crumb. Do us the best favor that you could ever do and give us our lots, please, for free. Because right now, I don't know if you know, but a lot of these homestead lots are being sold. No dwelling on the lots. Go look in the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, OHA paper. It's listed in the OHA paper. If that is not criminal, I don't know what is. The Homestead Act of 1920 does not say I'm supposed to pay for it. You're violating a federal law. Mahalo nui. Thank you again. I mean, I know this is a lot of stress, but if you think you have stress, just imagine me. I'm retired. The stress is on me. So help me out, please. Mahalo. I thank you guys a lot for allowing me to even come and talk. Thank you so, so much. Mahalo nui loa.
Thank you. Next testifier, Iani McBrier.
Aloha, commissioners and chair. I'd just like to thank you for this opportunity. I'd like to speak on regards to C1 and C2. For C1, I support the donation of C1 from a Native Hawaiian beneficiary developer because it adds high value income producing commercial property to THHL's land portfolio. And expanding the trust's holding in this way strengthens the financial base needed to carry out our mission under the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. This parcel comes ready to produce revenue, creating new resources without draining the trust's existing funds. And by approving C1, the commission ensures that DHHL has more land, more income, and more capacity to deliver on this promise to this beneficiary. And as a leader, we have been in contact with the developer, with other leaders. Also on, I like to mention also for C2, in regards to Legacy Ventures LLC, I want to state that while the project claims to have support from beneficiaries, I must point out a critical concern that the leadership of the Kapolei homesteaders, those who are directly impacted, were never consulted. Decisions of this scale cannot, and I stress, these decisions at this scale cannot be presented as having beneficiary support when the voices of our homestead leaders who represent the collective interests of our families were left out of the process. The Hawaiian Homes Commission Act was created to protect us and empower Native Hawaiian beneficiaries and to have the consultation with its homestead leaders. I think that, proceeding without the input undermines the trust. It erodes transparency, and it sets a dangerous, I want to stress, dangerous precedent where projects may advance without true informed community engagement. So I just want to urge the commission to defer C2 until a more meaningful discussion and consultation can be taking place with Kapolei homestead leaders. Only then I feel that we can ensure that decisions that will reflect the will of those most affected and to honor the intent of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Next testifier, Home Schaedel.
Okay. Hello, Mike Kako.
Aloha.
Thank you. Aloha kakahiaka, Chair Watson and commissioners. I appreciate this opportunity to come before you on item C1. It's apparent that from the onset, this project was approved before presenting to the commission and beneficiaries. While the realization is disappointing, it should not deter nor limit the need for beneficiaries to establish a record of their voices, whether in support of or in opposition to projects or the process we feel may not be in the best interest of our trust. I want to refer to page 10 of January 21st, 2025 minutes. It's in the last paragraph. Commissioner Nevis confirmed that the 19-acre parcel approved in the previous month was partially R5 residential. Russell Kaupu added that, like other projects, this development would require compliance with Chapter 343 environmental review, including obtaining a finding of no significant impact, the FONSI, with the developer responsible for the costs and effort. Commissioners, I want you to hear me again. With the developer responsible for the cost and effort. So what I am requesting at this time is that the last line on page 3, item 7 of the MOA include KHL will be responsible for all costs associated with the FANSI. That is my request, and mahalo for your time.
Thank you, Ome. Next testifier, Kama.
Hello, hello.
Aloha.
Sorry, I don't know. my video is not working. I'm so sorry. But it's just to hear me. Hello, my
Yep,
name is
okay.
Kony. I am the. Well, sorry about that. Good morning, commissioners and chair and Laui. My name is Kony. I'm the president of AOK Ahui o Kaulu Kahai. I'm the president, and as of right now, today date, Department of Hawaiian Homes. I'm projected to be the biggest homestead in the state of Hawaii. And I'm very happy for that, and I'm very happy with the lease and the lot selection that we just had. This is going for C1 and C2. I'll start with C1. C1, I know a lot of people are looking at the soil and all the opala that's on top of the land. So I am directly impacted with that because I live in Oahu for C1 and C2. The whole land was already from farming decades ago. So is there going to be cleanup? Of course. We already know that. But I am in support of C1. I'll start with C2. C2, the Legacy Ventures LLC. I know so little of them. They're going to be my neighbors. All I could know is what I Googled them on. Right? They're coming from the mainland. Police coming from the mainland, companies coming down here. I don't have no relationship with them. They did not reach out to us. They're going to be my neighbors. So I think that, do they have the same Hawaiian values that we have? Would they be good stewards of the land? Would they be good neighbors to me? It's like somebody walking in your house with their slippers on, going into your icebox, eat your food, and not introduce themselves. So right now, for C2, I'm opposed for right now because there's no open transparency with them. We, the beneficiaries in Oahu, should know who's going to be in our Oahu. And for beneficiaries, and for other beneficiaries who's coming, do they even know who Legacy Ventures LLC is? So right now, that's my opposition for that. And I'm hoping that we have some open transparency with them. We're willing to sit down and have a talk with them. So as of right now, our homestead is opposed to that. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Board.
Which one are we going to start with?
One. C1. I mean, C1.
The first one is C1. Oh, D7. Okay, we're going to start with the consent agenda, including the D7 amendment. Juan Garcia.
Good morning, commissioners.
Morning.
For the record, my name is Juan Garcia. I am the Homestead Services Division Administrator, and before you are 16 consent agenda items for your consideration. 16, like I said, D2 to D17.
Okay, Chair, Commission, any questions on any of the items? Okay, Commissioner Kalikini.
Yeah, Juan, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Just a real quick question on item D7, number 39. Beneficiaries is a Coneva Ohana. Page 14.
Page 14.
Yeah. My question, you got them.
I got them.
So I know we had issues with abandoned vehicles at some point there. You recall that?
You're correct, Commissioner. I am not sure what the status of that that issue. Is it okay if we, I know your concern and I understand the concern. If we can pull this on the side, agenda item D7, specifically to remove that item, I would have to follow up further on what the status is.
I'm okay with it still being on. I just wanted to, I know we removed quite a bit of vehicles and I just wanted to know what the current status was. If you want to remove to find out what the status is for this.
Why don't we do that for now? Because I can't respond to what the status is at this point, but not to delay the transactions of the other 53. I would humbly request that that be done. We take this out of consent, specifically to take out item 39.
And then what, make decision on this
Tomorrow. Yeah, why don't you get the
Yeah.
update and let us know?
We can do that.
That'll work. Thank you.
Okay, I want to take the motion
So moved with the
with the exception of D7.
D7.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any questions or comments?
Just a remark. One, these pages represent a tremendous amount of work that you and your people are doing. And I don't think people realize in general just how hard your division is working to do this. So thank you. Time and time again, Monday, Tuesdays, every month you sit and you show how much we're trying to move leases between family members, et cetera, et cetera. So thank you so much to you and your department.
And on behalf of the HSD staff, mahalo for that comment, Commissioner.
Yeah, I'd have to echo that. Juan, over the years, I've seen your hair turn whiter and whiter. And it's a reflection of all the work you do and lead. So I also have to compliment all the good work you guys do.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you, Juan.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mark.
Okay, this next item, C1, I'm going to recuse myself from this particular item, and Sonoy Marfil, who handled it originally, will step into my place. Okay.
Aloha, Russell.
Aloha, good morning.
Me.
Good morning, Commissioners. Russell Kaupu. I'm a property development agent with the Office of the Chair. I'm here to present again item C1 to you. This same item was presented at last month's meeting, and as a result of that meeting, comments came in about adding a provision addressing the environmental assessment. So that provision was added to the memorandum of agreement. You have a red line in your packet that shows that added provision. I appreciate the comments from Antihome this morning, so we can go ahead and add that provision to the end of that new paragraph to make it clear that the developer, which is KHL, is responsible for all expenses of that process. So thank you, Antihome. The developer was with me last meeting at the table and was able to speak to the project and themselves. They're available online today by Zoom if needed, but the request is for approval of the memorandum of agreement as presented and then as to be revised per Auntie Holman's comments.
We have some public testimony. And so the first is Senator Favela. No,
Morning, Chair, Commissioners.
good morning.
I just want to express my strong opposition to C1. Hawaiian Homes Commission seek to approve this memo of agreement between the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, and I guess it's KHL Development. I had something different on my paper. Was correct. I guess that's the correct abbreviation. To the donation to accept the 2 parcels in Eva and commence a long commercial lease. While the efforts of the DHHL and land base is appreciated for the proposal of the MOA raise serious concerns. Agreement would permanently encumber these parcels for 65 years, lease control to a for-profit entity. Accepting the land already is burdened with commercial obligations, does not serve the best interests of the Native Hawaiian beneficiary of the HHL, was established to protect. One particular concern is, again, you kind of want to address it, but basically, who's responsible for the Opala and much more? And I'll elaborate later. Including the provision of requirements of the Chapter 343, what Auntie said, under the, we already read that, we already had that, so we're going to move on. The environmental assessment and environmental impact process of the HHL must not accept the land that could trust the significant cleanup costs. Okay, we already talked about that. Legally establish it when there's a source of remind. But the question is here, is that when we was having conversation, and you guys was having conversations with this developer, I also spoke to her previously, commissioners, and I asked her not to purchase this property from Catholic Charities or the diocese. Diocese came to the neighborhood board, and I told the diocese that they're not going to be able to make a high school there for the Catholic children that wanted to go high school there to continue their higher education, because there was a slaughterhouse there. So they still yet went through. I talked to Bishop at a lot of events. Lo and behold, he came back to me and told us, since we approved it on the board, if they wanted to build it, we was going to support the school. Later on, they came to me and told me that they cannot afford the costs of the cleanup, on the environmental cleanup. It was too costly. The diocese, you guys know the diocese, yeah, plenty of money. They couldn't afford the cleanup. So this is what I'm saying to you guys. I asked her, Patty, in my office, not to purchase this because she had great ideas. She wanted to make a movie studio, give 50% back to the Hawaiian Homes Commission and all of that. But the problem I have with that is that how can you promise things 50% of zero? Zero is zero. I can make a dream and a dream don't come true. The project, I don't say her, excuse me, but I won't get called into the governor's office. She never finished the project in Kona. So what makes you think that she's going to be able to do something in my community that I love and I grew up? Seeing Kuhua Ranch dump hundreds of thousands of contamination from animal waste and animal bones and you name it in that area was never cleaned up. Then they had it's called a greenhouse or whatever, fertilizer, storage yard, you name it, it had it. But to me, I think it's very disrespectful and not taking anything away from Chair Watson or whatever, because I know sometimes, that's why he excused himself or whatever. The talks that I had with her concerned me. I had some concerned talks with Kali too, on the undermining of people at DHHL, trying to undermine him, he's doing. But I'm not here today to undermine the chair. But I want to be straight up with you guys, commissioners. It was told to me that she could talk to Kali in helping her with the environmental part, because there is certain provisions that Hawaiian homes have. I don't know all that kind of stuff. I gotta look them up. Don't get me wrong. I'm not smart on all that stuff. But I understand Hawaiian homes have certain waivers that they can do. But what I don't like is that we're gonna give the peel-out land to Hawaiian homes. Maybe they're gonna clean them up, and then we're gonna give them back. So if that land is gonna be cleaned up, or Hawaiian homes gotta clean them up, but they clean them up, why we're not building something else? But let me tell you guys about the most ugliest traffic in the state of Hawaii. Fort Weaver Road, an old Fort Weaver Road, Honolulu. And you're gonna make an industrial area right across the street, right below Ho'opili, across the Humane Society, across West Lock, below Queens Hospital? Aole. I'm gonna be in strong opposition, guys. And whether you think they're gonna pass this or not, if I gotta take 2 sign waving on the side of the road to let my whole community know, because nobody knows. Not even the representatives know. Only reason why I know is because this was concerning, because they came to my office. And I asked them, commissioners, to please, I told them, no buy that land. I love your project. I love what you want to do. I'm 120,000% behind making one studio for Hawaiians, Hawaiian culture, because we're getting robbed every which way. Hawaiians are not making money from movies. But to do it there, cannot. Those people that is aging in that area is aging out. They don't need something to be that magnitude, just like how we didn't want no casinos in ever. We got to remember that the people that is there is the founders of the community that I call home. Plantation workers, generations of them. Like how Anthony talk about 70s. These guys are in the 80s and 90s. They're concerned, but how are they going to be concerned if they don't know? This person never came out, talked to anybody in Honolulu, never came to the neighborhood board. You guys went into executive session, and then now we're here. That's concerning, the transparency of our beneficiaries. Having transparency for my community. Yeah, we get Hawaiian homes in Ever Beach, and all Auntie Ivalani never sell, but the people in Ever Beach is against certain things too, but they don't know. How are they going to participate or fly here to Hilo or be on Zoom if they don't know? And commissioners, I tell you right now, this is not the time to rush into this memo of agreement, because it's not pono. Our community don't know. And when our community find out that we are making, and I understand judiciary powers that DHHL has, but it will not make any sense to take this to the media, because it's already in the news. And you guys know what I mean by media, by having press conference, sign waving, protesting, all of that good stuff. But I tell you guys right now, you guys gonna hurt my community more than your benefit. You guys gonna hurt them. And I'm not gonna lay down without a fight. You guys gonna hurt my community. Not you guys personally, I'm just saying in general. What I'm saying here today is not no attack on anybody here, including the chair. I try to respect a lot of things that he's doing. I try to show support in a lot of things he's doing. But this right now is not the time to make this agreement, because you're gonna hurt my community, you're gonna hurt my Ever Beach. So again, Kahua Ranch was there for a long time. I worked there as a construction worker. I seen the contaminants going in there. It got worse over time when they brought the small carcass slaughterhouse, pigs and lamb. That's when the thing got really stink and really contaminated, and then they got shut down by the Department of Health and EPA, because they should have never, I'm not saying they should have never, but they went into pigs and land because that was needed. And that's when everything went down the tubes for Coho Ranch, all the financial stuff. But please, commissioners, do not pass this memo of agreement right now. This is not the time. My community needs to know more. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Mahalo. Jackie. Next testifier, Deont Manaole.
Unmute. All right. Good morning, everybody. All right. So yeah, I still continue to stand in strong support of C1. And one thing I can appreciate is Senator Favela's strong voice for his community. He stands strong for them and fights for them a lot. But I think we're talking about two different projects over here, two different land issues. I'm not sure, but regardless, I believe that if everything was approved by the lands or whatever for use, then it's for use. So it's up to I believe it's the kuleana of the developer to come forward to ensure that there's nothing wrong with the land. Yeah. We banking on the good faith and effort that the developers has done its fiduciary duties to ensure that the land was okay. And I trust them. So because I haven't seen anything otherwise to not trust them. And so I just would like to continue to support this project because it is a direct impact benefit to the trust beneficiaries, to us, to have this income coming to us so that we can compete with people who's outside of the trust that want to see us fail and not run things like this. So we continue to have to beg the state for finances. You know what I mean? So we need more projects like this. So that is my manao on C1. So I continue to support. Aloha.
Mahalo. Next testifier, Mesana Aldegar.
Aloha. Commissioner and Chairperson. My name is Mizana Aldigar and I'm from Waianae, Oahu. And one of the Native Hawaiians currently still in the wait list since 1985. For myself and the thousands of other waitlisters on Oahu, our priority is simple, housing and 99-year leasehold lot. We want the Hawaiian Home Commissions to focus on getting people off the wait list. That is where your attention and resources are most needed. Instead, significant time for commission meetings and countless staff hours has been devoted to this proposed land donation. Oh, by the way, I'm in opposition, which brings unknown environmental risk and certain uncertain financial benefits. This was never identified as a priority in past beneficiary consultations. The 2020 beneficiary study is very clear. Beneficiaries want the department to focus on leasehold opportunities and housing solutions, especially given that the average age of waitlisters is now over 65. I started out at 18. I'm 59 right now, and we just had somebody come up say she was 70. The number speaks for themselves. Oahu has the highest percentage of beneficiaries on residential waitlists. 73% of us are waiting for residential lots. Why is this commission diverting so much energy towards a deal involving Mr. Watson and his former business associates without transparency, without the full financial information, and without following the normal process? How much longer must we wait? Why are we spending time on risky land acquisitions instead of delivering homes to beneficiaries who have already been waiting for decades? I urge the commission to return to the vision of Prince Cohio, to place our people back on the land, to provide secure and productive homesteads, not contaminated properties that could leave beneficiaries responsible for costly cleanup for the sake of the trust and thousands of us still waiting. I respectfully ask that you deny this deal. Keep the focus on housing and our people and honor and trust. And I just hope that the previous testifier doesn't get the opportunity after every person that shares to come in his opposition, because I called him the cheerleader once before. And you know, and he shared about, to compete with the competition with people outside of the community. He the last person should have said it, because I ain't competing with the outside world. I competing with somebody like that who got a parcel after just applying on 2023. I've been there since 1985. So I'm asking that you guys deny this and continue to focus on people like me who are still waiting. I'm 59 again, and it's a long wait. Thank you.
Mahalo. Patty Kahanamoku Teruya.
Aloha kako. First, I wanted to apologize to the Hilo Commission beneficiaries here today. It took us beneficiaries from Oahu to fly here to get to this agenda. This is an Oahu agenda, Oahu issue. So we are holding up your meeting. So I wanted to apologize to the good people of Hilo. Aloha commissioners, mahalo for the opportunity to testify in person. Opposition to the approval of the MOA and acceptance of EVA parcel by long-term commercial lease. My name is Patty Kahanamoku Teruya, a former Oahu commissioner and a lessee to the trust of the DHHL. I wanted to bring up this to your attention. As you look at your typical submittal this morning, it normally authorizes the chairman, but the motion on your submittal on your first page, it authorized the deputy director to finalize, execute, and deliver the MOA. Is the deputy director here this morning? Does that mean that the chairman is not authorized by the Hawaiian Homes Commission to get involved with this matter ever? Is Cully recusing himself from the discussion and or vote because of the conflict of interests? Why is the motion states the deputy director rather than the chairman? Russell Kaupu, under the chairman's office, were you ever directed by Cully to move this initiative forward, and to what extent has a deputy director been involved in this matter prior to this meeting? I venture to guess a little or no involvement at all. Another red flag is the physical responsibility of the Hawaiian Homes Commission to get the best deal possible for the trust. The submittal does not disclose the purchase price that the developer is paying for the property. If the property is so great for DHHL to acquire, then why doesn't DHHL need the developer? Why don't you purchase that on behalf? DHHL should not purchase the property directly from the Roman Catholic and then seek a developer through a competitive and transparent open bid process to get the highest rent and most community benefits for that property. How do we know that the rent Kalanaanaoli development will be paying to DHHL is the best rent that DHHL can get for the benefits it will be providing to homestead communities, and is the best benefits package we can get? Again, why do we need this developer? Is it because it's Kali's friend? Excuse me, Commissioner Walter. I'm just asking you, Commissioner, to really pay attention to us. Thank you. Because
I
you're just so
am paying
busy.
attention to.
Thank you.
I am taking notes
I
on what
appreciate
you're
that.
saying. I'm
Thank you.
cross-checking it with C1. So don't think that
Okay.
I'm not paying attention to
Okay,
what you're
well,
doing.
I'm looking
And
at everyone.
I understand.
Kalamai, I appreciate that.
No, if you're gonna
Finally-
scold me in
No, I'm not
public,
scolding
then
you.
I
I'm just
will,
asking the
I
commission.
will reply to you.
If
I'm
I'm
taking notes on
giving you
what
an
you're
eye
saying.
attention. So Kalamai, thank you. I'm not
Patty,
scolding you at all.
can you
Finally, there were
finish
no
your thoughts,
beneficiary
please?
consultation was conducted. The developer having private conversations with one homestead association leader about community benefits does not constitute as a beneficiary consultation. There are two other matters on the September HHC agenda that you're going through is formal beneficiary consultation process and complied with the Hawaiian Homestead Commission consultation policy. This matter did not go through the formal consultation process. If the Hawaiian Homestead Commission values input from beneficiary, it should defer this matter until DHHL staff conduct a beneficiary consultation and not the developer. According to Hawaii Administrative Rules 1046, the meaningful, timely consultation with beneficiaries promotes trust, partnership, and civic engagement. The type of consultation shall be appropriate to the potential impact of the decision or any action. This could be a big impact if DHHL accepts land with serious environmental contamination concerns. Beneficiaries are taking on a lot of risks without being consulted and without being there for transparent RFP process. I will conclude. Thank you, Madam Chair. These environmental concerns were not disclosed back in December when this process was first brought up, raising concerns, the lack of transparency in this entire process. Due diligence must be done on behalf of beneficiaries and our trusts. We must be protected from having to pay for any cleanup costs. Our kuleana as beneficiaries is to protect the trust that our beloved Prince Kohio has placed for us. Your kuleana is, as commissioners, are to represent the beneficiaries and protect our trust. Mahalo, God bless, and thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mahalo. Kui Atua. And Kako, can I just remind you to be mindful of the time when you are sharing? We have lots of testimony that we want to get through. Mahalo nui.
Aloha, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Kui Atua Lebao. I'm a Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead lessee on Oahu and a successor of the Hawaiian Homelands. I'm concerned about this proposed Everland donation because of the precedent it sets for Hawaiian Homelands. This donation has been brought forward with conditions attached, without beneficiary consultation, without transparent financial information, and with too many unknown risks for beneficiaries. The developer has already selected a third-party entity, Hawaii Hale LLC, to receive a valuable long-term commercial lease. Without going through the standard request for proposal process that ensures beneficiaries get the best possible deal, we are simply asked to trust KDL and Kuiai Hale LLC, but no financial numbers or projections have been presented. How do we know this is a good deal? What if another commercial operator could provide significantly better terms for beneficiaries? Because this decision was made behind closed doors without consultation, financial analysis, or clearly defined community benefits agreement, we will never know if beneficiaries could have secured better outcome. Under the sublease participation policy, this operator may deduct all operating expenses and investments before sharing profits. In practice, this could leave beneficiaries with nothing while the third party gains a valuable 65-year commercial lease. I respectfully urge you, do not set a precedent of accepting land donations without proper due diligence, without consultation with beneficiaries, and without following the fair and transparent process of selecting third-party operators. Thank you.
Mahalo nui. Next is Patty Tenkayo.
Oh. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Aloha Commissioners, my name is Patty Tankayo. I'm going to speak towards some of the testifiers. The Hawaiian Homelands Act was created in 1921, but our queen died in 1917. The Hawaiian Homelands Act is much more than just homesteading. It was created to rebuild our lahui. It's for economic development. It's for cultural preservation. It's for self-determination. Go read the act. That's what it's for. Hawaiian Homelands has been struggling for decades to get more money to build infrastructure. This project is just one way. There's a lot of different strategies that DHHL has to employ. But this is just one way that DHHL can get money into the department so that it can build more infrastructure. This donation has no risk to DHHL. Zero risk. This donation it's a full project that's coming to DHHL that will have revenue coming in. It's a project. Now, because it's going to become DHHL property, it has to comply with Chapter 343. Okay? You guys, I know a lot of you don't understand development, and I'm a little frustrated here. But 343 means that we have to qualify, we have to comply with the state environmental process. So DHHL will be getting prime land in a prime location. Phase 1 was already completed. We have environmental engineers that go there, and we understand the environmental concerns, but it will be all taken away. We won't be able to get investments if it's not cleared. What else? Thank you. If you guys have any other questions, please let me know. I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
Mahalo. Next testifier, Lewa Ku. Zoom. Not the same one, if Jermaine is the next one. I'll just jump over. We'll wait for the other one. Next testifier, Jermaine Myers.
Nice to see you.
Aloha, honorable commissioners. My name is Jermaine Myers. I'm a Nanakuli Hawaiian homestead lessee and an agriculture land waitlister. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify on Agenda C1 regarding the request for commissioners to approve a memorandum of agreement for a conditional donation of parcels of land in Ewa, Oahu from Patty Tankayo and her company Kalani Anaole Development LLC. I respectfully urge the commission to vote no on this request. Here are my concerns. On December 28, 2023, Ms. Tankayo registered Kalani Anaole Development LLC with the State Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs, DCCA. Just 1 year later, in December 2024, she presented her conditional land donation proposal to the Hawaiian Homes Commission. By that time, according to the Honolulu Star Advertiser, DHHL had already awarded Kalani Anaole Development LLC a development agreement valued at approximately $150 million to oversee work on 3 villages at La'iopua. This amount represents 1/4 of the $600 million appropriation made under Act 279 in 2022 a single company receiving $150 million for one project. I am deeply concerned that Ms. Tankayo and Kalani Anaole Development LLC may have received preferential treatment given her 20-plus year business partnership with Chair Cully Watson. It appears this same favoritism is now being extended through today's C1 agenda item. For these reasons, I respectfully request that the Attorney General review public and procurement records regarding both the La'iopua Development Agreement and the awarding of RFQ 24 HHL 003. It is important to note that Kalani Anaole Development LLC was not even a registered business when the notice of intention to submit qualifications was due to DHHL on December 21, 2023. The company was not registered until December 28, 2023, 7 days after the deadline. The notice of intention form required under Hawaii Revised Statute Section 103D-310 and Hawaii Administrative Rules Section 3-122-111 mandates the submission of a firm's legal name, Hawaii General Excise Tax number, and other company details. Since Kalani Anaole Development LLC did not exist at the time of the deadline, it could not have met this requirement. So why was it awarded the La'iopua Development Agreement valued at approximately $150 million? Agenda C1 should be denied today. Beneficiaries like myself deserve a clear explanation from the chair and this commission as to why Kalani Anaole Development LLC and Ms. Tankayo were allowed to sidestep Hawaii state laws and administrative rules regarding procurement for the La'iopua Development Agreement. I have that I made copy for each of you. The DCCA records that show when it was registered, Kalani Anaole and its two partners, Aikai LLC, who's managed by Patty Tankayo, I got it, and Ocean Housing LLC, which is by, according to the records, Nan-Shul Chin. Both of these LLCs were created to be members of or owners of Kalani Anaole Development LLC, which occurred on January 3rd. I also have for you a copy of RFQ 24 HHL 003. Yeah, Kalamai, just one more. And then the reward of the reward notice. So I'm gonna make copies. I got the copies in my folder. Is it okay to come and give you guys copies? Thank you. Mahalo.
Mahalo for that.
11 copies so that the Attorney General
Okay. And as that is happening, Uncle Pat, you are the next testifier.
Hello, Mike Aku. Hi. Hello, Chair Watson, honorable members of the Hawaiian Home Commission. I am Pat Kahawaiola. A Native Hawaiian is defined pursuant to the Hawaiian Home Commission Act, is amended July 9, 1921, citation 42 stat 108, and the interim ikuhai of Komiki o Kupuna Aino Ho'opulupula. Since the passing of our esteemed ikuhai, Louis Ha'o, who led this newly created nonprofit under the auspices of KCAI, representing those Native Hawaiian kupunas on and off the wait list. We come to our senses and relief that the current agenda item C1, C2 needs to be thoroughly discussed through whatever process the DHH has added to the disposal, at its disposal to include all the beneficiaries of this public land trust, feeling that truly means the state and its people has failed in their fiduciary and statutory obligations to better the conditions of the Native Hawaiians as defined pursuant to the HHCA. Please see the attached testimony strongly objecting to those items on the agenda today, September 15, 2025, in Hilo, Hawaii, at the Hawaiian Homes meeting at the Hawaii Naniloa Resort. I strongly object to C1 MOU for acceptance of the parcel in Ewa. We object to the approval of the MOU between the HHL and Kalanianaole Development LLC. This proposed MOU raises serious concerns. This MOU would permanently encumber these parcels with a 65-year lease to be controlled by a private for-profit entity, and that appearance of our trust lands again being used by a non-native just continues to smack of the systematic racism permeating all forms of local, state, and federal government who've been doing this to our trust land for years. Case in point, harbors and airport, shopping centers on trust land, whereby our waiting list of beneficiary grows by leaps and bounds with no help in sight, especially with the passage of Act 279. That was to help get the Native Hawaiians off the dying wait list and help them to acquire home ownership. In the 3 years since this enactment, people continue to die while waiting. C2 project development agreement for Kalailoa Raceway. COCA strongly objects to this proposed agreement between DHHL and the Legacy Venture LLC for very high and type of road racing happening in other places on this planet. And it is, in my humble opinion, not a valid use of our trust lands. It appears that this state, along with its Department of Hawaiian Home, believes it is working in the best interest of the Native Hawaiians when the state continues to push what is in their best interest for the general public, while forgetting the words of Ali'i Prince Jonako Hill while addressing the creation of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. The only way to rehabilitate the race is to return them to the soil. The lack of compliance as this agreement was drafted through a flawed process, and it is my understanding, and through the request for proposal, only one bidder raised a serious concern if this is the best use of our trust lands, and I have not heard or seen too many of the Native Hawaiians that can afford this type of racing vehicles anyway. So it is this Native Hawaiian, and for the general, the project like this will impact hundreds of thousands of residents on Oahu and encumber our trust lands for possible generations. This is not the best interest for Native Hawaiians as defined. Questions on commencement of the lease rentals, lease amount leaves a lot to be desired. The state and its DHHL in the Nelson case, whereby in the findings of facts and conclusions of Law Judge Cheshingeri, where she clearly said, and was never disputed on appeal, was that the state of Hawaii, the HHL, cannot serve two masters. They can only serve the Native Hawaiians as defined in the Act to better their conditions. I also would like to be sure that I put into the record that she is unable to be here, and that's the president of the Kilka Panaewa Farmers Association, of which I am also a board member. She's asked me to give her strong objections to C1 and C2. And I would like, again, to thank you, Chair Watson, honorable members. I remain Pat Kahabai Ola, Koka advocate. Thank you.
Mahalo. That is our last testifier, and so now I want to give an opportunity to our commissioners. Hemana'o kokako.
Chair,
Oh, Commissioner Lasua.
I'm very concerned about what I'm hearing today. Mr. Favela made a good point. For me, I'd like to make a motion to defer this And number one, do a beneficial consultation. Have DHHL have a separate environment assessment process paid by the developer. Number three, check with the diocese, like Mr. Favela said. If they've identified this to be a bad place to put our beneficiaries, why are we doing it? And so I would like to make a motion that we defer this until we satisfy these three issues.
Commissioner.
A second.
Kony.
A second.
All in favor? Sorry, discussion, sorry.
Now, my question is for Mr. Kaupu, the objections and understanding that very well about not having an environmental assessment. I know that this paragraph 7 that is included in here requires the developer to bear the costs of that. Can you just elaborate on that as we're moving toward this? I want to make sure that if we've got a concern about environmental, that there is something in this proposal that addresses that.
So the nature of our agreement is we piggyback on the due diligence rights of the developer, the purchaser of this property. It's during that due diligence process that we, using this agreement and the ability of the purchaser, can request different items of due diligence to confirm whether or not we want to proceed with the transaction. Number one on that list is environmental. So it's through that process that we see the phase 1, and if it's called for a phase 2 environmental report, it's through that process that we can question the seller, Catholic Diocese, and ask them about prior use and their understanding of the viability of using this property for what the developer wants to do. It's through that process that we have access to this kind of information. The way the agreement is set up, if we are not satisfied if we're not satisfied with the responses and the condition of the property, then we don't go forward with the donation. We walk away from the transaction. But that's the nature of the deal. I would suggest, if you are going to defer action today, that would put the transaction for the developer, their acquisition, in jeopardy, because they are looking to close on this on a deadline per their purchase agreement. We do not yet have the ability to step into their shoes and look at all these things that we want to look at for the property. Environmental liability, for those who are in the development field, properties based on past use in Hawaii will all have some history, and they have to be evaluated for what do you need to do to use that property going forward. And different types of development require different levels of remediation. That's a cost factor for all developers, for all acquirers of property. It sounds like that was the motivation for the Catholic Diocese to sell the property, because when they were looking at what the cost was for them to do remediation for what they wanted to use the property for, it was too expensive for their taste, for their liking. So they're looking for a developer who's willing to step forward and evaluate and take on those costs for them. That's why Kalaniʻi Ole Development came up with this transaction. The department does not take on that liability of those costs of remediation. Those all remain with the developer. Even when the property is transferred to us, pursuant to the leases that come with the property that clearly allocates liability for those development remediation expenses per the 343 and the environmental process to the developer. So we never step into that type of liability. So at worst, we would just walk from the transaction. It was simply not suitable. If it was a Superfund site that had, remediation costs were beyond what we believe the developer could really bear and comply with, we would walk away from the transaction.
Chair, I just have another remark or a couple of remarks. Number one is, despite the fact that people think I'm not paying attention to what's going on, I've been taking notes and I've listened very carefully to the people who have spoken. And Senator Favela, I know the area that you're talking about with high traffic area. I would hope that the EPA or the environmental would include that sort of thing. I also know that we come under tremendous scrutiny from the Senate for not coming up with our own funds, especially some people who say you need to use your lands for commercial purposes and get rents from those. What is the best commercial rent for it? That's a debate that we work daily with. So I paid attention to this, and I recognize my esteemed colleagues' concerns about this, and definitely one of the things that this commission does is listens to the community, and we want to hear our beneficiaries' concerns about it. So I have no objection to what our fellow commissioners are talking about. I just want to make sure that we recognize that we've done some very significant homework, and there might be a reason to defer it. But I want to make sure that people don't think that we're throwing this thing against the wall to see if it works. There are opportunities to step away from it. If this is not a good deal, it invalidates any agreement that we have. So that's my piece. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Commissioner Morales.
Aloha kako. I too have done a lot of research, and I want to thank all of our speakers thus far. My heart and mind they're very full at the moment, so pardon me. I am the newest commissioner from Kauai. And so I had a lot of catching up to do. There are some wonderful points that you have brought up, and more questions actually than when I walked into the room this morning. I want to share with you that as part of my career, I was a teacher. I spent 3 summers teaching algebra. And for any of you that have taken algebra, one of the initial fundamental elements is the order of operations. And so for those of you who have taken it, you understand what I'm saying. There's an acronym for it, and it's PEMDAS. And it stands for Please Excuse My Dear Aunt. Could be Sarah, Sally, but it's an S. And this acronym helps you solve algebraic equations. If you don't follow PEMDAS, you will not arrive at the correct answer. And the biggest dilemma for me is the order of operations for this agenda item. I'm having a hard time understanding, and maybe you can answer this, Russell. Has the Roman Catholic Church provided express consent for the department to be involved in an active escrow?
No.
Thank you. That's important to me as a real estate agent.
Yeah,
Because-
as far as I know, I don't think they've been requested to do that. I guess that's the most honest answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my understanding of Hawaii state law is as a private landowner, you have to provide express consent to allow another entity or even an individual to be a part of a transaction, to be able to access the property, to be able to procure experts and, other interested parties to be a part of an active escrow. And this is why last month I asked the developer and partner what was the status of the escrow, because I was trying to understand at that point, how far into the escrow are they? Are you aware of that?
No, but the developers online, I believe, but the escrow agreement is a matter of contract law, and that contract is between the seller and the purchaser. We are not party to that contract.
I understand that, but in number,
Until we have the memorandum of agreement in place, then we exercise rights of due diligence pursuant to the purchaser's right of due diligence. So we're directing them, go ask for this information. We'll get
Right.
this data.
So the
So
request of number one,
we wouldn't become part of that escrow.
but the request of number one is to piggyback.
That's correct.
So again, another question that I have for you. If this is a gift and we're following the quote unquote order of operations, why wouldn't the grantor of the gift and answer all the questions, do all the due diligence, close escrow, and then present the gift?
The motivation for this developer to make the donation to the department and then to do that with a lease already in place is because it allows them, once they make that donation to the department with the lease already in place, pursuant to that lease, they can then proceed to do a commercial development. They could not do that without that property being in the hands of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands.
So where in the 18-month inspection period is again, I have to ask the question, what is the status of the escrow at this point?
So that would be, we're not party to that transaction. Yeah.
But it's a very important question. I
can
will,
answer the question.
thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So a couple points, and Russell rightfully, so we hadn't been asked this. These are
Christian, you should introduce yourself.
Yes, sir. Christian O'Connor. I'm with Kalani Aniole Development. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the commissioners today. And we really appreciate the robust discussion about these concerns that everyone has. And so we are working, and we've heard a lot of concerns, and those are all great concerns. And we are, and maybe even more so concerned just because of all the risks that we take to do something like this. So going back, so we weren't asked to include, but we have no problem having the diocese directly contact DHHL. Never an issue, and we would love that. So that's not a problem at all. We heard the request, and we can make that happen immediately, effective today. So we'll do that. The environmental contamination and those types of issues. Look, I don't know where this is coming from. The Catholic Church was looking to do an educational center on the site, and actually just on a portion of the site. There is some contamination, but where they were looking at doing their educational school and center was not in that portion. But they decided to do it not for any of those reasons, but for financial reasons. The church has closed a couple schools recently, if everybody's aware. And so there are some, and then St. Louis was, is now very healthy financially, but there was some trouble there. So there's been a lot of hardship. And so that's the reason why they decided not to build the school. And so that's the choice they made. And so then lastly, I think the other question was, what was it, Commissioner? I just want to make sure I get to all of them.
Where are you in the escrow process as of today?
Yeah, so we have an 18-month escrow. We have at least 3 months remaining in the current escrow, and we can get an extension, and we probably will request extension because we're still in the process of doing the environmental assessment, the phase 2 study, phase 2 environmental. We've completed the biological and watershed study, and we're finishing up the traffic study. We've had the civil engineering study completed, and the geotech folks are working on how to deal with the soil conditions to make sure you can get everything done. So all of that's currently in process. And so we're going to need a little bit more time to complete that, to make sure we complete section 343. We've completed the HEPA environmental assessments phase 2, so that we know what we have to do to take care of the land and to heal it and clean it for this development.
So when that is complete, will those reports be furnished to the department
Yes.
prior to the signing of this MOA?
Well, part of the MOA is that you guys are allowed, so we're spending hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to do all these studies at risk, and we don't get the money back if this fails. And so our investors and equity partners also need to be confident that if this site is clean and if everything is taken care of, then this transaction works. This transaction, if we close on the land and this doesn't work, then there is no there for us to keep going. So the deal doesn't work. So nobody would invest with you unless you have an understanding. So we're trying to get to an understanding. And then as a party to that understanding, DHHL is, as Russell said, with us, has clear visibility to all documents. It's a fully transparent process. Everybody's making decisions. And if you guys couldn't accept it, we can't do it either because the banks won't lend on it. We can't build on dirty land. You have to clear the land and clean it to build on it everywhere in Hawaii. So that's what we have to do.
So my concern with that is the language of number 7. It says prior to commencement of any demolition or construction. Why do you have to demolish or construct before you are held to chapter 343? Why wouldn't that be included as part of the due diligence before you proceed?
I think what they're saying with that is that you would not be able to commence construction or do demolition activities until you have a financial closing. And so that means all the financiers are lined up, all that stuff is lined up.
So Christian, let me answer. So that's the language from 343. That's the trigger. Before you break ground, you have to comply with 343. We would be confident moving forward with the donation before the 343 process was even run. We would be working off of the standard phase 1 and phase 2 if it's called for environmental reports that we would commission. This 343 process is much broader than that.
Okay.
This is the environmental assessment or environmental impact statement process that's required before you break ground on the property.
I guess the question that I have is fundamentally, I cannot give away something that I don't own. And so before I would think of gifting anyone anything, I would want to have the truest picture of what this gift is. Is this gift something that I would even want before thinking about giving it away? So if there is a history of contamination, wouldn't I want to know that before I'm thinking of gifting it to someone?
So the 343 process is on top of the environmental reports that you obtained during due diligence. We will know that history at the time before the developer can close on the acquisition, because we'll indicate if we're not comfortable with the environmental condition of the property, that we're withdrawing from this agreement. That's what the first paragraph says, due diligence. So So 343 pulls in the environmental reports as part of its process, but those are conducted during due diligence, separate from the lengthy full 343 process.
Okay.
Commissioner Kalaki.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, what a robust composition. Thank you, Russell. So just for the record, from my understanding of this item, I am supportive of doing this from what I understand. But now we hear all of this testimony and folks coming from Oahu, it says something. However, also we receive an abundance of testimony, written testimony in support of this, right? And it seems what I hear, there's still some concerns of understanding the environmental piece. I think we've gone back with quite a bit on that. And there's also, it was great that the developer came on and spoke to the risks of it. So that's all of these things that I hear is the reason why I'm supportive of this. But then you hear all of these concerns, people don't have the same understanding, it appears. And that's why I seconded to defer. So what is, you said, the project being in jeopardy if it's deferred? What is, can you be more detailed?
I'll let Christian address the timing. What's currently on the floor, Christian, is a motion to defer until we can get this environmental information. I think Commissioner Lasso also mentioned the 343 process. That's lengthy. That's going to take years to run. Yeah.
Years, maybe like 9 months. But here's the deal. I mean, I'm going to be real honest. If we don't want to figure out how to do this stuff, and we're not open to letting really the developers take the risk for everyone and go at this. So I'm personally spending hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to figure this out, because again, I go back to what we're trying to do. I worked at Kamehameha Schools for a decade, okay? I looked at how Kamehameha Schools generates revenue to educate, to put money away, to provide scholarship and all that. The way they do it is they've taken the 365,000 acres they have, they made 1,100 productable, commercially productable. That generates over 100 million in revenue annually. That's what they use to fill and pay for everything, right? Pay for teacher salaries, their staff, put money away and save for the future. DHHL, it would be wonderful if we were able to work with DHHL and the rest of the development community to perfect a process so that we can go do this for DHHL. That's the roots of this. This is not to provide risky land, to provide bad land, unhealthy land.
Hey, Christian, sorry to interrupt. The question that Commissioner was asking is if they vote today to defer, and there's going to be a deferral potentially as long as to let environmental assessment process run, which is 9 months. How does that affect your transaction on the purchase?
We really need to understand if this is something DHHL is willing to do, else we can't continue to take this risk and spend this money. That's where we're at.
So I'm not advocating for us to complete the 343 process myself. And I don't know, maybe I'd like to ask Commissioner Lasua, is that what your intention is, to complete 343 before we decide on this?
Number one is why 343 takes so damn long to validate if we need to find out what the property is like. I just don't want to put our people on the land and then 10 years later we get sued for it. And as a commissioner, I'm trying to do my due diligence and do my duty as a commissioner, regardless of the developers or whoever. Our number one priority is the beneficiaries, and that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
So based on that, how long does the 343 take normally?
9 to 12 months at a minimum, sometimes 18. Costs
So-
$350,000 to $750,000, depending on how difficult it is.
Commissioner Sula, can I?
Yeah.
I think to ascertain the environmental status of the property, it's obtaining a phase one environmental report, and then if it's recommended in the report, then you go forward with what they call a phase two environmental report. That's the standard due diligence that's done on environmental during due diligence on an acquisition, or in our case, on a donation. I think that's the thing that sounds like you want more understanding of. What this agreement does is it puts us in position to us in the department in position to evaluate those reports and then decide whether we're going to go forward. It sounds like perhaps you want the commission to be the one that's approving those reports and the condition of the property to go forward on the transaction.
Yeah, I want the commissioners to understand or even find out what the results of that property is based on what the diocese found out.
And then to come back to commission with a vote on that specific item, whether we're going to proceed with the donation in light of the information that's been provided on the environmental on the property.
Yes,
Okay.
that's one of the items.
So Christian, I think that's workable time-wise with your structure. It just means that you still have uncertainty as of today whether we're going forward. But it's the same uncertainty because it's the same environmental reports that are being reviewed. It's just that the commissioners want to be involved in that process.
Question, Russell. You said there were three things on a 343. You said that 3 steps that we have to go through.
On the well, so the 343 is a much longer, broader process. It's an environmental assessment or preparation of an environmental impact statement. And the phase one and phase two reports are incorporated into that work. But on the acquisition transaction or on the donation transaction, it's those reports that you're basing your analysis on whether to proceed with the transaction.
Okay, so phase one and phase two has completed.
I believe Christian said phase one is completed. I don't know.
Phase one is completed. They have to do a phase two so we can delineate the concerns that we have to make sure we know how to deal with it. So yeah, there's a phase two that's in process, but that's going to take a couple months.
Okay, and then is there a phase three?
No, there's no. You go to remediation. So phase two then creates a plan. So if you've got some kind of recognized concern, okay, let's say I'm going to give you an example. There's oil on pavement. That's a concern, even if somebody just spilled some oil. So now we got to go test it. Then they come back and say, okay, here's your plan. You're going to remove the asphalt and take it to this dump. That's your plan. So every item that's recognized by the phase two has a plan to remediate it and an estimated cost and exactly how you're supposed to do it. Then after you get the phase two, you hire the same consultants and a contractor, a demolition contractor that specializes in this, and they go do the work together. So we're trying to get the phase two and we're working on that, but that's going to take a little while. To be honest, I know Patty was pretty frustrated earlier. I think what frustrates kind of us is that we have to clean the land. We have to resolve any of these considerations every time we touch it. And so I know everybody's concerned about environmental. We're not putting houses on this. This is to make DHHL, income over time. And so these concerns about environmental and lawsuits and litigation and all this, we have to clean the land. We have to make it clean.
We will.
And we will.
Yeah.
We have to do that in all.
No, I appreciate that, Russell. I think really it's like what Commissioner spoke about the process, understanding that more so. I don't think we want to complete it. We want to understand the ifs and the whats, and ultimately that the trust is protected, the beneficiaries are protected, right, from that aspect. So And I think, given that, this is one on Oahu, it makes sense that we talk story or continue on decision-making, but for sure, take it up. And it sounds like we could do it from the developer for the next meeting.
No, is it?
I think what I want to add is that there was also conversation about having a conversation with the community, right? When we think about Eva Beach and when we think about Fort River Road, there's lots of traffic. And so maybe having a conversation while we're continuing to do what was asked by the other commissioners. I think that right now the motion is to defer just to get that information cleared and clarified and have conversations to move forward, because for myself, I do understand what we're trying to do as DHHL, because Commissioner Kaneakua is right. At the ledge, right, they're asking us to generate our own income, create our own money. And so this is an opportunity for us to create it. But we have to understand that beneficiaries just want clarity. And so maybe giving us, the department, a little bit of time to provide that clarity so that we can move forward with a clear conscience and know that we're doing what we need to do. And so the motion on the table is to defer.
Chair,
Oh,
may I?
Kalamai. Yes, sorry, I didn't see you. Commissioner Ornelas.
I wish not to belabor this point, but my questions are still remaining unanswered. What is the purchase price and where are we in the escrow process? And I mean, where are we as in what item in the purchase contract are we on?
Purchase price is 6 million. Diligence. We are in due diligence, which ends in December. We're in escrow and due diligence.
Mahalo.
Understand this because you guys got Deont Man. So I bring up the fact. What he said about the Catholic diocese is not true. In our area, all of our churches are overcrowded. There was a need for a church and a school. Reason why the schools went closed because they never have the outcome of the big area. All was small, very small. Ever Beach, we had kindergarten to 12th grade. In Wall PH, was too small. So by him saying that, that's not true because I talked to the bishop. We have a lack of, because we get by Paul, Kunia, Whole Pili. All the churches in our area, all the Catholic churches in our area is overcrowded. Overcrowded. So by saying what he said, and then he like talk about money over people, that's crazy. And then the Department of Health gotta clear this. Capital High School's project got delayed 3 months because of a small diesel spill on the grass. It's not a small diesel spill. This is humongous. So again, like I said, and then I'll just tell you guys this. I don't know who he worked for. He didn't even say who does this guy work for? Can he answer? Who does he work for?
I don't answer what I'm yelled at. I'm sorry, I won't answer that.
Yeah, he doesn't
Chair, we're in discussion between the commissioners.
Thank you. Our motion to
Roll call.
defer, roll call, please.
Chair,
Yeah.
can I think you had a motion on the floor with a second, right? So
Yes.
I guess for our AG, do they have to remove that or do you have to vote that down before you take a second motion to a vote?
No, we're gonna vote.
You're gonna vote on a new motion, right?
Defer.
You're right. But I think, was that the same motion that you were making?
Defer.
Okay.
Ready? Okay. Commissioners, ready for a vote? So this is a motion to defer made by Commissioner Lasua, seconded by Commissioner Kalekini. Commissioner Freitas.
Yes.
And just to clarify, the motion is to defer. Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaneakua.
I'll vote to defer as long as we get our answers in a workshop or whatever it is, because I understand our concerns. So I'll vote aye for deferral.
Okay. Commissioner Lasua.
Aye.
Commissioner Ornelas.
Aye.
And Chair Marfil.
Aye.
Okay, we have 6 ayes, no nays, the motion's carried. Recess, 2-minute recess.
Kako, we're gonna take a 2-minute recess.
Commissioners, can we gather at the table again? Next. Can we settle down, commissioners? Let's go.
I'm so bad. I've been all rushed.
Hi, Katie.
Okay, hearing is called back to order. Next item on the agenda, H1 for information only is
Oh, yeah.
DHHL biennium budget request for fiscal year 2027 regarding the sufficient sums budget relating to H2. Here we have Deputy Katie Lambert, and this is for information only.
That's right. And thank you, commissioners, for taking this workshop out of order. Because it is our supplemental budget year ask, we're doing a workshop today. And then tomorrow, you'll notice on the agenda is when we ask for the actual approval, so that we want to make sure that the commissioners have enough time to digest what we're presenting. And if there are any questions or concerns, we can make changes as requested and then present them tomorrow for the approval. So we thought that the best way to approach this is to just walk through the submittal itself, because that's what we're going to be asking for approval for. Again, this is just the supplemental year. So it's only for fiscal year 2027. That's the second year of the biennium. We are currently in the first year of the biennium, fiscal year 2026, which started on July 1st, 2025. We recently did present our budget workshop in June, and really the difference is that when we presented in June, we were at the end of the budget cycle. What we're here today is we're starting off at the beginning of the budget cycle. So the submittal is set up, the narrative part, which is basically the first couple of pages, is meant to try to inform why the department puts together its budget the way that it does. And it's basically a response to the Nelson lawsuit. And there's been several opinions from the higher appellate courts with regard to Nelson. So in a nutshell, DHHL is represented in the Constitution. And it does read in Article 12, Section 1, that the legislature shall make sufficient sums available for the following purposes. 1, development of home, agricultural, farm, and ranch lots. 2, home, agricultural, aquaculture, farm, and ranch loans. 3, rehabilitation projects to include, but is not limited to, educational, economic, political, social, and cultural processes by which the general welfare and conditions of Native Hawaiians are thereby improved. And 4, the administration and operating budget of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. So we basically take each of those 4 prongs and we kind of shorthand it into purpose 1, purpose 2, purpose 3, purpose 4. So a lot of times when you're hearing, especially like about the Act 279 monies, right? That's all purpose 1, because that's for lot development, right? To try to reduce the homestead wait list. So based on that, there was a period in time where beneficiaries brought a lawsuit, and really it comes down to 2 counts. 1, that the legislature failed to sufficiently provide sums for the department to operate its programs, and then two, that the department failed to ask. So that's where it's important for this commission, right? The duty to ask for sufficient sums annually, and that's what brings us here today. So because of that, our budget is in two parts, and it's a response again to some of the findings of the Nelson lawsuit. One of the findings, or the more definitive findings, has to do with purpose for the administrative and operating. So based on the records that were available to the court from the 1978 Constitutional Convention, the courts basically found that they could determine a base amount for, I'm going to shorthand it, A&O, administrative and operating. And that question could be defined basically by the courts. For all other purposes, purpose 1, purpose 2, purpose 3, the courts found that there was not enough in the records, and therefore they had to defer to the legislature. Regardless, though, we do ask, and this budget is made up of what the department feels is the sufficient sums for all purposes, and that's the way that this budget is structured. So starting with purpose 4, which is administrative and operating costs, that category would include personnel, other current expenses, which is basically, thank you, Michael. Yes, if you could scroll down. Yeah, a little bit more to the end of that page. Thank you. Other current expenses, so things like mileage, right? Travel, gas, utilities. It also includes repair and maintenance of infrastructure. And so these kind of belong in, we think of these as not Act 279, right? So these are for kind of existing homesteads, right? So people who already have leases. We have a duty to make sure that those needs are also met, right? That speed bumps are put into existing neighborhoods, that retaining walls are maintained, things like that. And DHHL breaks it up into two types because it's based on the method of financing. So for projects which DHHL thinks are less than a year, we consider them operating costs. And the reason for that is because we would like general funds for them. Longer type projects that might go over a year, we ask for what CIP basically, or refer to it to CIP, because we would ask the legislature for general obligation bond financing for those, because those bonds last 20 years and it makes much more sense from an infrastructure financing standpoint. So the sum of our purpose 4 ask is represented in attachment A to your submittal. The rest of the narrative of the submittal does go through personnel. So in the last session, we were successful in getting all 200 of our generally funded unauthorized positions funded. So we did have 19 that were unfunded. We advocated for ourselves. We were successful in getting the legislature to understand that we need those positions. We, though, still need more, and especially on the neighbor islands, especially as we ramp up Act 279 projects. So we will be going in to ask for 22 new general funded positions. We did ask for these positions, starting with the fiscal year 25 supplemental budget request. It has not been granted yet. And then the other thing that the commissioners, to point out for the commissioners, is that there is a new factor this year that wasn't present in previous years, and that's the passage of the Green Fee Bill, Act 96. So we are still getting more and more information from the governor's office on how to inform them of our projects. What came through was, at a minimum, make sure that your projects are in your budget. And so as a result, you'll notice that exhibits A2 and A3 I forgot to introduce you. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. A2 and A3, you'll see that a new element is that we put the Act 96 projects up top, and then projects that wouldn't fit any of the Act 96 metrics on the bottom. And I'm so sorry for the oversight. So the reason why, of course, I'm presenting this is that DHHL currently lacks an administrative services officer who would usually be doing this. But what we did gain was a program budget analyst who is sitting next to me, Diana Gavilio, and she has been instrumental in helping me put this together. So I just wanted to introduce her and thank her for everything that she does and will continue to do for us. She's been a fantastic asset. We also have Jeff Fukui, who is not with us in person, but I'm sure is listening online. So we definitely want to thank him as well. Okay, so Act 96. So again, it's the difference between the method of financing. So there are some Act 96 projects that could be completed within a year. We would want general funds financing for that. And then for projects that are recurring long-term projects, we would ask for general bond obligation financing. Then the rest of the budget basically is for the other three purposes. So I'm not, if there are any questions with regard to what is coming up for under purpose one, especially lot development, that is attached as attachment B, and Kalani is here. He's kind of sitting in the back waiting to see if there's any specific questions. For loans, we have asked for this, I think, ever since we created our what's called the Nelson budget. But we've never been successful in getting any of it. But the point is that this would be, we ask for this amount to provide interim and permanent loan capitalization financing through general bond obligations. So it would go in furtherance of creating more homesteads. Purpose 3 for rehabilitation. This one, the attachments are basically, the attachment is a reflection of a Puvalu conference that was held in 2018, and the department has not held another Puvalu since. So we did update it just to recognize, if to the department's knowledge, if a project was underway or received financing, we kind of cleaned up the list. But for the most part, it's been the same, and it's the same that we've presented since at least 2021, I believe. This request for rehabilitation projects that would go basically towards Homestead Association identified priority projects. Also, the legislature since 2022 has provided 10 million appropriation, which was meant for existing homesteads, right? So you have the Act 279 for new lots, then you have this 10 million appropriation for existing homesteads, right? And it's been utilized by the planning office as a competitive grant type of opportunity to disperse the 10 million amongst projects within the homestead communities. Finally, just a brief note with federal funds. In 2021, Act 88, which was the budget bill of that particular session, the legislature basically by budget proviso created a revolving fund for the Nahasta loans. It was 7 million. And it was, my understanding is that it's really just more like an accounting type of thing so that the legislature can tell what are Nahasa direct loans versus our direct loans. And it eased up kind of the back end of our fiscal office operating procedures. So because of the Act 279 advancement of a lot of our projects, Nahasta would like to ask for an increase of the loan amounts. They quantified it based on the fiscal year 26 projections that in fiscal year 27, they'd like the loan ceiling to be raised to $30 million. So we will be asking for that in our Nelson Sums request. That brings us to the end of what is contained in the submittal. The summary of what we just discussed and what's contained in the submittal is attachment E. It is, hopefully we try to make it as straightforward and clear as possible. So if there are any questions though, at this time, we'd be happy to help answer them.
Chair, could I
Right.
ask a question? Katie, based on the, what you're talking about, the funding for this period is based like the, how did you come up with the amount from previous year's balance and then adding a percentage of it to get to another year's?
Is that for personnel? So it depends on what
Or
we're
if,
looking at.
for maintenance and yeah.
Yeah, so the numbers for repair and maintenance, we largely relied on LDD to provide that. So maybe Kalani can speak a little bit more, but it's kind of like they quantified it, right? So they have, I assume, project numbers, right, that were then plugged into their spreadsheet that got us to the number. I know for the Act 96 projects in particular, when that opportunity came up, what we asked the combination of planning, LMD and LDD to help us identify what projects would fit into the Act 96 metrics so that we could identify them. And one of the criteria had to be that, like, you had to know, like, it had to be somewhere in the pipeline that there's a number for it. There's a quantification. It's not something that we would like to do, but we're not ready for it. It's something that's like 5-6 years down the line. It's something within the next fiscal year 27 that we have numbers for. And if we had the money, we could do it, right?
So the budget is just for that period, 2027?
Yes.
Okay, so the amount that you're looking at based on information from Kalani, is that like every island has their district, yeah? So is any information from the staff is channeled through him, or does he just go ahead and look at the expenditures for say a year and then?
I think Kalani is here. He might want to answer that himself, but I know that we sought information from the staff, and I think he's just looking for it.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. For the record, Kalani Franda, Acting Administrator for Land Development Division. So as you're aware, we had come forth with the deputy as well as ASO in providing a biennium budget. And in doing that, this is a portion of what we had presented. Of course, we didn't get funded for the Purpose 1, which was a lot of development. For Purpose 2, we did get funded about 20 million. So we took a look at what was priority in 2026, applied that 20 million, and then the remainder of that start to reprioritize on the 2027, also taking into consideration what Deputy had mentioned regarding Act 96. And so that we had made some additions to make sure that we accomplished and was looking at priority items that are provided by each of the project managers as well as engineers in their specific districts. And with that, we started to accumulate all of the funding, took a look at, again, what is priorities and started to address it in that way. Of course, in Purpose 4, which is repair and maintenance, we look at life and safety first.
So Kalani, or maybe Katie, the information that when we go to the ledge and ask for funding, it seems to me like they're not being fair to us as far as the amounts that we're asking. Is there something that the commission need to do, or look like in this last round we lost out there on the funding?
So what happens from here is that the next step is that we actually present this to the governor, right? And then the governor actually puts it into the whole executive budget, right? So we are part of the overall picture. So in the end, we don't get a lot, right? So we go from, for example, Kalani was referencing 20 million. So our ask for repair and maintenance CIP is this year 106 million, right? And it goes through the governor's process. And historically, what has happened the past 5 years at least is that we get a 20 million lump sum, right? When we go and we present to the legislature though, and the governor's budget is what it is. We fight, there's an appeal process, we fight, but in the end, we're not gonna get this in the official governor's budget. But what we do is we go to the legislature and in the WAM and the finance briefings, we present this, we present our Nelson ask. Now, if you're asking what the commissioners can do, you can help. I think you can help, and also our beneficiaries can help by taking these things that are important to your communities and going to your individual legislatures and legislators and lobbying and helping the department with these budget item requests that aren't going to make it through the official governor, right? The legislators are going to see the governor's budget. They're not necessarily going to see ours. We'll present it to them, but the official bill is the governor's executive budget. So that's a way that both commissioners and beneficiaries can help.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Katie?
Any other
The,
questions?
sorry.
Commissioner Ornelas?
The, on A1, purpose 4, other current expenses, the first line item, is that personal or personnel?
Yeah, so
What?
it's, the budget is personnel, but we're talking about personnel. We are, yeah.
Oh, okay.
They're interchangeable. It threw me, I corrected it one time to personnel because that's what it is, but no, it's personnel.
And can you give me a few examples of what would, what, if I work in accounting and I would say we get this, what would I book as a personnel or service?
I know the answer to this question. I just don't know it right now. I asked
Okay.
and I can get back to you. Do you know the answer?
No, not right
There,
now.
I can get you that information.
Okay, because the ask is $881,000. So if I'm a layperson and I read that the category is other personal services, I
know
don't
now- I know
understand
it is
what
now.
that is.
I know what it is now. It's for, so we have specially funded attorney generals. That is that budget line. The 881,000 reminded me what the answer was.
So it's salary.
Yeah.
Okay. And then about midway down, you have 1.764,300 under the category other rentals. Can you help me understand what that is?
I don't know the answer to that, but we can get that for you.
Thank you. And then at the bottom of the page, DP purchase, 285,351. What's the DP?
I do not know do you know the answer to DP?
Yeah, so that's just a part of the IT budget. We're going to be implementing the system modernization, and that includes some of the licensing fees. So that's just a part of it.
And last question, in your accounting department, is there like master SOPs? So where a new hire can come on board and they will know and be trained, say we get this or any version of this, where they will be trained so that in the event of, an audit, independent audit, it will be very clear to them how and where to book things?
We can get back to you on that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Deputy, I just got a quick question on the HASDA funding. I know these are federal funds. Can you tell us how we need to pay attention to that line? Because these are for some of our beneficiaries who are having challenges getting into homesteads, et cetera, and it's really critical So would you just explain that a little bit?
Sure. So
Please.
as far as the state budget is concerned, it's included in the state budget because there's a state statute that requires the state needs to know all funds regardless of source, right? So even though it's not a state funding source, the legislature is entitled to know where all of its money is in the grand scheme of things. And that's why the NAHASDA does have a budget line item. It's a budget ceiling, and that's the same with the personnel, right? NAHASDA actually has 12 federally funded positions, and that's reflected in our total state budget count. As far as advocating for more money, that's of course at the federal level, right? So if the federal were to produce, once it goes through its process, and there's a process whereby a letter of award would come down, and we would give that to our state budget and finance, and they would load that into their system, and then it would create basically a higher budget ceiling, right, for that year if we get additional funds.
Yes, because I noticed we're asking to raise that ceiling, and we don't get if we don't ask. How are we doing? Can you talk about, I know this is federal, but we're doing pretty well with NAHASDA.
I would say we're doing extremely well. I did see like Hua in the room. I don't know if you want to make a comment.
Oh, sure.
I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, okay, okay. No, I think this is so important, and every once in a while, our beneficiaries don't get the word on this particular program, which is just critical to how we get our beneficiaries, the wait listers on property. And so, yeah, I'll wait for Lehua, but thank you. Thanks so much.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item, C2, approval of project developer agreement with Legacy Ventures LLC for an industrial commercial mixed-use development, including Raceway, 139 acres in Kalailo. Russell Upu.
Hello, Commissioners. Russell Kopu, Property Development Agent, Office of the Chair. Item C2 asks for your approval of the negotiated project developer agreement between the department and the developer Legacy Ventures LLC. And then it authorizes the chair to finalize and execute subject to whatever technical or legal comments come up from the Attorney General's office. It's noted in the submittal that the full PDA will be addressed in a executive session today. But for purposes of this presentation, there is a term sheet attached to this agreement that we're going to go through in open session. Both parties, being DHHL and Legacy Ventures, have required confidentiality of the entire agreement because there's proprietary information that we would like to keep between the respective parties. As background, in 2023, December, Chair Watson established a PIG to investigate and consider certain lands that were underutilized and should be properly developed and used for commercial development so that we can generate revenue to support the trust and our beneficiaries. At its March 18th, 2024 meeting, upon recommendation of the PIG, and this was following beneficiary consultation on those projects that were presented at that time to the PIG. The PIG made a recommendation to the full commission, and as a result of that recommendation, the commission directed the department to get those properties identified by the PIG prepared and positioned for their respective recommended dispositions, with each actual disposition still needing commission approval. So today, the commission is considering the first of those approvals. This is the first off that list of approved projects to move forward on that the department is bringing to the commission for approval. This is a project developer agreement under on the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, Section 220.5. We published public notice and of the requests for qualifications and requests for proposals for developers to bid their interests and their proposed project in a public-private partnership, where we would be standing next to the developer and participating in some of the returns from the ongoing venture. While we received a lot of inquiries and we talked to a lot of developers to try and generate interest on this RFP process, only one party stepped forward, and that is the party that is before you today, Legacy Ventures. I'm gonna have them available and come to the table in a minute to present themselves and to share a little bit about their project. But we notified in September of 2024 that they were the successful bidder in this RFQ process, and we commenced negotiation of this agreement, the project developer agreement, under Section 220.5. If you look at your term sheet, this lays out the basic terms of our development deal. So again, what we are envisioning is we make a deal with the developer. The developer is issued a right of entry to do some due diligence and to confirm that they're going to move forward with the project. Once they confirm that, we issue them a general lease. And pursuant to that general lease, they now are lessee on the property. And in addition to the minimum rent that they're paying to us, we're participating in gross revenues on the operation of the business going forward. We are trying to get higher rents for participation in the business. That is the private-public partnership part of the deal. So going through this term sheet, you see that the developer is Legacy Ventures LLC. These are local people. I know there was testimony earlier that this was Haole or mainland people, but it's not. You'll meet them in a couple of minutes. The property is identified by TMK. If you are familiar with the airport there at Kalailoa, what used to be called Barber's Point, there's intersecting runways. And this is on the bottom. If you're looking at the map of Oahu, it's on the northwestern quadrant of that intersection between those two runways. The purpose of the project is to develop a world-class motorsports, entertainment, and commercial, industrial, and mixed-use facility to support public safety, education, recreation, and economic opportunity. It's a project developer agreement under 220.5. The due diligence period, this is important because when we put out the RFQ, we had envisioned a shorter due diligence period. We were proposing going into the negotiations of a 1-year period for the developers to work through this. We've been through lengthy discussions, convinced that that was not sufficient for them to do all the feasibility work that needed to be done. In addition, Hawaiian Homes needs to work with the current user of the property. They are using it under a revocable permit, and we would need to move them and their sub-users off the property. And because of the uses that they're currently using, that's the RP holder is Pasha, and they have a number of sub-users under their permit. There's a considerable amount of coordination that's going to be needed to move those folks off and to turn it over in a workable fashion to Legacy Ventures. So this is now a 3-year due diligence period, and then it's extendable for good cause. And there's if there's permitting delays, EIS, will serve letters for water, those kind of things. So there's the developer may terminate if at any time at their own discretion before the end of the due diligence period. So it's what they call and sometimes a free look, because they're not paying us for the right of entry, but they're doing all their feasibility study and they're spending a considerable amount of money getting that due diligence done. But if anything comes back that they're not satisfied with the feasibility, then they're able to walk away from the deal. So we mentioned the right of entry. That's for the due diligence. That gets done effective upon execution of the PDA, which we're trying to get approval for today. There's an appraisal requirement. The department will commission the appraisal, but the developer pays for it. So if we don't go forward with a deal, then the department has that expense. It never gets to the point of getting it reimbursed by the developer. There's a section on environmental studies. The developer conducts the phase 1 and if necessary, phase 2, we talked about on my prior item. And then there's certain reimbursements that we make of those studies if the developer terminates the agreement due to feasibility concerns. So if they walk away, but we have these phase 1 and phase 2 studies that we now can use to go market the property to the next available party, we pay half of that expense to have that information available to us. There's a lease that ultimately gets entered into. It's a standard DHHL general lease format. It gets entered into 5 business days after due diligence if they don't terminate. Base rent is fair market value based upon the appraisal. And again, we're not trying to bid up or not trying to appraise up their base rent because there is a revenue share. And you see that it rolls into a higher percentage of gross revenue as we move through the term of the agreement. There's a rent commencement period or provision. So you see that this base rent doesn't commence until they start generating revenue. So there's a construction period, if you will, and but the outside date is 36 months. So 3 years, if they're not constructed within 3 years, then this base rent kicks in automatically. Community benefits, long-term community benefits package is required. It's the commission policy that the department and the commission don't get involved in the actual negotiation of the benefits package. We leave that to the self-rule and kind of sovereignty of the homestead associations to work with the developer. But we make sure that that's done, that process is followed. And if that process is not followed, then you folks hear about it from the beneficiaries. And then we have an opportunity to come back and call the developer to task. So that's kind of how that community benefits package works. Design and construction, the developer has to follow our approved designs. So the developer is the one that knows how to do it. But we have, with the assistance of our consultant, this is Lance Wilhelm of the Wilhelm Group. He helps us to oversee that process and oversee being responsible landlords and responsible partners in this private-public partnership. Development schedule it needs to reach substantial completion within 48 months of work start. Extensions are possible if they've shown diligence and there's just things that happen in the process. You will see in executive session what the actual development schedule is. That's one of the proprietary things that we've requested confidentiality, but it's clearly within this 48-month period. Maintenance of the project, developer maintains and operates at its own cost. Developer has to get its own financing. They have to be suitable lenders. That's a DHHL state of Hawaii kind of requirement that we have a certain standard provision for that. And then we have to consent to any mortgage that is placed on the general lease or the leasehold interest in the general lease. Standard insurance requirements, they're going to be a little bit higher probably for this type of venture because of the nature of motorsports. But those will be determined according to standard state of Hawaii lease and state of Hawaii insurance requirements. Indemnity, developer indemnifies the department against third-party claims from the developer's use, negligence, or breach. So if stuff happens on property and we get pulled into a dispute or a claim, then we tender to the developer. The developer calls on their insurance, and then we're indemnified. The final term is called material defaults. If there is any failure of the developer to cure a default after notice and a cure period that's set forth in the agreement, then DHHL may terminate. The two agreements that end up living through the life of this project, the project developer agreement and a general lease, they're cross defaulted. So if there's a default under the operating agreement, then the lease also gets terminated, and vice versa. If there's a default under the lease, then the project developer agreement gets terminated. This is more legalese than you probably are concerned about, but to the extent there is a conflict of interest between the two documents, the project developer agreement will govern. That's the umbrella agreement that says, developer, you come in, you build, we issue a lease, you pay us rent under the lease, you revenue share at this schedule, and this is what you have to build, and this is how you maintain it, and this is how we operate this, we being this public-private partnership going forward for the life of that lease. So those are the material terms of the project developer agreement. I'm gonna open it up for questions if anybody has any, and then I'm gonna let the developer come to the table.
Does Lance want to add anything?
No, just aloha to the commissioner. Thank you for letting me be here. It's been a rather lengthy and detailed discussions with the developer. And we've come to the agreement that you will see in front of you in detail in executive session. But wanted to present the basic deal terms here as simply as we could. And then if you have questions about them, we can answer them here.
Okay, let's see.
So any questions on just the basic deal terms? If not, we'll pull up the developer and they want to do that presentation.
Oh, go ahead. Commissioner Lasso.
Russell, on the, is this a standard practice for environmental studies where Hawaiian Homes reimburses 50% of phase 1 and 2 if the cost is 100,000 or more?
No, in the standard leasing context, and when you ask about standard practice, this is a novel approach to the development where we do it as a project developer agreement in a public-private partnership context under 220.5. But in the standard general lease context, what our land management division does a lot of, that expense is always pushed to the lessee, the party that's going to lease from the developer. The concession to that on the department side is because we are trying to be a partner in this venture. So if it doesn't work out, we still get some value out of that due diligence reports. So the developer asked if we could step in and reimburse for half of that expense.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Kony.
Just a quick note. So we speak to world-class motorsports. Are there other places in Nevada or California that maybe we could just compare?
Yeah, the developer will no doubt share with you some operations that they use as models here that exist elsewhere on the continent.
And then Lance and I both visited a facility in the desert in Nevada, about an hour maybe out of Las Vegas. And the developer can share with that, but it was very kind of informational, eye-opening to see the nature of these facilities, how they're run, the multiple revenue streams that they generate, and kind of how they how they how they exist, and how they try and generate revenue from not just holding racing events, but to have people who are driving at the course their own vehicles. They have people who are learning how to drive, different types of driving techniques, that kind of thing. So yeah, there are a number of these all around the place.
I'll hold my questions till after the proposal.
Okay. So I'm going to ask our Legacy Ventures folks to come up, and I want to pull forward a couple extra chairs for you.
Yeah, while they're getting set up, I'd like to say a few words about what we have going on here. When I took this job about a year and a half ago, one of the things that when I came on board, and even when I was in this job a little over 20 years ago, was the situation on our lands. As we all know, our lands are somewhat marginal when you look at some other lands, especially in the private sector. And I've come to realize that, and I've always pushed that we can't have our land just sitting there. We gotta generate income, because the reality is we have close to 29,000 people on our wait list that are waiting for homesteads. The Kalima is a good example of our, I guess, breach of trust, really, when you think about it, as to how the state has acted in moving the program forward. Now, the program has had difficulty moving forward, partly because of the lands we have, but partly because of the funding. Now, we were very fortunate in 2022, where the legislature gave us, through Act 279, $600 million. That $600 million is generating about 28 new projects throughout the state. It's going to result in close to 25 to 3,000 new homesteads, whereby the infrastructure will go in. And that doesn't include the vertical construction, which is typically financed by our beneficiaries, as well as some innovative approaches that we're using. We're accessing tax credits, bonds, and other funding sources. But the reality is that it's a situation where we need close to $6 billion, and 600 million, while it seems like a lot, is not. And so we need to get innovative. We need to get our lands activated. That's why when I got into this job, one of the first things I told staff to do is start to take a look at the existing lands we have. And that's where we came up with about 10 different potential development sites. And so we then I created a PIG where I got some of the commissioners, including Brasso Kaupu, to take a look at these lands and figure out which ones we should go out to actually try to generate and facilitate and use a private-public partnership in order to get our lands activated. And this is one of the first projects that we're moving forward on. And so, when I look at the situation where, well, how do we get our projects activated? Now, I remember when I was part of the BRAC, or the Base Closure Realignment Commission, way back when I first got this job. And in looking at Kalailoa as it was closing down, Barbers Point, one of the things that was pushed was the idea of a raceway park. And the master plan actually ended up supporting and making it a part of the master plan for Kalailoa. So while I was there the first time around, I kind of pushed it, but I was unable to continue for various reasons. And so when I came back, I considered and was approached about, hey, let's take a look and revisit the idea of a raceway park. And so we went out, we considered it, the PIG considered it, and the commission approved it. So now we're at a point where individuals as well as developers, a developer has stepped up and is presenting an opportunity to not only activate our lands, create jobs, create opportunities for business enterprise among our beneficiaries. That's why it's nice on this is a benefits package that's required. But more importantly, those lands, 140 acres, it's just been sitting there all these years, over 20 years, just sitting there and not generate as much money as it could. And so I'm excited about, the opportunity for the commission to consider it. Now, obviously, it has to be done in a way that complies with the environmental laws, complies with the procurement process, but more importantly, and the bottom line is it generates money for our beneficiaries so that we can build and service the needs of the people on our wait list. So it's like these kind of projects that I think is a new situation for this department, in that for the last 20 years, we haven't done anything. We've been sitting on our lands. So now's the time to get serious, and commissioners to get serious about really moving forward. I can appreciate your cautiousness, and I'm all for that. But let's get serious about starting to generate money for our program, because we need it. And so if you want to, sit down and continue to have our lands just sitting there, then that's shame on you, because this is not the situation. We as beneficiaries are screaming for lands and we are sitting on our okolas. No, that shouldn't be done. I think we need to step forward, do it in a responsible way, but do something. Okay, thank you. Okay, you guys can get started.
Hello, Chair Watson, members of the commission. My name is Mike Woody Oakland. I'm one of the members of Legacy Ventures. I'm joined with Pam Woody Oakland, another member, as well as John DeSoto, who's one of our advisory board members. Also in the crowd is Stanford Carr, who is one of our developer consultants. And online, we have a couple of our other team members as well. We appreciate the time to be able to present this project to you today. I think we can go to the next slide. Yeah, no worries. So we're really sitting here in front of you today as a local developer, as Russell said. I'm a Oahu boy, born and raised. In fact, I actually grew up at Hawaii Raceway Park. Legacy Ventures is really a piece where my mother and father were both in the operating piece of Hawaii Raceway Park. And I really had to walk away from motorsports because of its closure. And so I got into affordable housing after college here at UH Hilo. And this was really born out of passion. And so we put together a team that we thought would best be able to put together a facility of a world-class nature, as was requested in this RFP. On top of understanding facilities of this nature, it also comes down to development in Hawaii, which is why we spoke to Stanford, who's done a ton of work here in Hawaii. I think his name is synonymous with successful developments. He's also working on the stadium project, and he offered to lend a hand whenever there's something that we might not necessarily be able to answer. On top of that, you'll see the names David Vaught and Dwight Tanaka. David Vaught was the president and CEO. He recently just retired last year. He developed from the ground up and operated Thunderhill Raceway in Willows, California. And that's one of those facilities, Commissioner, that you mentioned that we were looking at, that has multiple revenue streams, started from a ground up single track facility, now has multiple pieces on site with other pavement pieces. And then Dwight Tanaka, he is the current VP and Director of Operations for the Long Beach Grand Prix, which just celebrated its 50th year and is one of the most synonymous and popular road racing circuits in America. In fact, it was the largest road racing circuit until F1 hit the streets of Las Vegas. On top of that, we have Allocation Design, which is a local architect and design firm, and then we have Tilk. Tilk is an international architecture and design firm that specializes on raceway facilities. As of right now, they have the largest interwoven racetrack conglomerate. They currently have, I think, 23 operating facilities within the 27 under construction over 32 different countries. So they're really the other breadth of construction and operating experience when it comes to motorsports facilities around the world. We can hit the next slide, please. So I get that world-class facilities kind of can be a big, ugly word, especially when it comes to the pool that is Hawaii, but that's really not just the big focus. The big focus is how do we bring back a market that where Oahu hasn't had a motorsports facility since the closure of Hawaii Raceway Park. And so the big purpose of this facility is bringing something that really focuses on the education, the safety, and then the recreation point as the third aspect. On top of that, because of this nature as a PPP, this public-private partnership, it's how do we create a meaningful relationship with the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, as well as its beneficiaries, because taking care of them, as well as the purpose of DHHL, needs to be number one. If we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So as Russell was talking about, here we have the parcel location as well as its acreage. I'm not sure if everybody's able to see that, but we tried to highlight it right there on the southeast portion of the runway. And we tried to also highlight some key locations within the area. You'll see Colina Resorts up in the top left, Campbell Industrial Park just to the left of the parcel, as well as you can see the proximity to DHHL's main office up to the top right, and as well as Kamakana Ali'i, and then Waikai, which has recently become very popular down in Ewa. So this is the current parcel overview. As was discussed, you'll see a lot of Pasha and their subtenants operations. It's currently really used as a lot of industrial light storage with some additional, I think, day-to-day activities with some small heavy machinery, but it's majority industrial storage. I'm not sure the capacity of the daily activity in and out. And then as Chair Watson mentioned, the contemplation was for a motorsports facility back through the Base Reuse and Closure Act when it was transferred over to DHHL by the Navy. Part of that process was a federally commissioned EIS, which was accepted and issued a FONSI with that use. To clarify our environmental piece is that we will have to comply through this RFP with 343. And what we'll look to do is revisit a lot of that and make sure that we are compliant. A lot of those studies are re-updated. And one piece that was missing in that old EIS was a noise study, and we'll have to go back and look at traffic studies as well. So we want to make sure we really get ahead of that conversation and understand that that is in the front of our mind, especially when you look at the current uses. And if we're going to putting people on there in a large capacity as an entertainment venue as well as a motorsports facility, that it's not something that's environmentally an issue. Something like that. So high level, what we're looking to do on the venue details, we're looking to have not just one driving surface, it's multiple. We're looking to have a road course that can be broken up into 2 different ones at the same time, as well as a 1/4-mile drag strip and a skid pad for driver training, and then also like a multi-purpose piece. Track experiences. I know a conversation or comment came up earlier about the entry to market for motorsports and how it can be pretty high. Well, we really want to be able to offer as many different avenues into motorsports as possible. It's not just bringing a high dollar car and making it expensive. We're looking to bring go-karts, people who have their e-bikes, who already have things in their garage, making it accessible to everyone and anyone. On top of that, we have our community and entertainment piece. One thing that we've designed into this facility is a concert venue as well, so that it's multi-purpose. It's not just a racing facility. We can hold community gatherings. It can be a swap meet. We could have concerts. We can kind of operate as a convention center on the side of the same piece. Secondary to that, we have our economic opportunities. There's commercial industrial square footage built into this. I can also talk about, we'll get into this further in our beneficiary package, but it really provides an opportunity for economic development in the area on top of what's already going on in the expansion in Campbell Industrial. You know that. So this kind of gives a kind of secondary to what I just talked about, but this kind of gives a more in-depth piece. So it's about a 2 to 3 mile road course. We're looking to break it out into 1/2 mile each or a different aspect to it. 5 to 10 acre skid pad. And then so within that, the vertical aspects of the structure, we're going to have a race control center, classrooms. We will have covered trackside seating for spectators as well. I know that can be a concern in some places, and an entertainment center so that we can break things out where kids and parents can be doing completely different things on site, simulators, things of that nature. I know Russell talked about our due diligence period and extending it out. A lot of it is so that we can redo a lot of those site studies that were contemplated in the old federal NEPA, so that we can get another FONSI. I know we're going to look for DHHL to be the accepting entity on what's likely going to be an EA to go from scratch. And then of course our 24-month construction period. So these are our initial conceptual designs. A lot of it is subject to further due diligence. Of course, we need to have some continued conversation with airports as well as height restrictions because of the flight path and proximity to runways. Another big piece that we need to do on site is our archaeology inventory study that was not part of the Navy's federal EIS, and that'll reconfirm any location of our track surfaces as well as our building surfaces. And anything that you see will likely also change because hasn't been a lot of consultation when it came to our internal roadways and pieces. This was really a big conceptual piece for our proposal. So I'm going to let Pam take this now and really get into our community benefits piece.
Thank you, Micah. Pam Whitty Oakland, Chair, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. And to some of the comments that were made earlier, we admittedly have not started our community benefits conversation, but I would like to give you 3 points that we feel are going to be a starting point for those conversations. We've been working with Kuhio Lewis of Council for Native Hawaiian Advances. I'm sorry, Hawaiian Council. Yes. And also I've had a few conversations with Michelle Kauhani from the Kapolei Community Development Corporation. Michelle has invited us to present to their November meeting. At the end of this presentation, you'll see an email, info@legacyventures.com. And we welcome any outreach and we will be in touch with folks appropriately. We understand we need to work with the community on this, but this is our starting point. So number one is there'll be payments to beneficiaries. If you could go to the next slide, please. We will allocate a separate amount above and beyond the rents. It'll be 3% of whatever the rent is that we're paying to DHHL. And that will be made available to the beneficiary associations, those that are located within a 5-mile radius of the project site. The next piece, is a preference to Native Hawaiian owned businesses. So Micah mentioned a lot of commercial industrial space for businesses to locate. Some of it will be for storage for cars, but we certainly want to give a preference to beneficiary owned businesses. And the third one is a scholarship fund. And my background is I raced with my husband at Hawaii Raceway Park since 1980. So it was, I guess, became part of my DNA as well, and Micah inherited it. And it is all about math and science and engineering. It's not an industry just about how fast can you go. You have to know the math, the science, and the engineering to get there. And so we would like to offer an annual $100,000 a year scholarship to post-secondary education opportunities for our youth to study in that science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields. So these are the 3 starting points, and we welcome the conversation with the homestead associations to take this, bring it back to you in the complete package. Micah, anything? Oh, I'm sorry, let me finish. I forgot this slide. So we've identified the 4 associations that fit within that 5-mile radius. Obviously, we're going to engage with community leaders, which I spoke to. And I spent 30 years in this town working housing, healthcare, and human service programs. So I certainly understand the value of any good program requires review, evaluation, and you tweak it to keep it current and to meet the needs of the community. So we expect that to be an ongoing part of our community benefits package as well. And with that, I'll punt back to Micah.
Yeah, that really makes up a big, that kind of summarizes a lot of what we're doing right now. But the last piece I really wanted to make is kind of the importance that motorsports can really hold in the community. I really relay it to sports in general. As someone who played baseball at UH Hilo, and then beyond that, there's a lot of facilities for a lot of our athletes in other aspects. And motorsports is just that. It's one of the most popular sports in the world at this point. And it really adds a positive outlook for multiple generations, old or young. I believe we have a letter of support from Kalani Wong, who's a Hilo boy himself. He runs a business over on Oahu, who's now in his 60s and looking to get into drifting, but he has nowhere to go. And he's having to look to Japan because there's no facility here to even try. And it just adds an expense. One of the facilities that we talked about, Thunder Hill, we have Hawaii people who have cars there because there's no place here. But I wanted to really move over to John DeSoto, who's in the Hawaii Sports Hall of Fame and in the Motocross Hall of Fame, to really talk about his experience with motorsports and motocross and how much of a positive outlook and aspect that was to his life.
Mahalo, mahalo, mahalo. Yeah, my name is John DeSoto. Most of you know that my mother was Frenchie DeSoto. She was the creator of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. I've been racing and riding dirt bikes all my life. I'm 78 years old, and next month I'm going to California to do a 24-hour motorcycle race. So they sponsored me still yet too. And like Micah said, I'm in the Sports Hall of Fame. And the only problem I had, like I raced all over the world. I used to live in Czechoslovakia. I lived in Barcelona, the mainland. I've gone to Tahiti, all over the world, racing, representing, and being from Hawaii. I really appreciate coming back home and what we have and stuff like that too. And what's amazing with all the injuries I got, I had like broken back, dislocated shoulders. I had foot pegs in my armpit in France. I had to go to a bullfighting specialist. Being from Makaha, I had to go to all those places. But Watson knows, Chair Watson knows, the reason I got involved when I was a city council member for 16 years is I had like 12 concussions. And the concussions is the one that made me become a politician, the brain damage I got. The guy said, John, you went for office? I'm like, hell no. Everybody thought it was my mom, Frenchie DeSoto, slapping my head, but no, it wasn't that way. But, I really appreciate what, the Oaklands are doing and everybody else involved with the sporting, because that's what it was. We used to have races in the stadium before, the old stadium, in downtown. And yeah, it's just amazing what it's done. And all my life, what I've shown, I go to different schools on the different islands and tell the students, never say never, do what you want to do, but stay focused. And what I've done is just give them the motivation to continue to do it. And some people might think it's crazy, but I tell the kids, all my life, my whole life, things I've still been doing, 78 years old, I'm still going out different places and racing. Not as for a living, but as a legend, what they call it. I've never did drugs, never did alcohol, never smoked or anything, because I stayed focused. And I thought that's what we need to do. And that's what the motorsports thing got me, the motivation. The thing is, whether I came in first, second, third, or last, I still won, because I'm doing things not too many people have the opportunity and privilege of doing. And that's what it is. And in life, we have obstacles, ups and downs. But the main thing is to get to the finish line. Same with riding dirt bike. Not that many people have that privilege and opportunity of doing. And nowadays, of course, you see the kids and the people riding the electric bikes on the road and the cars. There's no place for them to go like there was in the old days. They can go out and do that. But it's getting worse and worse and worse. So what we need to do is work together and show them the positive things of doing it. And it's got to be a win-win situation. And that's why I really appreciate what you guys are doing. We can hear it, we can agree to disagree, but we need to speak out and tell each other what we feel. So hopefully we can make sure that it becomes a positive thing. And I appreciate, the Oaklands for continuing to pursue that. And thank you.
So are there any questions for the developer group from commissioners? Commissioner? Okay.
I have one question.
Commissioner Ornelas?
I don't know if this is a department question or for the developers, but obviously you've agreed on the revenue shares. Is that something, is that standard?
So if I may, let me address that in executive session.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
That'd be okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Kaneko?
Russell, I want you to explain why we need to go into executive session. Because a lot of people think, oh, we're going to go in here and make all kinds of decisions in private, but there's a very specific reason why executive session is called.
Yeah.
Would you go over that, please?
So both parties, the department and the developer, are requesting executive session for the full contract to be considered. From the department's perspective, Chair mentioned we have 10 or so projects that we're pushing forward on developing. This is the first one out of the gate
I have two more kind of in the process right now, and then the rest are scheduled to come into place. There's things, frankly, that were negotiated in this transaction with this group that I wouldn't want the other parties to know about because it would be detrimental to my position negotiating on behalf of the department. So that's why I'm seeking to have it confidential. I'll let them speak, but there's just certain proprietary bits of information that get caught in the full agreement that they want to keep confidential because there's other parties out there that are seeking to do similar type ventures.
You've answered the question. I just want people to know that we don't go into an executive session, make decisions, and then tell everybody what the decisions are. The decisions have to, according to sunshine law, be done after executive session with the public informed as to what our discussions are. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to have some testimony from witnesses. There's quite a few, so I appreciate it if you limit your testimony to 2 minutes so everybody can get a chance. We have a very, very long agenda besides this. Okay, so the first person, Kurt Cabela.
Oh, maybe you might want me to go for
Yeah, you guys have my written testimony. I'm not gonna read my testimony. Only because the beginning part of this whole thing was how the chair said the best use practices for this property. This property, as far as I know, we're gonna get a different estimate, is worth a lot of money. Pasha and the department before Kali, probably when Kali was there, I'm not sure, was told, why the department not taking it over and leasing it out to beneficiaries that is there now, renting. But we cannot charge them so much because the land is this and the land is that. That's excuses. I like all what they said, but I don't see really anything really for anybody for dirt racing. They're taking care of quarter mile because Mike Oakland, who worked with Kali on this first venture, didn't go pretty good. Yeah. So now they come together, put all the peas in a pod, getting one developer that cannot even build a stadium with his money that he get. And he's gonna come over there. We're gonna trust him working with Hawaiian Homes and building one racetrack or giving advice. That's absurd. I think you guys can do better. I think we can do better. I think I can get more money for that land and I'll do it for free than what you guys gonna get from the developer and this racetrack. Because they're talking about $1 million cars. Some of these cars gonna be $1 million. Yeah, now they're showing the e-bikes. And they talk about Waikai. You guys know Waikai is failing? That's the reason why they're making illegal drinking concerts, not approved by the community, like Major Raja. Traffic, 3-4 hours. Community members grumbling to me that they gotta fight traffic.
You don't have to go.
Now you guys gonna put this over there. You guys seen the road? You guys gonna do an environmental impact, but you guys go over there during midday and go look where the Poeos live. When you're coming into Pasha on the right-hand side, there's a post every day. Poeos come. I'm in opposition to this until we can get more clarity because there's too much kind of smoke and mirrors. That's what it is. Because they're telling how much money they're gonna give the Hawaiians so that they can prosper the Hawaiians. Yeah. I don't see no Hawaiian with a $1 million Formula One car. You tell me you're gonna make dirt track over there? And with quarter mile track, fine. Yeah, you get one over there. That's great. What about the racers that still have their dirt cars in the garage since the track closed? Nothing for that over there. I already talked to Kali. Kali already told me it's not in the plan. This drifting and all this kind of stuff, e-bikes, all that kind of stuff, great coming into this proposal. But again, what is the true benefit? We don't know because you guys going in executive session. What is the real true value of the property? For what I know, 500 million. That's how much the fair market value for that land. But of course, we get construction contamination. Of course, who let them do that? Hawaiian Homes. We let them contaminate the land with trucking companies, construction companies. Pasha making the money, paying you guys less than 65,000 a year. Some of the guys who are renting from Pasha pay more per month than Pasha pay. How is that fair? Why we never take a whole, like Kali said, told you guys that whole speech, how you guys should be commissioners and using the land for its great purpose. And why we never grab that, told Pasha, hit the road. Let's go rent it out to our Hawaiian community that need construction companies for their yard, for their trucks, that they're paying value all over the place. They could have gone there. But we didn't. We ventured into this because somewhere, somehow, the Oaklands got back with Kali. Yeah, because of course the father not involved now is the husband, I mean the son and the wife. But in the back end, this is steward his legacy. He's steward his dream. Yeah, maybe the son grew up and he wants to do this because that's his passion. Pam used to write straightaway cars. That's fine.
Can you conclude, please?
Okay, I'm gonna conclude.
Thank you.
That's why I'm saying you guys go in the executive session. All the minutes that I seen to him never had proper consultation, not one time. So I won't fix with this, but I'm in opposition. But you guys should check it out before you guys jump in because they're gonna give money to the Hawaiians.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Cora Schnackenberg.
Aloha, my name is Cora Schnackenberg. I'm a dual citizen, both Hilo and Molokai. Aloha, commissioners. I am strongly opposed on this C2. I want to refer to the Act of 187 that speaks about consultation and also cite HRS 92.5 on transparency. I am with Association of Hawaiians for Hawaiian Homestead Lands, also known as the ALL. In your folks, you had mentioned HHCA 220.5. What you folks did miss, although it's general, is that it also speaks about commercial, homestead, projects development. Now, all of this area also speaks on residential, ag, pastoral, aquaculture. My concerns are these, is that the last thing we really need is all about entertainment. Our people with the new administration at the White House is food sustainability, medical sustainability for our people. I'm very concerned that we somehow got off track on what our people really need, and that's rehabilitation. I also like to mention real shortly is I agree with you, Commissioner Ornelas. You spoke about a great analogy about this math. In order to solve a problem, you have to go through its process. Well, part of the process is a beneficiary consultation, which you totally miss. One time, Oli, that's not enough. You have to go through the process. Speaking about the process, I know very much. I have proposed a project back on Molokai about Ualupu'i settlement plan. And that process we had to follow. We had to jump through a lot of hoops. How is it that your process gets dismissed when it comes for development and agreement with contractors? I really feel that you folks, commissioners, supposed to be looking out for the best interest of our people. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Jermaine Myers.
Aloha, commissioners. My name is Jermaine Myers. I'm actually a neighborhood board member for the Nanakuli Maile district, where we have the highest concentration of Native Hawaiians in the world and in the state. I'm the chair of the Transportation Committee, effective July, well, actually last year, December. And then I'm also the chair of the Housing Zoning Committee. I just attended a Rep Keela, who is Rep Keela, our district rep for number 44, District 44. He's actually the House of Representative chair of the Transportation Committee. And he had a town hall on transportation. So we had both HDOT, Ed Sniffen at the meeting, and we had also Mr. Martin didn't come, but we had DTS, Department of Transportation Services for the city. And one of the conversations that came up was the concern about speeding, where people who want to race, they don't have a place to go. And so, we got to think about the locals that we have an island, we have limited activity or options for activities, etc. No different than limited housing and cost of living very high. And so one of the things that was brought up was about having something that is, yes, we hear world class, we think it's going to be, just this expensive type of racing, but we also have to think about the locals to get them off the streets, because we're opening up Pa'akea Extension in order to stay off of Farrington Highway. And so, as Sniffen was talking about, it's going to be open in October. Well, residents are now concerned that there's going to be an extension like of a raceway, because Pa'akea already is a long track in the back of the valley. So concerned that it's going to be exploited. But, in every community, there's exploitation of speedsters. There's on H1 in Air and H2, and you hear about it, and Puli, etc., H3. And so I'm just hoping that those things can be taken into consideration. An affordable racetrack for the locals, not making it, the entertainment $25 meals. I was shocked that was $25 for a plate at IHOP. Anyway, so I just sharing that, Mana'o, so that when you go into deliberation, that you can take that into consideration, that opportunities for the locals are also taken into consideration. Keo kuapu, God bless all of you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair.
Next testifier, Humalani Shandell.
Aloha mai kako. Chair Watson, I appreciate the comment before this presentation. You're right that we should be looking at our lands. And that's what I surmised as I was researching this particular C2 item. Because I've been on those lands, I don't know how many of you have actually been at the Pasha to get a car, because my husband and my son, well, actually my son's car was stored there while he was in Kuwait and Iraq, separate times. But I've also been able to see other facilities on that land. Russell, I want you to take note that there's a stark difference between the presentation for C1 and C2. And what I appreciate about the presentation for C2 is that a lot of the information that as a beneficiary that I'm looking for is laid out very clearly to me. And so I just want you to know that this presentation, along with the participants, including Mark and the others, including John, who I'm very familiar with, although he graduated 3 years before me. This information was very important. And right now, for me, the one question I have that's not here is on the lease. And what my question is how many years are we looking at? Are we looking at a GL of 65, 50, 25? That's the one information that's not listed. And I don't know if that's part of your PDA conversation in executive session.
It is part, but I think it's okay to mention it. It is a 65-year lease.
Okay. Maikai, mahalo. The other thing that I appreciate about this information is that it also led me to I understood where this project was before the presentation was done. And to Kali's point, I also know that the department has challenges in monitoring the lease users there and that parcel, in addition to Pasha. I'm also taking into consideration what Senator Favela said about the Puel, because I just made a comment just yesterday to someone about how in the evenings when I first moved here to Molokai, that there were 2 or 3, sometimes 4 Puel that would hover over our homestead in the evening. But I would like to also end with something that I found that was of interest to me regarding this item. Now, when we talk about a motorsport and a raceway, I think all of us who live on the west side know that there was Kalaeloa Raceway Park from 2010 to 2014, and then there was SORT, Save Oahu's. There was a petition, and there was Save Oahu's racetrack. And I just want you to...
Excuse me, Homolani, can you summarize? We got quite a few other witnesses who testified. Thank you.
So there was a lot of issues with the Sousa and the Grace Ohana regarding the racetrack. And then in 2015, the Department of Health ordered the cleanup of Kalaeloa Race Park. And the department actually filed suit against SORT to seek damages over the cost of the cleanup. But here's my question to all of you. On June 5th, 2025, Mayor Blangiardi announces that the National Park Service has allowed us to do an interim use for the 20-acre lot at Kalaeloa for motorsports recreation. And Director Laura Thielen from Parks and Recreation announced they are looking forward to working with us on a long-term master planning as well. So my concern here is that we now have 2 different entities who are attempting to do the same thing in relation to motorsports recreation, one on a larger scale of 139 acres and the other on 20 acres. And
okay,
so
thank you, Homolani. Thank you.
I want to close with this. The way they got that land was that the Navy transferred 400 acres of that land to the city a year ago. And once again, where was DHHL at the table so that we could look at that land before anyone else did? Mahalo.
Thank you.
Okay, Chair, if I may, I know we have, but developer want to answer at least one of the questions that Auntie Home raised.
Yeah, just real quick, and I really appreciate those questions and comments. We actually got to sit down with Mayor Blangiardi and discuss the use and what they're doing on the city's parcel. And that's a big reason on why we don't have dirt components on our parcel right now. And that's because in talking to the mayor, we see synergistic uses as they're going to take care of all of the dirt components at this time, and everything that we have on our site is paved. And so that's a big component on, they're really trying to take care of the different aspects of the motorsports industry all in one kind of contiguous area within Kalaeloa.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, and the Pilikia we had previously was a dirt operation.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Next testifier, Kama.
Thank you, Chairman. I was the one that talked earlier about not knowing if Legacy was local. I also know the DeSoto family. And looking at that, I believe that we do need a piece for our keikis to, use the e-bikes and not the roads that we know. I am the president of Koulukahi. I've seen their slides, I've seen their CBAs. I was not once contacted in none of that. Not once. That's really the reason why I do not know Legacy. I am the president. I'm waiting for them to reach out so we can have a sit-down, open transparency on what the CBA would be if they shall take suit. Other than that, before you guys go into sessions, commissioners, please take that to note. Even though that they're saying that they talk to leaders. I know Michelle and Kuhio is very good. They did not reach out to Kaupia president and Kaulukahai president. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Faith Chase.
Aloha, sorry, I was waiting for somebody to unmute me. Yes, I've come before you many times. I am opposed to this. I'm really fearful of the lack of beneficiary consultation. I'm definitely opposed to going into executive session. I thought I heard that Legacy Ventures was the only one who came forward. And so if that's true, or I'm not sure who you're worried about sharing your proprietary information with, if that's true. I'm kind of confused about that. I am worried about some of the displacement. I was unaware of the pu'eo, certainly environmental impact statement that the Navy didn't do, and that it will be done is good. But also the displacement of, as small as they may be, but the beneficiary businesses and operations that are existing. I am completely aware of a workforce development program in the area that supports those Kanaka, Indigenous, Native Hawaiians, what have you, that have experienced barriers to employment and, are justice involved, coming out of rehabilitation and this sort. So that kind of work to consider the displacement of, like I said, as small as it may be, those existing tenants now is a huge concern for me. I'm also scratching my head. I've been on sabbatical for a couple years. I've only seen you once since, but I think Russell was a commissioner. So I'm finding this really curious that now that this is in front of us, if it was, part of supporting the department and finding lucrative sort of spaces for lands, I understand. But anyway, have to scratch my head about that. I just want to express the need for beneficiary consultation. I'm sorry to hear about the previous testifier not being consulted. I've always been the hugest advocate for beneficiary consultation and your outreach. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Iani McBrier. I think she already testified. Yeah, I think she already testified. Yes. Yeah, let's skip those guys. Next testifier, Kainoa McDonald.
Like, do you see her in the room?
Yeah.
Oh, there.
Aloha.
Hello.
Kalamai. These past agenda items have ran so long. I'm in the middle of going from one thing to another. But for the record, aloha, my name is Kainoa McDonald. I represent the Association of Hawaiians for Homestead Lands. Today, this proposed project, or PDA, Project Developer Agreement, lacks three things. When looking at the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1920, Section 22.5, it specifically requires PDAs to protect homestead objectives and prioritize beneficiaries. There are four critical definitions that are missing from this term, which is commercial project. That's the revenue focus uses separate from homestead projects, residential, community, subsistence, and commons, reserved for beneficiaries. Multi-purpose project, combined uses with enforceable allocation and project. Any land improvement with required safeguards. These definitions are missing. It definitely could be in those terms, but perhaps, or I ask our commission to ask for clarity. The precedent really exists. Shaw Mokopuni Council hosts monthly meetings, and they host a wide variety of homestead associations, the All Waitlist Organization, and island-wide homestead leaders. In Maui, Pu'uhana, Dowling Development had interacted with their project since 2022. Looking at Kalaniana Ole development, they've been meeting with Kapolei homestead leaders since 2021. These steps built Pilina and trust through the consultation of sovereign and governance, as Russell indicated. I definitely, just hearing C1 and looking at C2, I think it's prudent for the department to just look at these projects and bring it to the island that it affects. That way, beneficiaries can really intentionally weigh in and not have to fly to the of their island. And last, this project at this stage is not Pono. Agenda item C2 seeks to use HRS 92.5 in executive session. And this project does not translate into awards for the waitlist, as many testified earlier. So in ending, uphold the law, honor Prince Kuhio's Act, protects beneficiaries before moving forward. And this is an excellent example of deferring for more input, and this should be applied here. So I enter my record into testimony. Mahalo nui for allowing us to participate. Okay. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next testify, Sherry Cummings.
Aloha, mai kako, and commissioners, Shaylin, Ornelis, aloha, first time I work with you. Anyway, just pardon the voice, I've been ma'i, so I've only been paying attention to this now. And like Kainoa, my only difference is, Chairman, is that we speak as waitlisters collectively. And I think we got to stop disenfranchising ourselves when we're talking about projects and by island per se, because, you know, you mentioned it very clearly when you spoke about the opportunities to create revenue so that we can take down that 29,000. And what's happening in Oahu should impact what's happening on Kauai, what's happening on Maui, what's happening on Hawaii Island. So, you know, to turn around and only say that, you know, Oahu Island should really have the voice. You know, I beg to differ in regards to that. Projects that is around the community and is impacting community, absolutely, there should be benefits for enriching their lives as Native Hawaiians that's being impacted, good or bad. I believe in the Flying Hawaiian. We used to watch him all the time. My brother was the association president at one time for motorbike riding. And so that created great character for us, leaders in community, which we can look at. One thing I have a question and concern about, and I don't know if that's correct or not, but when they talked about the 20 acres, I think someone mentioned about the county aiming for this 20 acres that supposedly is taking care of the unpaved side. And this immaculate FET is going to take care of all the professional, amazing side of the racing. I would hate to think that somehow, some way, maybe a ball will be dropped by the county. And once that becomes, and that project doesn't go forward, where is the room for these others in community to be part of this bigger project? I think there should be a carving out of lands earmarked for what Kaulu mentioned, you know, that they don't have that type of options at this point in time. But I really believe, you know, if can, but please take into consideration our voices collectively as waitlisters. And I just my mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the commission will convene an executive session pursuant to section 92-584 HRS to consult with its attorneys on questions and issues pertaining to one. Discussion related to project developer agreement with Legacy Ventures LLC for an industrial commercial mixed-use development, including Raceway, involving the 139.297 acre parcel in Kalailoa, TMK 9-113-61. Is there a motion?
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, so we're going to go into executive session now. So if you folks can please clear the room, appreciate it. We'll call you back in 2 o'clock. The commission is reconvening from its executive session. The commission reviewed and discussed its powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities related to item C2. Okay, the next agenda item, C2, the same one, approval of project developer agreement on the racetrack. Russell?
So Chair, we made the open session presentation. We had the executive session presentation. I think it's at this point, you call for the approval for the motion as stated.
Okay. Okay, the chair will entertain a motion to approve item C2.
I move to approve.
Yes. Second, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, thank you.
Mahalo.
Okay, next item.
I was an aye.
Yes, Makai said aye.
Okay, the next item, C3, acceptance of the 2025 annual performance report, Native Hawaiian Housing Block Grant. Lehua?
Aloha Chair, members of the Commission, Lehua Kinilaokano, Nahas, the Government Relations Program Manager. The motion before you today is to accept the 2025 Annual Performance Report Native Hawaiian Housing Block Grant for transmittal to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Okay, any questions or comments? I think, Walter, you wanted to say something?
Yes. Lehua, if you just give us an overview and, talk specifically about how this helps the folks that we want to help, who can't afford, who have to defer because of economic reasons, and what's available because of this item.
Okay, thank you for that. Michael, if you don't mind pulling up the presentation. Mahalo. So just big picture overview. Next slide. Yeah, thanks. Big picture overview. This is an indication of the funds we've received when the program first started, about 9 million. So we're up to 22.3 million. And you can see the expenditures. This program is geared for households whose income does not exceed 80% of the area median income. So next slide, just some real high level things that we've done. We've used it for infrastructure. About 3 million of Nahasda went here. It helps to sort of go with the other funds we receive because sometimes we have a shortfall. So Nahasda can be a big help in that way. We also provided some planning funds. Next slide for the Ewa Beach Homestead project. This was lands that came back through the Hawaiian Homelands Recovery Act for lands in Ewa Beach. That was the former Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. So again, doing the planning for this area in order to provide homesteads. Developer financing, we're moving a lot into this area where we provide some of the financing to the developers. What that does is they apply for low-income housing tax credits through HHFDC, and it helps them score well. In 2023, La'iopua was awarded LIHTC with 3 million of Nahasda for 32 single-family homes. In 2024, there was an award of, again, LIHTC for 30 single-family homes with a letter of commitment from Nahasda of 8.5 million. And then we're expecting, I believe it was awarded in August, and again, another low-income housing tax credits for 30 single-family homes with a letter of commitment of 2.4 million. So you see how we can stretch those Nahasda dollars for significant housing. Homeowner financing, this is where we're spending a lot of our funds because people are unable to finance otherwise. Some we're doing in partnership with Habitat. This is a family who in Kakaina, their monthly mortgage payment now is under $800 a month because again, they did sweat equity with Honolulu Habitat. These two, Ohana on Kauai, they received their keys right before Christmas. So very excited to move into their brand new home. And again, this was homeowner financing for these families to keep the costs affordable. And then this was some families in Waiahuli. Again, we did this in partnership with Maui Habitat, again, keeping these homes affordable. Where we're spending a lot of our money now is that 45 of the 137 awards in Pu'uhana are going to be financed with NAHASDA funds. That's $24 million. In East Kapolei, Ka'ulo Kaha'i 2C, of the 115 that was awarded, 53 are NAHASDA finance. So about $30 million. So again, you see a lot of the financing, a lot of NAHASDA funds. To your point, historically, these families probably would have been passed over because they wouldn't be able to finance outside at a 1% interest rate. If it's an outside developer, if it's a habitat, it's a 0% interest rate loan. We do a home assistance program for our oldest homesteads. So we have one home repair completed in Nanakuli. We have a number underway on all the different islands. This process can be lengthy, but we work with the families to find contractors to do home repairs. Again, in our oldest homesteads. We do subsidize the rents for the Waimanalo Kupuna Housing Project to keep their monthly payments low. So we subsidize ranging from $300 to $1,300 a month for 81 kupuna. And then we have the Kupuna Rental Subsidy Program that's administered by CNHA. So if you're a kupuna on the wait list right now, you can see if you can qualify for rental subsidy. And then we also have assisted with water infrastructure improvements in Ho'olehua. And we also did a facility on Oahu that we're rehabbing. It should be done this month, and this will serve our beneficiaries who are homeless. And that's a facility that they can come in for transitional housing. And then also acquisition using funds to acquire units already built. Because I think everyone knows here, development takes quite a period of time. So if there's opportunity to already build, to acquire built units that can come into our inventory right away, and we can start allowing families to move in. So that's sort of the high level overview. I hope that answers the question you had asked with regard to deputies' budget. The reason for the increase in the 30 million is, as you can see, it's the homeowner financing that we're seeing a significant increase in that area. And so we're asking the legislature just to increase that ceiling. It's all NAHASDA funds, but right now it's at 7 million. We're gonna bypass that ceiling probably in the next couple of months. So we need it to increase. So that's our request. Thank you.
I have a comment, Chair, if I might. I want to thank you so much. I actually did read the entire report twice. It's very comprehensive. Hats off to you and your department for the work that you're doing. I know you're in the trenches, and so sometimes you can't really celebrate, but this is very, very comprehensive. The comment that I have, and I've shared this with you privately, is about the difficulty that some of our lessees are having using NAHASDA funds when it comes to the procuring of a contractor having to pay Davis-Bacon wages. And so being that this, that is a requirement, they're not allowed to self-build. We are having issues with this on Kauai in Pi'ilani Mai Kekai. And so I don't know if there is an answer to that or how the department can support these families. But they got really excited, they got it, they're doing the hot, and then they can't find someone to build their homes. So
Davis-Bacon wages is in the statute of NAHASDA.
Right.
So if we want to change that, it will require congressional action. That being said, how we try to, yes, the cost may be high, but at a 0 or 1%, you actually still come out less monthly than if you had a lower cost build for the current interest rates of loans. So that's sort of the way we try to work with families. I think the two that you saw in PMKK are good examples, and that contractor is still available if other families are interested. But building that contractor list is something that we can use help with statewide. And
yeah, that's what I'm alluding to, is if there's a way or a program, a workshop, something where we can, I don't even know if it's possible to incentivize or at least be able to inform and educate our builders across the state that we need help. The funds are there, but a lot of the contractors they're not willing to pay the Davis-Bacon wages, and so that leaves some of our families waiting. And so I just wanted to remind your office about that. If there's ways that we could perhaps build the contractor, maybe have a list or something that our lessees are able to go down. I think we only have 2 on Kauai, correct?
2 with
Or one.
Nahasda, correct?
Yes. So if there's ways that I can help as a commissioner, you know, with Kuleana and helping to reach out to contractors, you know, it's such a blessing to have this program, and our families get really excited about it. And I'd love to see, I don't know, be innovative in getting them to the finish line with these builders.
We are wanting to do a workshop for contractors. It is on our list. We want to see if we can do it before the end of this year. So I'll definitely stay in touch with you if we're able to put that together. Because I think once people learn, it's not that difficult. It's a little bit more paperwork with the certified payroll. But once they get the system, it's really, actually the workers prefer it as well because they get paid higher wages. So it's sort of a win-win all the way around if we can work through some of those questions that they may have.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Kony.
Wait, talk about the using the HOSDA funds for our economic literacy programs.
Oh, how
because that is exactly what Commissioner Ornelas is talking about. How do we get our people to understand what is available to them? And Nahasda offers assistance with that.
So any family who's assisted with Nahasda is required to complete housing counseling. So far right now we're using CNHA or Hawaiian Council with their change of name to do the housing counseling. But that's always, to your point, a big part of the conversation to help families get prepared for homeownership, especially when they haven't been paying a mortgage. So that sort of mortgage shock. So thanks to Chair and his new innovative way of the project leases, using that as the way to get families to start playing house, putting that money aside. So you get used to paying that monthly mortgage, and then you build up that reserve before you come into your home.
One of the other innovative ways that we're trying to explore and look at actually doing is a modular manufacturing home. By law, the workers inside of the factory do not have to be paid Davis-Bacon wages by law. And so that's one of the things that, we'll work, and we're actually negotiating with the unions right now about that. We have several potential sites we're looking at, including actually, in some cases, actually shipping them in from the mainland or elsewhere, actually. So whether that flies or not remains to be seen. But the department is trying to get somewhat innovative and get the costs down. The cost is real, detrimental. And unfortunately, that's just the reality. Cost of labor, cost of materials. We're fortunate that we do have certain fundings. We are getting a little bit more innovative on the financing. As an example, the Bolodrome, that costs us $155 million. And the way we were able to do that and not use any of our money basically was to do $80 million in private activities bond. We did $41.7 million using the rental housing revolving fund under or from the HHFTC, or the Hawaii Housing Financing Development Corporation. And then we also were able to access low-income housing tax credit, about $4.7 million in federal, and then another $4.7 million in state tax credits. And combining that with, I believe there's a Bank of Hawaii gap financing, we're able to, and we're under construction 4 months in advance or ahead of schedule, building a 23-story, 178 unit high-rise. And that's going to take care of a lot of people on our wait list on an island that we have over 11,000. So again, it's getting innovative, going into density, going into a lot of other things. Waipule is a good example, 82, townhouses. We're looking at more high rises throughout the state. So we're getting innovative, but I do have to say, Lou and her team has done a great job in accessing the NAHAZA money. And it's to her efforts that for the last 3 years, we've gotten to 22.7 million. So that's pretty impressive. Thank you for your work, Leo.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, any other questions? If not, thank you, Leo.
Can we vote? Yeah, motion.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Leo.
Thank you.
Okay, number C4, approval of the 2026 legislative proposal. Ori?
Arai me ke aloha na komiki na aloha mai kako o Oriana Leal Ko'i Noa Nahaz, the Government Relations Program Specialist, here to present item C4, approval of 2026 legislative proposals. The recommended action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approve the legislative proposals to be recommended for inclusion in the administration's legislative package for the 2026 regular session. The Department of Hawaiian Homeland has prepared draft legislative proposals to be recommended for inclusion in the next administration's legislative package. The draft legislative proposals, upon submission, will be under review by the Department of the Attorney General, the Department of Budget and Finance, and the Governor and the Governor's policy team. The proposals are pending final approval, and no proposal is considered part of the package until final approval is granted. In this phase of the review process, the Hawaiian Homes Commission may amend or withdraw measures. DHHL solicited recommendations for legislative proposals and received 21 proposals. In your submittal is the summary of those proposals. After considering the responses received, the summary of the 13 draft legislative proposals are presented below, and the actual draft of the bills are enclosed in Exhibit A. The 5 legislative proposals that will be submitted for consideration for inclusion in the governor's administrative package are as follows. Helue Kahi relating to housing, Helue Hiku relating to land transfers, Helue Balu relating to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1920 as amended, specifically the loan guarantee increase, Helu Umi relating to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act as well, but specifically a lease condition for criminal activity. And last but not least, Helu Umi Kumakolu relating to low-income housing tax credits. So with the indulgence of everyone here, we will go through all 13. Briefly, Eluikai relating to housing. This proposal exempts any development of homestead lots or housing projects for DHHL from general excise and use taxes. Elua relating to tax exemption. This proposal exempts all development projects for DHHL from general excise and use taxes. Eluekolu relating to historic preservation reviews. This proposal allows DHHL to assume review of the effect of any proposed project on historic properties or burial sites for lands under its jurisdiction. Elueha, relating to the Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation, this proposal adds the chairperson or the chairperson's designee to HHFDC as a voting member. Helu Elima, relating to the Hawaii Community Development Authority. Similar to the previous proposal, it would add the chairperson of the Hawaiian Homes Commission or the chairperson's designee to HCDA. Helu Eono, number 6, relating to DHHL, specifically geothermal. This proposal requests an appropriation of $20 million to DHHL for the investigation, exploration, and identification of geothermal resources on Hawaiian homelands. Helu Ehiku, relating to land transfers. This proposes to authorize the transfer of certain lands under the jurisdiction of certain state agencies to DHHL. Helu Evalu, relating to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1920 as amended, and as I mentioned, loan guarantee increases. This proposal increases the limit of the state's liability for monies borrowed by DHHL or loans made to lessees that are guaranteed by the department from 100 million to 500 million. Helu Eiva, relating to economic development. This proposal requests an appropriation of funds for projects that meet the criteria of Act 96, of session laws of Hawaii 2025, but may not be included in the governor's budget request pursuant to Act 96. Helu'umi, also relating to the HHCA, but specifically lease conditions for criminal activity. This proposal amends Section 208 of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act to prohibit lessees, any other person who resides in or has access to the premises through the lessee, or any member of the public from violating any federal, state, or local law, or activity that threatens the health, safety, or right to peaceful enjoyment of the lessee or other persons residing on the leased premises or neighboring properties and neighboring residents. Helu'umikumakai. Also relating to the HHCA, this proposal amends sections 208 and 209 to include nieces and nephews as qualifying relatives of lessees for the purposes of lease transfer and lease successorship. Helu'umikumalua, relating to tax revenues. This proposal increases transit accommodation tax rates by 1 percentage point and deposits the increased revenues into the Hawaiian Home General Loan Fund established under the HHCA. This proposal will help the department to fund new development projects as well as repair and maintenance needs for different kinds of lands and projects on Hawaiian homelands. And last but not least, we have Umikumakolu relating to low-income housing tax credits. This proposal seeks to convert the rental housing revolving fund into a low-interest home loan for DHHL projects developed with LIHTC. And with that being said, I'm available for questions.
Any questions?
I have a
Commissioner
comment.
Kaneko?
I have a comment, and I'm glad to see the proposal 10, where we're talking about criminal activity and illegal activity on our properties, because I think that that's really important for us to not tolerate that. When we talk about putting people on land and keeping people on our properties, I think it's important that if our lessees decide that they're going to involve themselves in criminal activities, that should be a liability on them, not a liability on the department. So I appreciate that one being in there specifically, but thank you. Nice job.
Mahalo.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, let's see. Entertain a motion.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you, Ari. Okay, item E1, approval of lease award, Lalamilo subdivision pre-owned residential offering, Kamuela, Hawaii. Michelle Hitzman. And that good-looking guy, Kalani Panda.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. For the record, Kalani Fronda, Acting Administrator for the Land Development Division. We have two items. The first one's going to be presented by Michelle Hitzman, our Housing Project Branch Manager, and the next will be Neil Nugent, our Engineer 5.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. Again, Michelle Hitzman, Housing Project Branch Manager, Land Development Division. This is item number E1. A recommended motion is to approve the awards of the Department of Hawaiian Homeland lot leases to the applicants listed below for 99 years in the Lalamilo subdivision, subject to the purchase of the existing improvements on the lot by way of loan or cash. Thank you.
Is there a motion? Any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mahalo. For E2, I have Neil Nugent that will present the recommended action of E2, which is the approval of memorandum of agreement with County of Kauai Board of Water Supply regarding use of the Anahola interconnection.
I'm asking him to unmute and to join. But
For the purpose of time, I'll jump in, and as he joins us, then he can continue on. So recommended action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grants approval to the subject memorandum of agreement to be executed by and between the department as well as the County of Kauai Board of Water Supply. Share with you a quick background, and the Anahola water system serves approximately about 45 farm lots, 30 residential lots with potable water, and is fed from a single well. There's no backup well in the event of well and or pump failure. In the 90s, the department constructed an interconnection near the intersection of Kuhio Highway and Hokualele Road that allows the department and KWBS water systems to share water. The interconnection is mutually beneficial, allows water to flow from the system to the DHHL system, so from KWS to DHHL, and also allows water to flow reciprocally. In 95, DHHL and KWBS entered into an agreement, and that's attached as Exhibit B, governing the use of interconnection during emergencies. As you see, the proposed memorandum of agreement expands on the responsibilities of both departments so that each agency will have a clear understanding of the responsibilities for the maintenance, repair, and replacement of the interconnection pipeline and appurtenances. We've listed 5 reasons that this is a great thing. And interconnection is intended to help make up for deficiencies, as in the case of an emergency. Both departments are responsible for maintenance of their respective systems and their portion of the interconnection facility. Both departments must cooperate and communicate with each other to ensure that safe drinking water is provided through the interconnection facility. Once again, both agencies shall pay for water used in accordance with each other's published water rates. And lastly, both agencies' contact information is provided. KBWS approved the agreement during its November 21, 2024 meeting. Agreement will better ensure the health and safety of homestead lessees that are on the DHHL Anahola water system, as lessees will have an emergency backup water source from the KWBS system in the event DHHL's water system goes down due to an emergency. Lastly, the water policy plan back in July 2014, policy number 10, mentions affirmatively considered the development and use of alternative sources of water and efficiency measures and water decision-making. And once again, our recommendation is that the staff respectfully request approval of the motion as stated. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? If not, do I have a motion?
Chair, I have a question.
Oh, question.
Really quick, is the number 9 of the Exhibit C, where it talks about informing each other of any contaminant found in the monitoring of water quality that exceeds the levels set by SDWB, and then it goes so on. Is there anything in any agreement where it talks about the frequency of water testing, what that looks like? Are samples sent monthly, like when you own a water well to the state? What is the science behind the water testing now that you're looking at interconnecting county and department?
We don't have kind of that, I want to say, matrix right now. I know there's been discussions with KBWS as well as the department, and taking a look at how do we monitor and have those types of clear conversations. But I can go back and have a conversation with planning office as well as with our engineers to see what kind of monitoring and verbiage there is in regards to the question that you asked.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? If not, entertain a motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kalani. Okay, next item, F1, approval of extension of lease terms scheduled to expire for various general leases in Hana Industrial Waiakea, various TMKs. Hana?
Aloha Commissioners, good afternoon. Kahana Albino, Income Property Branch Manager with LMD. LMD has two submittal items. Again, F1, which Chairman just mentioned, is our recommend action that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant its approval to a 10-year extension to lease term and modification of ground lease rent as authorized under Chapter 17136B. The Hawaii Revised Statutes is amended so that the aggregate of the original 55-year term and the extended 10-year term span a total of 65 years for each of the respective general lessees identified located within Kaehana 1 Industrial Subdivision in South Hilo. The approval of this extension shall be subject to the conditions as you see below. There's 10 conditions.
Okay, let's see, let's first have a motion. Is there a motion? Okay. Okay, we're gonna have a discussion first with the commissioners, and then we do have a public testifier. Any questions? Commissioner Kalei?
Quick one, Kahana, thank you for this, bringing this forward. As far as the tenants, everybody in compliance, up to
Yes.
date with rent and whatever other requirements we have?
Yes, they are.
And they've been consistent?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we do have a testifier, Kailani Almeida. Excuse me, Kauli.
Howie. No. What?
Going once. She was saying twice. I'm not sure it's here.
Yeah.
Okay, too late. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Item number F2, LMD seeking the approval to issue a right of entry permit to Hawaii Island. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we are. That's right. Thanks for the reminder. We're gonna do G3 first before, so when when F3, G3 comes up, we'll present F3.
Okay.
F2, sorry about that. Thank you. Thanks, Leah.
Okay, we're gonna do G3 first. Accept the beneficiary consultation report for the Hawaiian Islands Fiber Link land use request for an easement. Billy?
Thank you, Leah, for the reminder.
Aloha, Commissioners. I'll wait for the PowerPoint. Try to keep it brief. Mahalo, Michael. Okay, this is beneficiary consultation report for the Hawaiian Islands Fiber Link land use request. This is for an easement. TMK is listed in here, asking the commission to accept the beneficiary consultation report as complete. Background for this, the trigger for the beneficiary consultation has to do with a long-term land disposition for non-homesteading use. Next slide, Michael. Beneficiary consultation took place in person, Keaukaha Elementary on July 8th of this year. Our outreach and engagement for this included postcard mailing, notification to our beneficiaries in this area. Total of 2,590 postcards were mailed to our beneficiaries in Hilo. That's inclusive of applicants and lessees on the wait list. The applicant and lessee list was all Hilo lessees within our Hilo homesteads. And applicants were all applicants with a Hilo mailing address. For the presentation that was presented, you folks can see that in Exhibit B. We also created a project website. This hosted both meeting materials and was part of our kind of publicity for the meeting itself. Next slide. Participation for this one, we had approximately 20 participants who came. Of those, some folks chose not to sign in, as is their right. Of those who did sign in, we had about 14 who identified as beneficiaries, either applicants or existing lessees. We had some folks who were representing beneficiary organizations, but we didn't receive any official letters of support or official commentary from any beneficiary organizations. The comment period for this was open. We actually didn't receive any comments during our 30-day comment period to follow. Some of the beneficiary commentary that we received, I have a highlight of the main items that came up. Number one, beneficiaries basically expressed concern about how this land disposition would benefit the trust or benefit beneficiaries. It has a clear public benefit and is a project that's in collaboration and partnership with the university. There are some potential direct benefits to the homesteads, but those were not able to be outlined clearly at the beneficiary consultation, and we're still in the works. So most beneficiaries just had concerns about seeing a direct connection to benefit for the trust or for beneficiaries. They also expressed kind of what will be some of the potential impacts of the construction and long-term operation and maintenance, and also the removal of the cable at the landing site. Most of those were directed to the compliance for Chapter 343, which would follow. So if you folks were to approve a land disposition, it would be a right of entry, which would require compliance with both Chapter 343 and Chapter 6E. So those have not yet been completed, but are on the task order. Beneficiaries also expressed concerns about, in general, quality of service in the area, and how will this project provide benefits or see quality improvements. Beneficiaries also suggested that they'd like to see more direct pathways to how homesteaders and homestead organizations can have a pathway into this industry. Since this is a partnership with the university system, how can we further that partnership and collaboration to look at workforce training and education opportunities? There was also some discussion with DHL broadband staff, specifically about, how can there be overlap between DHL's broadband goals and these types of projects, and even conversation about how do beneficiaries and homesteaders potentially become providers. Next slide. Some of the next steps for this, I've come before you folks today. Again, action on this item is not action on the proposed project. You folks would be taking action on whether or not we have completed the beneficiary consultation report process. DHL broadband staff did have some questions that were pinged to them during this consultation. I think it's a good opportunity for them to kind of explore collaboration and partnership with the Hawaiian Islands fiber link and the impacts from this project to see how we can get some direct benefits to our homesteaders, either in this phase or in future phases. To follow, should you folks accept this consultation report as complete, you'll be asked to issue a right of entry. Again, that's for completion of due diligence, compliance portions, and then ultimately issuance of a long-term land disposition for this use in the form of an easement. In case I didn't mention previously, the approximate area is about 600 square feet, very small area along Puhi. Oh, 122. Yeah. Oh, it went down. 122 square feet along Puhi Bay. Recommendation today is that you folks accept the beneficiary consultation as complete. Mahalo.
Okay, your motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any question?
Just a question, but more a remark. So we put out postcards to 2,600 people.
Correct.
And 20 people showed up.
Correct.
Now, everybody can't attend these meetings, and we know that.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's difficult for our beneficiaries to attend. So how else do we allow people who are concerned about this to write in, call in?
Great question. So we do have a 30-day comment period, which is standard practice following the beneficiary consultation meeting. We hosted that meeting in person, but we did communicate out that there's a 30-day comment period. Folks are able to email. There's a telephone number. There's also a mailing address. I did receive 2 calls that asked a few questions about this, but when asked if they wanted to provide comments, they said, no, that sounds fine. And so no official comments were received. And then I also did bump into some folks at the airport ahead of this consultation, and they did share, oh yeah, we're not going to be at the commission meeting later. If we have comments, we'll send them in. So I'm pretty confident that folks were aware about the consultation period, but perhaps this just wasn't a item that drew a lot of attention.
Yeah, my point is that you and your limited staff of sometimes one, you go out for our beneficiary consultations. And one of the things that I think this commission prides itself on is that consultation. And people need to know that we're going into the community, whether people react or not, but the opportunity is. And so thank you for your work out there, because less than 1% showed up at the meeting. That doesn't mean that we're not making the efforts. And I know it's a lot of work to get out there.
Yeah.
And if you have 20 people show up or 22 comments, then good on you. So thank
Definitely.
you. Thank
I think also to note for this item, our beneficiary consultation report has been prepared for some time, but out of respect for the location, we choose to hold until we're on the island. So that's why we're here today. Oh,
Any other comment? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Thank you, Lily.
Thank you.
So item number F2 now. LMD is seeking the approval to issue right of entry permit to Hawaiian Island Fiber Link LLC, located in Keaukaha Island, Hawaii. TMK is listed on the submittal. With me, I have Andrew Sante, our land agent for this project, who has come forward to justify any questions and justify the recommendation that's put forward.
Well, Commission Andrew Sante, land agent for LMD. We also have Cliff Miyake in the crowd as well to answer any technical questions about the project as well.
Well, Andrew, since you're kind of new at this, maybe you can talk a little bit more. Tell us a little bit more about it.
I could present the submittal, that's fine. Yeah, so we received a land use application from Hawaii Island Fiber Link LLC. We just as we discussed previous, we did a beneficiary consultation on the project, and we are coming back with the recommended motion, which is to authorize the issuance of a right of entry permit to Hawaiian Island Fiber Link LLC for a term of 1 year. So to conduct their due diligence activities and apply for permits on approximately 122 square feet of Hawaiian homelands located at Keaukaha. Some conditions would be to approve the issuance of an ROE to Hawaii Island Fiber Link LLC for a term of 1 year with a 1 year option to extend under the same terms and conditions, to conduct due diligence, pursue the applicable permits for a proposed fiber optic cable route crossing approximately 122 square feet of Hawaiian homelands. And then provided that this ROE should not be executed until our BC requirements have been completed. They've just been completed. Second condition, to approve the ROE fee of $20,700 for the 1 year term of the ROE as recommended. Condition 3, to grant conditional approval for the future issuance of a non-benefit license agreement to HIFL. I'm just going to refer to them now as HIFL. Subject to the outcome of due diligence, permit approvals, and establishment of a rental rate for the project determined by LMD, subject to the approval of chair. Condition 4, to authorize the chair to negotiate, finalize, and execute the terms and conditions of the ROE and license agreement consistent with the proposed use and in the best interest of the trust. And Condition 5, prescribe such other terms and conditions as may be deemed prudent by the chair and commission to protect the interests of the trust. That's beneficiaries.
Very good, very good. Do I get a motion?
So move. Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good going.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, next item, G1. Accept the beneficiary consultation report on proposed amendments to the Hawaii administrative rules relating to the Pilina-based priority and lessee leave of absence. Lily?
Aloha, Commissioners.
Hello.
We have some supplemental information. Just a couple, some light readings.
Isn't the tree?
Okay, aloha, Commissioners. Lily Makaila, Acting Planning Program Manager, here today with item G1, accept the beneficiary consultation report on the proposed amendments to Hawaii administrative rules relating to Pilina-based priority and lessee leave of absence. Here today is Julianne Cachola.
Hello, Commissioners.
Hello.
It's been a long time on this road to beneficiary consultation. We conducted 17 meetings in person and 5 meetings virtually. And, you know, it might not seem like a lot, but this is the input. These are the input that they provided us. Then I had to then figure out how to present that information. So I figured, you know, you deserve to see all of it. So what you have that I just passed out is all of the meeting reports for every meeting that was conducted. And the front page is kind of like a helper sheet in terms of how to walk through it, what's presented. So the first thing we present is, you know, what the meeting is, you know, when the meeting is, and how many people were invited, how many people came, how many people signed in, and then how many comments that we got, because I think comments is a better indicator than attendance sometimes. So you had, you know, you could have a handful of people come, but they could talk for 2 hours, you know, and it would be very substantive discussion. And then what you have is some summary statistics in terms of where their comments were for that meeting and what the key takeaways were for the meeting. And then you have a chart in the back that has every single comment that they made that was categorized in terms of whether it was a Pilina rule that they're talking about, or the leave of absence rule, or something else. So those are the 3 general categories. And every comment that was presented is presented in these reports. The last part of the report contains the list of attendees. And if they put down their status, like if they're lessees or applicants, and I included that as well. Sometimes even generated statistics and pie charts to indicate the composition of those in attendance. So it's interesting, after you conduct these meetings, as many as we did, it starts, you start seeing what the main issues are. So with the Pilina-based priority wait list, this is providing preference for lineal descendants of Ovahi. And you look at this, and why is this Department of Hawaiian Homelands interested in solidifying that relationship, right, to Aina, to people? We're solidifying our relationship to our lineage, and we're putting them in the right place, basically, where they have kuleana. And so pretty much everybody supported that. Conceptually, our Hawaiian people know that that makes sense. for Hawaiian agency settling Hawaiians on the land, that we would give that preference, that we would understand that our ancestry, our and Kuleana has to deal with land, and we are tied to that. And there is Kuleana there. And so, and if you've done this for generations, even more so. And there's that connection that we understand. So people didn't have a problem with that. They really understood that. Now, how that's done, it's always the devil in the details. That's the issue, with rules. And knowing, especially because we have an existing wait list, that was an issue. So one of the things we said, there are 3 ways that you can prove your pilin or your closeness to this Aina. And well, Kupo will explain to you the amendments that we made, but one of them was just to trace your mo'okuahau. So, your lineage, you can see your ancestors in this place through the records. The other way was maybe you lived there before, or you live there now, you're an existing resident, or you're a previous resident. The last way was if you had a resident that was living there. My grandfather lives in Hana, right? I don't live in Hana, but my grandfather does, so I am tied to Hana because my grandfather is there. So you have to, that was the 3 that we put out. Not everybody liked that. They thought it was, it's too complicated. We're making something more complicated. It's complicated enough to qualify, and now we're making it even more complicated. But they did understand the linear relationship. Anyway, what is my point? They don't want, they feel like if the Pilina list comes up priority, then you're skipping over people that were already on that list. And that is the problem. So one of the ways that we're dealing with this is say, if I moved to Hana yesterday and now I have an address there, I would qualify. But now we're putting on a time frame on that. So we're putting in 20 years. Basically, it's 2 generations that we think that you need to be there to really know the place, know the resources of the place. It's not like you just moved in yesterday. It's like you have to have time there. So that's one of the things is that we're trying to limit that scope. So you can't just arrive in this community and all of a sudden. The other thing is, we know that we have relatives everywhere. We can probably chase Polina to all kinds of homesteads. And is that going to be legal? But what Kupu is going to come up with amendments is basically we're saying, no, you can pursue one at a time, basically, right? But you can only take one Polina. That's where you're going to establish your line there. So we're trying to do those kind of amendments to address those waitlist issues. But I was surprised that basically that they all understood the concept. It was like kind of challenging us to do it. The other thing that we did first right away is to limit it to only Kuleana homesteads. Now, the interesting thing about this, and this is my final point that I'd like to make about this, is that how do you know when you actually have the supportive people for a provision? It's like all of a sudden everybody wanted Kuleana. How come we don't have Kuleana over here? We need Kuleana over here because they knew that Kuleana was the way to get the Pilina preference, right? That's where we're going to apply the Pilina wait list. So now every community say, how come we don't have Kuleana? We need Kuleana over here. We need Kuleana over here. And that's just telling me because they want the Pilina. And we already attached that to the Kuleana program. So they're like, okay, then if that's the way we're going to get it, then we need the Kuleana program here. And that to me was a definite sign of support. When they're not talking Pilina at this way, they're talking Kuleana. They want Kuleana here because they know that that's going to bring Pilina. So that's one thing I'd like to say that in terms of the support that we have. The devil is in the details, so people will have their individual points, but surprisingly, a lot of consensus and agreement and understanding about the concept and kind of challenging us to find a solution. And I think we'll hear from Kupo what we came up with. The second one, just really quickly, leave of absence. I was surprised with the opposition to this. This was, I think, the line where they said, no, this is too much. You're getting into my room now. You're getting into my land. You're getting into my business. And you don't need to know where I'm going and what I'm doing and when I'm going to come back and what my operation is going to be about and who's getting the operation, my kid or my wife. You don't need to know that, DHL. Right? And one thing was obvious is that if they're going to leave, then you need a caretaker. So now we have a new role and function entering into the person, into the situation, and that's caretaker. So then who can be a caretaker? Does he have to be Hawaiian? Does he have to be family? Right. So all of these details again. What was fascinating to me was that there were some very akamai, they all were. The comments that they made were so good. But one beneficiary really got to me. And she was basically saying, you guys are coming in with leave of absence. It's just a tip. It's just the end, a small part of this. And you're ignoring the bigger problem. The bigger problem is that we have abandoned homes. And when you have an abandoned home, then people come there, they're not supposed to be there. You're affecting the neighbors now, right? And every meeting, there was an example of somebody saying, I know somebody who's been a lessee for 10 years and never came to their lot. And so they're saying, that's the problem, not the person going to school for 2 years and going to come back. This is the problem. The one that walked away from their homestead and opened that door for everybody else to come in, the bad elements and whatnot. So we have the wrong people on the land. So the right people not on the land. The wrong people are on the land now. And that needs to be sorted out. Because ultimately, we're not connecting the dots at that point. If we're not putting the right person on the land doing the right thing, right? Our mission. So they're saying, look, let's deal with this problem. Let's deal with it, do an audit. Do an audit. Let's find out how many leases in this community. Of these leases, how many are actually complying, occupied there? How many are not even on the property? Who is in there if they're not there? Just do a basic audit so that when we can come in to the community with this kind of proposal, like a leave of absence, it doesn't look like we're just creating rules to create rules. We can come in and say, hey, we noticed that your community is being affected, and here's the data. Here's the metrics we've saw. There's 300 lessees, 50 of them are not here. So if we could come up with that, then we would be more well received. Because right now what we do is we come out with our rules with no rationale, it's not enough of a reason, basically. And we're just saying, hey, rules, what do you think? More punishment in a way. And that's exactly how they responded. Don't put any more restrictions on us. We took a long time to get here. We're here. Let us do our thing as long as our lots are okay. But we're all missing the boat here, because the missing the boat part is that we do have these violations. And that what I heard by our beneficiaries is they said, and it's not necessarily an enforcement issue, it's a lease management issue. And I thought that's really interesting. A lease management issue, different from an enforcement issue. Anyway, that's the two main points that I wanted to make with the leave of absence and the Pilina proposal.
Julie, I guess why we're doing these rule amendments is basically to use a way where we can give preference to people from a particular area, whether it be Hana, King's Landing, or elsewhere. I know we're at a point where, we're also looking at maybe some other areas. We do have a bill, and we've also been approached by DLNR regarding other areas. In fact, I've even been approached by OHA, whereby Kahana Valley, they're looking to take it over, but they're not really set up to issue leases. I'm talking about OHA. So when you talk about potential future homesteading communities and possibly whether it be Miloli'i or Kahana Valley or Tantalus or even Kings Landing, Hana, Keanai, all these communities that clearly should be homestead communities where the Hawaiians in that area have a preference, a priority, so to speak. And the only way we can do it is if we have these kind of rules. So it's not really a management issue. It's really a way in which to facilitate the awards, giving them the preference that they deserve. You know, for example, in Miloli'i, the people over there have these DL&R leases. They're 65 years and a lot of them are set to expire, you know, have been in place for a while. So what do they have? They don't have any entitlements. They don't have, you know, any right of survivorship or entitlements where they can pass it on to their kids. And so they also don't have the ability to go after the kind of loan products we have. So we're in very, very serious discussions with DLNR along with OHA, where we go in there. But how do we give these guys preference? I think these rules are the ways in which to do that. My only comment is that 20 years would be better if it was 18 years, because if you're born there, if you're 18, you could then qualify for a mortgage rather than being 18, but we impose this 20-year kind of
Good point.
hurdle, so to speak. Then also in the rules, you talk about kuleana. Now, some of these areas, like in Miloli'i and elsewhere, like Kalapana relocatees, theirs are improved. And so if we restrict it to kuleana, then that excludes these individuals in, you know, areas that are already improved. So that I'd suggest that we change that. We open it where we could use these rules to facilitate some of the creation of these new homestead communities in, I guess, partnership with OHA. You know, not only can we give them 99 plus another 100 years versus a deal on our lease, but we can give them the preference that I think they need. So I would suggest we make those two changes at a minimum, make it just an 18-year requirement, then also expand and delete the kuleana situation where you have very little improvements. Because some of these areas have major improvements. And then the other one about abandonment, that's really a management issue. But I think the rules that we're looking at are really, and I hope to get implemented as soon as possible. Now, we still have to go out to beneficiary consultation. So I think that part is,
The public hearings were done.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
beneficiary consultations, but
So some of these things are new, and I don't know how they're going to be received by the communities. These are just ideas. Nothing is cast in stone. You know, whether we go into Miloli'i remains to be seen. But you know, you have existing DLNR lessees that are clearly Native Hawaiians, are clearly under our program, but being restricted in some cases where they don't have a lease. They were being treated as criminals, trespassers. That should definitely not be the case. So if we can not only get these lands transferred over to us, go in there, provide them with all the resources, the homestead leases, as well as hopefully funding, insurance, and all kind of good things from OHA, that would flip these different communities that are actually, to me, being mismanaged by DLNR. You know, we can go in there and make these solid homesteading communities that everybody can be proud of, and you know, it's really provide the resources that these Native Hawaiian beneficiaries are entitled to. But we got to get the rules fixed, okay?
so we would apply it across the board. We wouldn't apply it just for kuleana areas.
Yeah, I would expand it, be not limited to kuleana.
Okay.
Because these aren't kuleana, they're
Yes.
improved lots.
Chair, if I may.
Sure.
Point of clarity, I did want to clarify. The pushback that we had about rulemaking was just specific to leave of absence and caretakers. So we had, I think, overwhelming support for proceeding with the Pilina-based rulemaking. I think the only pushback that we got was for leave of absence and caretaker. And then we
What changes
also
would you make on those?
I think overall what folks were asking for currently, it says that it's at the discretion of the chair. It's a case by case basis at the discretion of the chair. And I think folks had said, what's the statistic? How often is this happening? Is it becoming such an overwhelming burden on the chair to be able to make that determination? Because I think most folks said, if we need leave of absence, we'll come to the department. We don't necessarily need the department to come to us. So that was just some mana'o that came up from it. I think we don't have a preference either way, but overwhelmingly beneficiaries did say that they are not interested in us going through rulemaking for leave of absence at this time.
So that would be a administrative process rather than a rule that if they want
Yeah,
leave
I
of
think it would
absence.
be leaving it
they
as
just go to
is.
the department,
Mhm.
make a request, and then who makes a decision as to whether grant it?
Chair. The chair, currently it's up to the discretion of the chair. That's correct, Yawa.
Yeah.
I want to make it easy for these guys.
Yeah,
I don't want to make it too
my-
convoluted and administrative nightmare, so. I make decisions pretty quick, so they get an answer in 2 minutes.
Yeah, and I think that was part of the problem, Chairman. The rules is very limited with respect to section 10.2.16 of the rules. The only thing about leave of absence is that the authority is delegated to you to approve, and there's no other conditions attached to that. What's the reason for, how do you base your approval? There's nothing.
I want to feel that day.
And again, this is just to help, again, not only you as the chairman today, but for the chairmans to follow. What criteria is there established where there's none in the rules currently?
I'd like to make it easy for them. We could make it where it comes to the commission, but that becomes, kind of a.
But that would require another admin rule change because
Yeah, and I don't
currently it's delegated to you.
I don't want to impose that process on them.
How many come annually or per month?
It's very rare. Yeah, it
Very
is
rare.
very rare for the requests, as far as requests for
Okay,
leave
well,
of
so that's
absence.
not a biggie then. The commissioner, excuse me, the chair can. I'm okay with that unless the commissioners want to oversee that. Commissioner Kalikini.
Yeah, just a comment. So I was on a BIG for this LOA. And part of the focus for doing that was there were so many complaints that lessees from beneficiaries that folks not being the lessee is in the homes. That was, I think, the driving reason why we wanted to consider.
That would be enforcement though, if they don't.
It could be, but that's what stemmed the development of the PIG. Right.
You got a suggestion on it?
Well, we put together the rules, but then the BC results is that our beneficiaries don't want any additional rules on the leave of absence. That's what I'm hearing. Is that correct?
I think that they understand that if they have to leave because they're required to stay there with the lease,
Right.
this would help them, that they can come home and know that their lease is intact. So that, a lot of people
Right.
ended up understanding that. But they want it to be easy and not so strict.
No, I support that, but like what Juan just said, we don't have, all it is at the discretion of the chair, and so,
But like health or.
Again,
health, mission, military, I mean, we had some good input on.
One of the items that was considered by the PIG or the permitted interaction group, what was briefly discussed was incarceration. And we took that to our beneficiaries, and I believe that they were in favor of including that as an example, or including that as an acceptable reason to request for leave of absence, in addition to military deployment, reasons that are tied to the employer as well as religious organizations, medical services that's required to be treated away from the state of Hawaii. And again, like I said, incarceration, I'm forgetting one more. Yeah, education. Thank you, Julie.
That seems
So,
an
and
area.
I mean, the big consideration was that lease requirements, the lessee has to be occupying the
Right.
lease.
Right.
And then there's a lot of, we hear a lot that that's not happening. And like you said, it could be enforcement. But in lieu of enforcement, we're doing,
Right.
trying to, you know,
And the other
expand.
thing I do want to add is past practice has was focused on the lessee being directly impacted for those reasons that was named. But again, through the beneficiary consultation, there was support to expand the request for leave of absence to those family members that are mentioned in section 209. So if I was the lessee, but my wife was impacted by medical services that required her to travel to California, I, as a caring husband, would request for leave of absence because I want to be with my wife.
Sure.
So that was in strong support of the community.
Guess the only question I would have would be where there's incarceration or maybe dealing drugs in the homesteading community. Now, should we give them a leave of absence and approve for
There was support in the
activities?
community.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Man. They're dealing drugs. I mean, I guess the real penalty should be they lose their, because they're screwing up the community selling drugs. So, I don't know, incarceration, I don't know if I'd put that in there. Yeah.
So I think there was some discussion that differentiated if someone is doing, promulgating illegal activity on their lot, then that is a violation of their lease and subject to lease cancellation. If someone is incarcerated, then and it's not in relation to illegal activity happening on the lot, then that would be like an overreach of the department. It doesn't, preclude them from still being eligible because there's no commentary about, status as a, criminal or criminal activity for the eligibility. You just have to be Native Hawaiian and you have to be 18 years old. So if folks did discuss if there is illegal activity taking place on the homestead, then that is grounds for lease termination itself
I'm
and
okay
is
with
a
that.
separate
Sure.
pathway.
That seems fair.
Mahalo.
And just to clarify, the reason for incarceration, unlike the other four acceptable reasons where it would expand to family members mentioned in section 209, there is a draft of the proposed rule suggests or recommended that incarceration was directly impacted only to the lessee. So if my wife created was guilty of a crime, then that would not be an acceptable reason because I, the lessee, did not commit the crime.
Sure. Commissioner Nellis?
Am I able to make comment? Not in relation to leave of absence, but about the Pelina. So I attended the meeting in Anahola as well as in Kekaha, and I would be remiss if I didn't kind of come at it with a different lens. And Julie, in your presentation on both evenings, you did say that the kind of the impetus of this was Hana, King's Landing, and there was a third. Yeah. Okay.
Ualapue,
Oh, yeah.
and possibly Pu'uopai as well, right?
Okay, so specifically to Pu'uopai. What I heard on both nights was we have a list. We have a list. Why are we? I'm just going to share this because I didn't see it in the report. And so it was, we have a list. We have a list that it has tens of thousands of people's names on this list. Why are we complicating it with now creating another list where you're going to have the opportunity to claim Pilina, which is completely I've heard it and I understood it. My concern with having three, if there's four, I'm not aware of it, but you named three remote kind of, the dynamics of these communities are very unique, but they're similar to each other, correct? If we create what I would like to call sweeping legislation, and we make these rules that will expand the Pai'aina, you will, in effect, completely be eliminating our Ni'ihau Ohana, who do not claim Pilina, and there was quite a lengthy discussion about this. They cannot, some of them, ever claim Pilina to Kekaha, Hu'uopai, Waimea. They've been for generations transients that go back and forth between the islands. And so the talk was about having it be community specific for those communities who want Pilina based, because in the case of Hana, you have more of our brothers and sisters who are leaving than who are staying, much less moving in, right? It tends to be more Po'ehaole that's moving in to Hana. And so I just would be remiss if I didn't share that perspective, that we would, in effect, be eliminating, we would be complicating it overall. We have a list and a kuleana to that, but we could be exposing the department to a lawsuit, and it might not only be restricted to our Ni'ihau Ohana. It could kind of open Pandora's box. And so that's the only consideration that I think is very important to mention is the idea where Pilina, we're looking to include people, but in the effort to include, we will exclude, if that makes sense. So I have to speak up for my Ni'ihau Ohana.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think one challenge of this is how do we give a concise summary for 21 different beneficiary consultations that each had their own kind of individual takes. And so I think Julie's overview was really as best she could for the collective of all of the beneficiary consultations. I think to your point, I do want to share another area that had an interesting take as well, probably outside of the norm. So Waimanalo, right there on Oahu, I think a lot of folks would assume that because there's no kuleana homesteading available on this island, that Oahu folks really wouldn't be as involved. I think the Waimanalo folks were really disheartened, I think, to know that they would be excluded from that opportunity. It's something that our older homesteads really grapple with. They have been, most of them that are applicants were born and raised in those homesteads. And so I think for them, the disappointment of that attachment to the kuleana homesteading tract and that kind of exclusion for them was kind of the hard thing for them to swallow. So I think theirs is probably the opposite end of the spectrum from what our Ni'ihau Ohana were expressing in the Kekaha area. And I think that just goes to show the kind of spectrum of mana'o that there is on this topic. But yeah, I think there's a lot of next steps that come with admin rule amendments. For instance, we'll be bothering you with the next item as well on this same topic. And then I also did want to say, I know we have folks that wanted to testify on this item, so I'd love to.
Ilina?
Yeah.
Just one last comment from myself. This Pilina-based admin rule started out as only targeting kuleana lots. And I know, Chairman, that you made mention that you would like to expand it beyond just Kuleana lots. And I too would be remiss if I did not make this comment on behalf of HSD. Now, if we expand it to all of the other lots that we have the authority to award, that would put a tremendous strain on HSD staff. We at HSD compromised at just Kuleana, limiting that number of research that we needed to do to make certain that a certain individual qualified for that building base. So if we expand it to all other types of awards, that would put a great strain on HSD staff that we would need in order to accomplish this objective or this admin rule. Yeah, so
maybe we can, especially on the new areas I'm talking about, I know OHA is willing to step up. The CNHA is also willing to step in. So we have other resources, but I don't want to use or prevent what I'm talking about just because DHHL don't have the personnel. That's not happening. We got to get the personnel. We got a third party or whatever. But yeah, that's why we go to the legislature for more money. But we also, have these other groups stepping up. So anyway, okay. Anything else? Okay, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. We're gonna have some testifiers or witness. Skippy, you? Okay.
How's it, Kako?
Hello.
I'd like to say that I appreciate you guys because you guys teach us patience. My patience has improved immensely since I've been in contact with this department. And that's only for this meeting now. I'm not talking about the 45 years I wait. But I'd like to support the Pilina base. See, like Ente was saying for the Ni'ihau, and of course, either we all going to sink or we're going to be heroic. We cannot all sink. We cannot all sink because we are sinking to a certain degree. Now, I wish the Ni'ihau people all the luck, because we in this dying situation together. Ni'ihau not dying alone. Big Island dying too. All the people no stay here. One just got heart attack from my village. My brother stay hospital. So we all dying, okay? And I love you guys too. But the point is, I don't think like to feel we selfish, because the waiting, and that's the only good luck you guys don't teach us, how to wait. But because you, Trevin, the boss, this guy, you don't can catch fish and your short stay, you throw net, your short's dry, you're going to starve. You got to jump in the water. So like a lot of things I've been listening, learn, you guys, what you going to do with the land for make money. I'm going to tell you, I support if you guys watch the earth, the great green goddess, Mama Earth, and still in our soul, You got to take care of our soul, because you can eat dog now. You can eat dog, no can. Because how come? The boot of civilization came over there and he said, Howl is best friend. So now we starving our soul. So, but the earth, we still have to take care together, all us. So anyway, we are moving on. I support the Pilina change because any avenue we can get to stop dying, I support, And I want to thank you guys for your time. Oh, and Linda Chin, I remember her when she was young. Because that was my partner, before, a long time ago. So I'm happy to see her back. And mahalo for this time for wala'au.
Aloha mai kako. Aloha mai
My name is Aina Aloha Ioane. I am number 3 of mom and dad. I'm here today as president of our Maha Community Association in Kings Landing. Mahalo nui for your pioneering efforts and the strong support in prioritizing Kuleana subsistence homesteading as a model, and your continued support and effort to recognize the relationship that Kuleana and Hawaiian beneficiaries have to our Aina and to our Onehanau, like Papa was saying. This administrative route change will help support to keep in track our real rural and village subsistence lifestyle in the Aina. This will allow us to preserve our traditions and our cultural knowledge that we have created and sustained in our village. Our communities, we hold fast to these traditions and these practices and these values for multiple generations. I am generation number 1, 2, and my keiki will be 3 of living in Kings Landing. And this administrative route change will support us always having an opportunity to go back home. In our small rural village, we depend on our village lifestyle and the closeness of Ohana. And this administrative route change will support this close-knit community lifestyle. We live, and like Papa was saying, we breathe and thrive in the beauty of our Aina. And this administrative route change will support that seclusion. And it will continue to help propel our settlement plan in Kings Landing, and will provide a sense of release and comfort, as Papa was saying, as large percentage of our community are kupuna, and they are in need of a way to ensure their successors a way back home. Moving forward with this admin route change will bring us closer to paper leases and move the department into a stronger and I hope more comfortable position to help us secure Kings Landing, as we all know that we deal with many non-beneficiaries in our homeland. The beneficiaries of Maha and Kings Landing support the Palina-based administrative route change and are very eager for its final approval. 4 other Kings Landing residents who are present this morning but do not have, like Papa was saying, maybe the social longevity or the patience to wait out the long halavai that wanted to be here today are Navai Laimana, Louis Pelekane, Uncle Harvey Kelly Ikoa, and Uncle Hana Viritua, as well as Dad's brother, Uncle Wisin Ioane. Mahalo nui. Mahalo.
Oh, any questions?
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sit. Gracie Flores.
Aloha, Chair,
Aloha.
Commissioners. Hello for allowing me to give my mana'o today. I am submitting testimony on items G1 and G2. My name is Gracie Pakani Flores. I'm the current Vice President of Malamaka'aina Hanaka'aina Kings Landing Community Association. It is the same organization that was founded by our kupuna of Kings Landing in 1982, nearly 45 years ago. One of them was my grandfather, William Pulakoka Pakani. My grandfather, along with my ohana, had been stewarding the Aina of Kings Landing since the 1960s. Now, many years later, I am a grandmother now. I now have my own mo'opuna. And it's my kuleana to ensure that our traditional practices that my grandfather taught me are still perpetuated today and passed down to the next generation. Our Maha community members are experts of the Aina of Kings Landing, and they have the lived experience to know that the Aina of Kings Landing is very sacred and deserves respect and protection. So I come to you today to ask for your support for this administrative rule change, to give preference to our Kings Landing community members when it comes to the time where awards or leases are awarded in Kings Landing. Our kupuna had been waiting a long time, a very long time. And like Uncle Skippy said, he's been very, very patient. And so again, I ask for your support in supporting this rule change and continuing with the process. Before I close, I just wanted to share some words from my grandfather. This was his statement that he gave while he was trying to fight for his Aina in 1977. It took me over 8 years to develop this land in road improvements, digging wells, dredging, clearing the land, planting banana and taro, and food for everyday subsistence for my family. My only interest in being on this INA is to be an example of one Hawaiian who can make something out of nothing. Everything that you see here cleared, built, and planted by the blood, sweat, and tears of myself, my wife, and my children. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Jermaine Myers. Okay, Sherry Cummings.
Is online.
Oh, there she is.
Aloha, Chairman and Commission.
Hello.
I was the very vocal one regarding the beneficiary consultation for Kauai in Anahola and Kekaha. And when we talked about the exclusion of Ni'ihau, and Ni'ihau is important to me because that's my lineal descendancy from my Deont Man. We very pilina. And, you know, I'm not one to lie down and roll over, but roll up my sleeves and try and figure out how Ni'ihau could be part of the process. And I want the department to know that I did find in the year 1853, the 22nd the 22nd to 27th, I'm sorry, legislative session with Kauai Keoli, when he actually tied Ni'ihau to the Konamoku. And I can provide you with the information that connected Ni'ihau to the Ili of Hanapepe River all the way down to Nualolo. And that was because our kupuna, that was part of their subsistence, that they would have to travel to the Nualolo area, Keavinui, towards Kaumakani, and things of that nature. So I am for this because it does help them. I was talking to one of the staff members, and my only caution is that they use this Ni'ihau people, when they live on their aina, they're so it's so barren and desolate that they're so accustomed, ma'a, to living in these types of condition. And I will beg to differ and say that they've led a very prosperous agricultural life once upon a time. The newspaper articles speak to how amazing agriculturally they sustain themselves. And just the geography, though, just the geography, there's no way you can say Ni'ihau and Pu'opai up on the west lands is one in the same. Which brings me to only one final point I wanted to make, Chairman, is when we were going to be awarding these lots, there was a condition, and that's what was my only concern. And the condition was that it would be an accepted award without water and without infrastructure. And I do want to say that there is a plantation system that is working on the west lands of Kauai. And please, we cannot be giving these kinds of lands with no water. It's there, support the people that have been working to open up the flumes, clean the place tremendously, and painstakingly walk the lands. And for the first time, that plantation water had get turned on, and you can see that watering down that red dirt of Pu'opai. And that's all I have to say. I firmly believe they're a part of this process now, but we got to do better than just sign leases and give no water and accept them, you know, in that condition that currently you folks are asking beneficiaries to say yes to, if they are to accept the award. Thank you so much, Chairman. Thanks, commissioners.
Thank you. Let's see. Do we have a motion? Oh, so move. Is there a second? Okay, any discussion or further discussion? Okay, if not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, next item.
G2.
Okay. G1. Okay, no, G2. Okay, G2, approval to proceed to public hearings for a proposed administrative rule.
So move.
Okay. Discussion.
Aloha Commissioners, Billy Makaila, Acting Planning Program Manager. Here with item G2, approval to proceed to public hearing for a proposed administrative rule to establish a priority wait list for applicants with a connection to place. Here with me today is Kupua Kiuna, our cultural resource specialist, assisting with admin role.
Aloha kako.
Aloha.
So next slide, please. Thanks. So the great thing is you heard a lot of testimony on this item already, and you were able to hear some of the support that we had and some valid concerns. So I'm hoping that we can address those concerns primarily in the amended rules that we have here today. So how we got here, just a very brief overview. Over the last 5 years, DHL has engaged in planning processes to develop homestead communities in our rural areas. So during the beneficiary consultations and meetings with the wider Native Hawaiian community, the DHL planning staff did identify that there was a common desire shared amongst all these communities. And so for those rural areas, that was to prioritize beneficiaries who have a connection to those places. And as you've heard from Maha, a lot of those people have really deep roots in these communities, and they have a lot of place-based knowledge that has been developed over generations of time. So why did we want to develop this preference policy? We wanted to maintain that continuity of success in those settlement areas because DHL is planning Kuleana homesteads there. I do understand that the chair would like to apply this rule beyond Kuleana homesteads, but for the purpose of the draft rule that we provided with you folks to review, it is currently limited to Kuleana. I will make that amendment, Chair. And so what did we do here is to account for this priority preference, we decided to develop an administrative rule. And in the administrative rule, we developed the Pilina-based priority wait list. So taking into account the feedback that was received in those meetings and beneficiary consultations, and to honor the very clear call of our beneficiaries, we decided to move forward with this rule amendment. Next slide. So this is a timeline of where we've been so far. So in December 2024, we did draft the first rule amendment and we brought it to the commission for approval to proceed to beneficiary consultation. So between March and June of this year, we did do 17 in-person BCs and 5 virtual BCs to account for beneficiaries that don't live in Hawaii currently. And you have that really awesome light reading material that Julie just gave to you folks that details all of that. So in August, we took into account all of the feedback that we received in those 22 BCs, and we made revisions to the draft rule accordingly. And here we are asking for your approval to proceed to public hearing. So in looking at the BC feedback, there were a couple of major themes that we were able to identify very clearly and quickly. And those were these 4 that you see on the screen or in your pamphlet. The first is the definition of wahi. So here, this was the main issue at first was all these communities would define wahi or their place very differently from each other. So it was intended in the first draft of the rule to leave that definition very broad so that we could ask during beneficiary consultation how beneficiaries wanted their place to be defined. We found that there was no singular way that folks were defining their wahi. And we also found some pushback on using the term wahi itself. So we'll go into each of these themes and the edits that we made to account for the feedback that was received under each of these umbrellas. So the next major theme was connection to place. So we were looking at the purpose of the priority wait list. And we found that by offering the 3 different avenues to proving your pilina to place, one of them really diluted the purpose of this. The next one was residency. So if connection to place implies this heightened sense of generational or place-based knowledge, we needed to add in a qualifier for what residency meant. There are a lot of questions that came up like,
So if I pitch a tent, then I can claim residency in this place. So we needed to put in a qualifier in the rule that was previously missing, and that was a major edit there. And then the last major theme that we pulled out was it was very clear that it was unclear what the application process is and what the requirements of that would be. So we'll go into each of these very briefly. So the first revision to the rule definition of wahi, what we did was we actually removed wahi entirely from the definitions. And that was because we knew that there was not a way for us to define wahi or place and provide a static definition that could be used broadly across any community. So what we did here is we added language clarifying that the place itself would be defined in the settlement plan. And we did that because the settlement plan process involves consultation with beneficiaries. So this allows each community where the Kuleana homestead will pop up to consult with DHHL and define just what are the bounds of this place. Identifying or defining what the place is really important for the applicability of this rule, because even just using Hilo as an example, if we're applying this to King's Landing, is King's Landing the place that we're confining this to? Or what if you can derive lineal descendancy to Kilkaha? Or do we open it up to the Ahupua of Waiakea? Or is it the entire Moku of Hilo? So you see how broad or refined the place is based on each place. So we wanted to leave that to the beneficiaries and found that including it as a function of the settlement plan was the best bet. And then we did want to address, because of those comments received in the Kauai beneficiary consultations, we thought that this would afford our Ni'ihau Ohana a much better opportunity to consult and define the place so that they could also be included for those places like Pu'uopai. Okay. Oh, and then I did want to make a mention for the existing Kuleana homesteads, we did include in the rule that those places would be defined by the previously approved settlement plans that the commission has already approved. So the next rule revision was connection to place. Here it was the issue of dilution. So folks, there was a lot of positive feedback on the first two pathways, which was proving your lineal descendancy or having former or current residency in the wahi. What they didn't like was if you could establish that you had a family member who was a current resident in the place, then you could be placed on this Kalina-based priority waitlist. That was kind of too far of a jump, and that was the majority of the feedback received on this issue. So we decided that we should just eliminate it entirely. And it did make sense when we went back to the intent of the rule, which was you had to have a connection to place to be successful. You had to have that place-based knowledge. And how could you have that if you live in Utah, but your cousin happens to live in this place? That doesn't qualify you with the prerequisite place-based learning or understanding. For residency, there was no qualifiers. So here we did at least one generation was the big comment. The general comment was you need at least one generation of living here to actually have any kind of knowledge of the area to be successful. That got further defined to mean 20 years. But after hearing what you folks debriefed on for G1, we can amend that to be 18 years. And then lastly, clarifying the application process. We found that folks were, any negative feedback around here really centered around uncomfortability with jumping the line. So it was clear that the rule wasn't clear on that. That this is an optional wait list. You do not have to be a part of it if you don't want to. Secondly, it was the issue of I can derive Pilina to multiple places. So if that was the case, these Pilina-based priority waitlists, they run with the settlement. So when we make the Kuleana homestead offerings in King's Landing, the King's Landing Pilina-based priority waitlist will become open. When we make those Kuleana awards for Pu'uopai, the Pu'uopai priority waitlist will open. So if for whatever reason, both of those were to go live at the same time and you could derive Pilina to both places, the applicant must choose one to apply for.
And if you are on a Palina-based priority wait list and you are awarded a lot, you cannot reapply for another Palina-based priority wait list in a different area if you do drive Palina to that place. Now, if you are on the Palina-based priority wait list, but the wait list is not exhausted, but the lots are all awarded, then you return to your original rank order on the island-wide wait list. At that point, you can reapply for another Palina-based priority wait list because you weren't awarded on it. And so we decided to clarify by adding language to the rule on that. And then the next steps, this is just a very brief overview of what we're going to be doing next. We'll do more internal reviews based off of today's conversations before submitting the rule out for external review by the Legislative Review Board, our AGs, and the Small Business Regulatory Review Board. And then we would go for governor's approval for public hearing and then move on with the rule until we can file and publish.
Mahalo.
Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, again, I've had experience, when we're doing the ADUs, and I was trying to help this Waimanalo family, and this was when I was not with the department. We were trying to get this guy out of a bus and build a house for him in Waimanalo, and we were trying to just do it. And unfortunately, we were told, "Oh, we have to have the rules. If we don't have the rules, you can't do it." So unfortunately, the guy lived in a bus. I don't know if he passed away. I think he did end up passing away. But the bottom line is, we had a situation that precluded help because we didn't have the rules. And so I'm a little concerned where we're restricting the oversight in this approach that we're trying to do, and especially with the new information I'm giving you, that we're looking at areas that are not Kuleana. I mean, they're rural and they're isolated, but they're Hawaiian communities, and they are presently, in some cases, in somewhat semi-developed beyond a Kuleana, where there's just a road. In most cases, there is infrastructure, water, utilities, and what have you. But the problem is what they have is a lease from DLNR that really doesn't facilitate it becoming a homesteading community. That's why we are talking to DLNR, and they're very receptive. And I can't speak for the various communities, so that's something we also got to check out. If they don't want it, then that's fine. But I can't see why they wouldn't want this conversion, which would give them 99 plus another 100 years versus a 65-year lease, plus access to all these different loan products we have, and hopefully also with the support of OHA, resources that they otherwise wouldn't have. So I'm checking with the Deputy AG. We're at this point, we are going to make a change to make that, rather than starting from scratch and treating it as an isolated new approach. We are, with the support of the commission, able to make that adjustment to expand this particular rule so we can implement it quickly. Because I tell you, and there's always the same old horrible consequences where we wait, where people die. In the case of the DLNR leases, if they die, there's no successorship. They just die, and there's no beneficiary or family member that can take that. And because it's not a homestead lease, it's a DLNR lease. So I want to make the changes now. And so I'm going to make a motion to amend these rules to delete the word Kuleana and just treat it as homesteads. I'm also going to suggest that we also make it an 18-year requirement rather than 20 years. Other than that, we keep it simple. We open it up to some of these areas that are not restricted and somewhat marginal in infrastructure. And that's why we label it Kuleana homesteads. And so I'm making a motion. Is there a second? Second. Okay, is there any discussion?
Sure, the issue of our Nihao people. Do we
And the
have
Nihao, I'm assuming
provision for
that
that?
when we decide these areas for the linear descent application, we gotta identify them, right? The commission has to. Right now, we have not identified the areas, or have we?
It's
Have we
not-
identified Kenai, Hana, all these other areas?
Yes, the areas that are slated for Kuleana Homestead, but
Okay.
not the areas that aren't slated for that.
So on the Nihao, are we talking lineal descendants relative to Hanapepe? Or is it
Well,
beyond Hanapepe?
we had testimony about people who have direct ties back to Kauai.
Right.
And, you know, we cannot exclude them
Yeah,
from
I agree.
having that opportunity.
So maybe that should also be an amendment?
I would
Fine.
recommend
Okay.
that
You wanna
we
make a-
include Niho.
To add to the amendment?
Sure. I recommend that as part of that motion that you're making, we include Nihao for
Yeah. and
Elena.
I would also add a catch-all kind of phrase where, you know, there's these others, Kahana Valley and some of these others, where we, instead of, if we haven't identified, because there are some other areas that we're looking at, maybe a catch-all item in the rules whereby besides those that are listed and identified is also, and in other areas that would be suitable for homesteading.
Chair, I think currently there is language that kind of identifies the area and the connection to that place under the terms of like a settlement plan.
Right.
Um,
Okay, we can do that.
we typically do settlement plans or master plans for all of the homesteads, so I think that that would probably be a suitable vehicle to capture it.
Yeah, because the areas that I'm talking about are already settled.
Yes, correct.
They're, you know, they're structured, they have infrastructure, all kind of stuff. So rather than a master plan, it's already in existence. So we're gonna apply this conversion, as I call it, and implementation of this homesteading program in areas that are clearly, you know, Hawaiian villages that we can now help the individual there not only get a better lease, homestead lease, but also the benefit of the ability to transfer it to there. And then I would also say those that are not Native Hawaiians, we can recognize and let the existing deal on our leases run its course. And then when they expire, just like we're doing in the Wong situation in Waimanalo, that we can, once that deal on our lease expires, we're converting that to homesteading. Okay. So any other discussions? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Okay,
Mahalo.
thank you. So do we have to make amendments? So we gotta actual approval. Okay, so we need to make a motion on the amended motion approval. Okay, is there a move or motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second. So the original motion was
Just to adopt the Kuleana approach.
Juliana.
We're expanding, deleting.
And
the
then we
Kuleana.
amended that and we voted on that.
Yeah.
So now we're voting on the
The
original.
original as amended.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, thank you, Lily. Oh, you got something else?
I'm stuck here.
Oh, you
for a little while.
you can be there a long time.
I'll be-
You
I'll
want
be
to take a
quick.
break or?
I'll be quick.
Okay.
Okay, aloha commissioners, Lily Makaila, Acting Planning Program Manager. Here today with item G4. Mahalo, Michael. I'm gonna go ahead and start talking and then the PowerPoint will pop up when it's ready. So here today for the asking you folks to take action on the Waimanui Regional Plan Update for 2025. Recommended action is the Hawaiian Homes Commission adopt the final Waimanui Regional Plan Update as presented. If you folks remember, I brought this item before you folks in draft form last month. We have worked on this plan. You can see in the presentation, Waimea Regional Plan Update is over about 15 years out of date.
The region within Waimeanui worked very hard to get it updated. Next slide. This covers some of our beneficiary consultations. We had a leadership meeting at the beginning of the year. We had beneficiary consultations in April. On the 3rd, the 17th, we had a beneficiary consultation in June on the 10th. Then we opened up for priority project voting in June, the second half of June. Beneficiaries had had a high number of participation. We had our 4th and final beneficiary consultation on August 5th of this year to go over a draft of the plan. We got comments from beneficiaries and worked that into the final version. Today, we are here before you folks to ask you to accept this regional plan as complete. I do know though there are some folks that do have testimony.
Okay, is there a motion? Is there a second? Okay, we do have one public testimony. Mike Hudson.
Thank you, colleague. Thank you, Commission.
Thank you for hanging in there, guy.
Oh, yeah, boy. I agree with Skippy. This process was kind of lengthy. Even the regional plan is lengthy, and I think we got a little messed up along the way because the regional plan is designed by the Hard 10. Hard 10-6 was specific to the rehabilitation of our people. But absence of the department's involvement with the community, our community has a tendency to like when Lily comes, prior to Lily goes, Andrew comes, it's like they like air out all the laundry. And so our meetings get really lengthy. We're dealing with issues like land management or land development, so much issues that are not pertinent to our regional plan. The regional plan was designed in Hard 10-6 for the rehabilitation of our people. And so it was for the beneficiaries to build up a plan towards our rehabilitation. As far as putting the Hawaiians on the land, adequate infrastructure, water, that's the department's kuleana. And so our kuleana as beneficiaries towards the whole purpose of the act, towards our self-sufficiency and self-determination, is the regional plan. So it's kind of over the last few decades, the regional plan got Shanghai to put like a catch-all phrase and everything's in there. So now our regional plans are getting pretty darn lengthy. And then when you look at the regional plan concept that updated every 2 years, kind of hard to update stuff 2 years when you look at how much stuff in there. So it's kind of, the idea was, what can we do in 2 years? And then 2 years from now, what can we do in the next 2 years? So like I said, it got kind of convoluted, and it's no fault to planning because planning is out there in every single community. This girl next to me, she does a bang up job, man. When she's going out into the community, she gets the attention, and very organized, very structured. She can keep the meetings on track. Pretty darn impressive. And so given that, I had to kind of hamal a little bit because she was so good. I just shut the hell up.
I think I kept the mic from you a few times.
So I just had to kind of like bite my tongue because she was able to control the meetings in such a way that kept it on track and on time, and that's difficult at times, right? So I must say, though our regional plan is pretty darn lengthy, we encompass nearly 85,000 acres in our region. So if you think about how much acres is that based off the trust, makes sense. Ours is pretty lengthy. We get every imaginable type of land in our region, and we have a huge homestead that is very actively involved. And I want to thank the staff at planning for such diligent work and relentless. So I want to thank you for that.
Okay, let's see, guess we have the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Thank you.
Oh, Commissioner Freitas, you wanted to add something?
Our commissioner.
Yep.
If he can get himself unmuted. There you go.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Lily, and that the staff as well too. Kind of what Uncle Mike said. The process was lengthy, and I know there was a lot of diligence put into it. So just thank you for everything. Definitely appreciate it.
Hey, thank you. Thanks, Mike. Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Next item. G5. Approve the Waimanui Community Development Corporation's county water credit allocation request. Lily?
Aloha Commissioners, Lily Makaila, Active Planning Program Manager, here today with item G5. We have Shri Ka'anana, our Water Program Specialist. Go ahead, Shri.
Thanks, Lily.
Just hold it.
Next slide, please. I'm just gonna start talking already. So we are coming forward for the approval of Waimanui CDC's request for a county water allocation of up to 32 water credits. Next slide, please. Thank you. And so a brief background of the request. In 2015, the master plan was comprised the Waimanui Community Development Initiative Master Plan. Kalamai was comprised of several elements to address the cultural, economic, and social needs of beneficiaries in the Waimanui region. And this is the Waimanui Regional Community Development Initiative. This was actively conceptualized for over 40 years by Waimea Hawaiian Homestead Association and Waimea CDC. It was also the #1 priority project in 2012 and in 2025 for DHHL's Waimanui regional plans. In 2015, this commission approved a 65-year general lease to the association. And in 2023, a federal grant was awarded from the Department of Defense Office of Local Defense Community Cooperation through their Defense Community Infrastructure Program. And this program is meant to support infrastructure projects in areas adjacent to military installations. So Waimea CDC, an organization under the leadership of Waimea Hawaiian Homestead Association, along with DHHL, are tasked with the implementation of this grant project. Next slide, please. So a brief overview of water resource development for DHHL lands. As a part of the compromise that Kuhio made for the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, the prime agricultural lands of the territory of Hawaii were excluded, resulting in most of our homestead lands being dry and remote. So water development, management, and advocacy are key to ensuring that these lands are able to be utilized. So this is actually guided by our water policy plan that was approved by this commission in 2014. It took 2 years of research to put together, and it helps develop future for our future homesteading uses. So that includes advocacy and water reservations, collaboration with counties and other water systems and water purveyors. And when we're developing our own source, appropriations, engineering, environmental review, development, and finally, dedication. So when we dedicate these water systems, water sources, transmission, and storage, in exchange, we get water credits. Next slide, please. I already went over this. Go away. So we get, you can go back, Michael. Sorry, I went over the first part. So we get water credits. So our overall water credits are determined by the new available water supply and a few other factors. So water credits are essentially future water meters. Hawaii County specifically calls these equivalent units, but I'll be calling them water credits for the remainder of this presentation. So 1 water credit is equal to about 1 5/8 inch water meter, which is about 400 gallons per day for Hawaii County. Next slide, please. So we have 2 existing water credit agreements for Waimea with Hawaii County Department of Water Supply. We have one from 2011 and 2013 that are both in Exhibit B. Combined, we have a total of 741 water credits. And these agreements are for Lalamilo and Pu'ukapu. We have already allocated 559 water credits for existing uses and future homesteading uses. So this includes Lalamilo Phase 1 and future lots and Pu'ukapu. So currently, we have 182 water credits remaining. Okay, and so the request from Waimea CDC is for the Waimea Nui Community Initiative. We are planning on using these for the first, so their request is for the first phase. So we are anticipating that they'll need approximately 32 water credits, which is about 20% of the anticipated full build out for the domestic water need, which will leave us with about 150 water credits remaining. Okay, so tying this to our water policy plan, or our water, the processes for the allocation of water credits and water meters on water systems serving DHHL lands. So this policy was created to protect this particular trust asset. The biggest issue is that our long-term homesteading water demand is almost always going to be greater than the available number of credits that we have. So in 2022, this commission adopted this process, and this outlines the prioritization of the different uses that this water can go to. So Waimea CDC currently falls into priority F, which is uses by a homesteader organization on a property interest issued by the department. Next slide, please. But there are exceptions to this policy. So exception B, as you can see, where a lower priority use can be considered, make a case, and go forward to the chair for recommendation and Hawaiian Homes Commission approval, should these credits not be needed for the next 4 years. So because we are unable to do the same level of development at Lalamilo that we had previously planned, based on results of technical studies and constraints of potential impacts of UXO and historic sites found on the lands, and we have no future homesteading plans for Pu'ukapu, there are no plans within the next 4 years that will be impacted by this usage. So today we are coming forward for this recommended motion action that the Hawaiian Homes Commission concur with the chairman's recommendation to allocate up to 32 water credits to the Waimea CDC for their use. Mahalo, and we have someone from Hawaii DWS in the room showing their support. We also have Uncle Mike here, if you guys have any questions for us. Thank you.
Yeah, mahalo to Kavika Uehara, the Deputy Director with Hawaii DWS, who helped us to put this together.
You want to say a few words?
Yeah, Kev.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Hawaiian Homes Commission. Kavika Uehara, Deputy Department of Water Supply, County of Hawaii. And so, yeah, we just wanted to attend today and express our support for Waimea Nui's request and then DHHL staff's, I guess, recommendation for the request. So, yeah, again, here supporting that request, and we really appreciate the opportunity we get to collaborate with DHHL staff here on Hawaii Island and Oahu and in the planning branch. As we really want, wherever we can, help support DHHL's mission. We want to try to do that. So again, just wanted to be here to express our support.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. This is just one example of, I think, where we can work together, especially to move projects like this forward. I know we're working with you guys on a lot of our residential projects. So let's keep the cooperation, working together going. It's exciting. Thank you for coming.
All right,
Okay,
thank you.
any other questions, Commissioner Kaleki?
Yeah, I just wanted to also say we appreciate the Department of Water Supply help, Kavika. I have gone to the department, to Kavika folks, and they're very responsive and very supportive, just so you're aware, Chair.
Yeah, great. That's good to hear. Any other, you want to make the motion?
I'll make a motion.
Sure.
So move.
We got.
Mike?
Before we take that motion, I want to thank DWS. I've been working with them since 2012. It's been a long time, doing this system. One of the big concerns, obviously, is water. Especially in our county, and delivering the water. So we've been hashing this out for a while, and because of that, we talked about, it's a big parcel we have, and the potential of water that we would need is a lot and might not be enough for the county to provide for us. So we had to work on potential mitigation of this water. And one of our mitigation is that working with Calvert, Yoshida with land development in Kalani, is that what's coming down the line is this sewer system. And so when we look at wastewater treatment, that type of development can provide us, is it R1 water? Something like R1 water that we can use for ag, toilets, not for drinking. And that could really help us and help the county not put so much strain. Because we started having discussions, 10 years ago about us having to drill one well for help out because of the strain. So we looked at other potentials of mitigating that by something like one wastewater treatment plant, because obviously that's coming down the road, right? And so, Lily, does it make sense to bring them up? Ask them to share a little bit? Yeah, I know. So it's been a long day. But I just want to introduce Pono Asano. Yeah, Pono and Jim. Still here? Yeah, he's still here. Yeah, so just kind of real quickly share. Yeah. Our community development is pretty massive. And so obviously one wastewater treatment plant going forward makes sense as we're going forward. And then because we're in a pico of Waimanui, and with the homestead Puyo Village with about 119 parcels of homesteading fully in operation. That's just in the Homestead Association. We're looking at the potential of nearly 200 units that would eventually got to convert to a septic system or a sewer system. So this is a consideration. I'm not saying that this is what's going to happen. I say we have to consider all options, and one of the biggest criteria is because of the water. Dealing with the DWS. So if they can spend a little time and just kind of sharing, because I think this is what's going to happen throughout the homesteads in the state.
Aloha kako, aloha everybody. Thank you, Chair. Mahalo, Commissioners. Pono Asano from the island of Molokai. I currently support with Water Tectonics, helping build wastewater treatment plants throughout our INA. I know we do wait. We have a wait list because we're waiting on somebody else to do the things we can do. But with that being said, really great. Many thanks to Waimanui for reaching out, because this is to help solve some of the things that's coming up with our cesspool conversions. Understanding that creating 1 gallon R1 helps save 1 gallon drinking water. And if we cannot do that, then we're not really looking at the wholeness of what wastewater treatment plant can do. So we do have our beneficiaries, and Mike always brings up, how does this benefit the community? Well, eventually the burden will be on our residents, people who own the land. How do they convert off of the cesspools? That's what was the technology back then, but we need to go ahead and be akamai on how we move forward for the next 100 years. I mean, giving you a 99-year lease, that is implied that you're gonna have generations after you. So sometimes we say, well, let's just solve it with a septic, but that septic might restrict you from further developing on your land. But more openers you might have a couple generations down the road. So for us, we provide more of a R+1 water, very, very clean through membrane system. Our system probably might only use maybe at the most 2 acres of his land. We do not need 20 acres. We also provide the assistance if they need it with the financing support, permitting, design. We also can operate, manage. And here's the beautiful thing of what we can do while on DHHL. We would have the ability to train our beneficiaries to work at this wastewater treatment plant. The moment it gets hands over, then it goes into union territory. Then I cannot train our people. But imagine on our land, wastewater treatment plant, and we training our own people to have an awesome job from the Ahapua. And I think that's a lot of the things with our the Pilina plan of what we're trying to do, keep our people on the land. So for us, water tectonics, if you have any questions whatsoever, but for Waimea, we definitely have an answer for them, and we can assist Waimea Nui with anything whatsoever. So if you folks have questions, please.
Chair, question?
Go ahead.
Pono, can you define what you're saying R1 to the commission so we understand what that means?
Yeah. You know, understanding that classifications of water, what you can do, it changes with there's a range. So if you go RO 0, there's nothing in it. Pretty much like reverse osmosis, there's nothing in the water. Ultra clean. But for us, we're in a R1. We meet all the standards with Department of Health, but we're on the lower end of the R1. So there's actually a range. Some of the older systems still qualify in the R1, but the bacteria levels might be higher. And then you have some treatment plants today operating on R2, which kind of flags a lot of our injection wells that are going into the land. So you see lawsuits and so forth, and a lot of havoc that we having, and including shutting down some of our beaches because of that. So when we say R1, is that it's just a higher standard of water that allows us to operate within the guidelines of Department of Health, and that's the best way to look at it. So we trying to give you the best opportunity for us to safely along by the land and make sure the people are taken care of.
Thank you, Pono.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you. Yeah, we need a second for this motion to approve. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you, Kony. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, we'll do that. All right.
Good job, Sheree.
Why don't you go to, so you guys don't have to, the F3. Okay, next item, F3, for information only, the Aina Mauna Koa Reforestation and Sustainable Koa Forestry Projects. Now, Kupa o Kuhio, Huli, Kamara, and Kana.
Hello, Commissioners. Again, Kahana Albino, Income Properties Manager with the Land Management Division. We have item number F3. It's a for information submittal item. So I'm going to leave it up to Kuli to introduce our speaker and justify the information.
Hello, Chair and Commission. Kuli Kamara, Property Development Agent upon the Aina Mauna. So our for information today, we're bringing forth so opportunity and a different type of model from sustainable koa forestry, and we're proposing a project area. We're here not looking for approval for anything today. We're just sharing some discussions that we've been having with so Siglo Tonewoods. Here with me today is Nick Koch, and then we also have Neil Hannes. So available by Zoom, and they're representing Nakupa'o Kuhio, which is a nonprofit, and then Siglo Tonewoods, which is foresters and guitar makers working with to tailor guitars. Yeah, so just a little bit of background. Next slide, please. So the Aina Mauna Legacy Program, I feel like last year we did the information only at the end of the day as well. So thank you guys for bearing with us on this long day, and we'll try and get through this. But we just wanted to bring this opportunity to you folks. Yeah, so in front of you folks to try and implement the Aina Mauna so Legacy Program. So there's a project area here, which is at the far end of the Aina Mauna. I came here in 2023 and we had a grant, the Climate Smart Commodities Grant, to implement a core forestry project here. The project kind of fell through with some of the federal funds that got cut during the Trump administration. So we didn't have the grant to implement this project. So we're looking at other ways to implement the core forestry in this area. General overview of the Iani Legacy Program. It's a really unique area. It's a really unique area, and the sustainable core forestry is a land use that really checks a lot of the boxes. And when we made the plan in 2009, it was kind of the highest and best use for the land. Next slide, please. So this area on Mauna Kea, we have a quarter of the trust is in Humula and Pihonua, 56,000 acres. There is some cattle use in the area. It's a music area, but so before cattle, this area was and currently it's the Wawakua. It's where the clouds meet Mauna Kea, and it's a really unique place. And Koa is specially adapted to this area to be able to catch all of the water. I don't know if you guys ever been to Mauna Kea, but there's this kind of vast white cloud when you're up above the clouds, about like 9,000 feet. And it's right where those clouds touch the mountain. And so Koa is adapted to that area and really provides water for our aquifers and really is the keystone species for all of that life. So to be able to have an agricultural and commercial use there that keeps in place the Wawakua, provides a habitat for our birds. It's just the highest and best use. So the area has been used for cattle in the past. And this vow has been altered all across Mauna Kea, and really DJHL has the last and nicest piece that we have left. And we have connectivity currently in our lands. We're the only place, or the best remaining place of connectivity of forests for our forest birds. We have the largest habitat just below us, and then above us we have the Mauna Kea Forest Reserve. So we have, by us doing core forestry, it creates that connectivity. And even though it's not our primary our primary mission, to be able to support, all of our endemic and endangered species, it's something that's really important to me. It's something that, so core just really fits that box and provides a commercial activity, agriculture activity, while preserving our watersheds and our native habitat. Next slide. So just it checks all the boxes: high value hardwood, watershed function, native habitat for our birds and other plants, reduces soil erosion, increases water quality and quantity, and compatible with other timber species, namely sandalwood and then some other non-native timber species. Forest health risks. Currently, we had 3 fires on Mauna Kea since April. We had a really big drought. Having our forest intact kind of brings back that water, it keeps everything wet. Also having management on the land, just having management on the land and keeping the feral cattle out. So the cattle, so they eat all of the koa seedlings. So they eat all the koa seedlings. So if you have a koa forest and there's no cattle, you can continue to harvest it kind of in perpetuity, and it will continue to come back. But what's happened in the past is we harvest the koa, put in the cattle, and then you don't really have anything to show for it. So other than I shouldn't say that. So the place gets converted to pasture. On the Aina Mauna, we have really bad pasture weeds. The worst is gorse, and they're invading our former pastures. But koa and Hawaiian forests are resilient to the gorse, as the gorse won't spread and perpetuate in a forest. So by putting in a forest, it protects us against gorse, and also fire. having these non-native grasslands are a big fire hazard. Our forests can burn as well, but if we have a constantly wet and moist and damp forest ecosystem, it's more protected from fire. Yeah. So the area that we're looking at is 500 acres of 4,700 acres of sustainable coal forestry. So it's in alignment with our Aina Legacy program to implement a sustainable coal forest project here. Also working with a nonprofit to develop outreach programs, improve access and programs on the Aina Mauna is something that that we can also do through a partnership. So in this area, we have implemented 3 areas of koa harvest, which were before my time. In 2004 to 2010, we did 3 harvest areas. This picture is from one of those harvest areas, and you see this is post-harvest. So you see those kupuna trees in the back were left during harvest, and all of the young trees you see in the front came up from the harvest activities, scarifying the land and bringing the koa back. So actually now on the land, in the areas that we've harvested, there's actually more koa canopy than there was before our harvest. So I believe we are sticking to that that sustainability, so sustainable koa forest. I think we're being true to that. So we're being true to that. In 2012 and 2014, we tried to issue further competitive licenses. And these have multiple benefits. So both of those fell through. I'm there before my time, but basically we're looking at providing revenue for the department, providing beneficiary benefits, and also environmental benefits, and trying to do a competitive process and having different outcomes. It was something that was challenged, and actually the competitive process, the last 2 times that we tried to put all the competitive process, it fell through. Because we have multiple benefits, and it's kind of hard to measure if it's something that's strictly commercial and strictly price point. Yeah, it would be more straightforward for a competitive process, but our competitive process fell through the last 2 times we tried. So this, we're looking, we're coming to you guys providing information of this opportunity and some discussions that we've been having with Siglo Tonwoods and Nakupa'o Kuhio in working with a nonprofit to do a more partnership type license with a nonprofit organization versus a for-profit competitive license process. We don't have all the, so we don't have anything, we don't have everything figured out. We've had some good discussion. We have some good energy and interest, but just really just coming here as a first step to inform you guys of the opportunity of perhaps going into a non-competitive partnership type license to a nonprofit. Really we've looked at other models, and Kamehameha Schools has been working with Siglo Tonwoods to do similar projects where the value from koa on the land is reinvested into the land to make a long-term, to provide future koa harvests, and to just reinvest in the land and make sure that there's a long-term asset for the trust. I'm sorry, I'm talking a whole lot, and I know it's a lot of information, but and one more thing about the project area that we've similar to this, where we left koa trees. So the project area that we're proposing has already been harvested in 2004 to 2006. So and a lot of those trees that are left are dead and dying, and they're losing value. So we've already come through and harvested once. We're looking at coming in a 500-acre area, collecting utilizing the resources on the land, the dead and dying koa, and some of the older koa, and to be able to replant it out plantation style with the best technology and the best management practices to. So some of those koa that we have there, there's cattle that got in, they kind of munched them. So, and then there are many branch, they still have some value, but we'll never get canoes out of them. So a big thing that we hope to get some grant money to fence off the area first. And then really, this worked, this scarification method, but we really want to just put in a world-class, top of the line forestry plantation, utilizing resources from the land to implement. Sorry for talking so much, but here we have Nicholas Koch here, and I believe we have Neil Hannes on Zoom to answer any questions. And I'll let Nick introduce himself and Siglo Tonewoods and Nakupa Okuyu.
Well, commissioners and DHHL staff and Lahui, aloha mai kako. Neil Hannes, I'm here in my capacity as president of the Nakupa Okuyu Board of Directors. More on Nakupa in a few minutes. Before I proceed with kind of continuing the flow and the foundation that Kuli has built for us, I must say, as having served 2 terms on the Water Commission and now in service to the Mauna Kea Authority as a member, I really appreciate the commitment and dedication of the commissioners to take on this kuleana that you've taken on. It's a load. Today is a good example. I learned long ago at Kamehameha, if this were an action item, if we had the action, after you've had a long day, take the vote and get out the door, and no need to say nothing. But this is an informational briefing, and so if you'll indulge us just a few more minutes of time, we'll kind of explain a little bit how we got here and what we're really trying to do. Although Kuli has certainly laid that foundation. Chair, it's been a privilege watching you operate today and this commission operate and watch a parade of your staff really competently and clearly and compassionately kind of parade a whole number of issues. Our civil servants don't get enough credit for all the work that they do. I feel your pain. I understand when you gave us that preface about looking at the lands and trying to understand how they can contribute to the mission of the organization. I knew that implicitly. My work really highlight of my work was 15 years spent as the director of the Land Assets Division of Kamehameha Schools, where the privilege of working with colleagues like Kalani Franda in managing 360,000 acres of agriculture and conservation lands in Kamehameha. And we too looked at those lands to say, how do they contribute? And when the only lens you have is how do you push them for commercial, for revenue production, you make bad decisions. And Skippy kind of talked about that. We left lands extracted, depleted of resource, and at risk. And so our beneficiaries, are Likapu. They're the same guys. Said, you guys got to do better than that. When we did our strategic planning in the 90s, they left us in 2000 with a mandate of these lands need to be managed more responsibly. And the best contribution you can make in managing these lands is to optimize the economic, educational, environmental, cultural, and community benefits that they generate. So we developed and honed that lens at Kamehameha, and it worked. I tell you, it worked, and it moved us from an extractive state to a regenerative state, a state where we had sole proprietors kind of keeping our Hawaiian people out, to where we had a high level of community engagement. It led us from decline to abundance, and a sense of dependency on everything from the outside to self-sustainability. It's going to be a long time before the hardwoods industry in Hawaii can be called self-sustainable, but I'm really inspired by the chair's discussion with me. He said, Neil, we ought to be building homes on Hawaiian homesteads from wood made from Hawaii, rather than wood we ship in from somewhere else. Someday we'll get there. It's not going to be tomorrow or today, but we need to set that under our watch, we need to set that foundation. So as we looked at those underperforming assets, we use assets of the trust to malama aina, and you gotta let these systems know how to work, but they're not given a chance when they're overcome, and their abilities to function as a system are compromised by what we call habitat transforming risk. Animals, people, fire, noxious weeds, disease, and so forth. So we figured out, how do you control those things so that the system can do what it knows how to do. We have a very vibrant seed bank in Koa, even if it's been smothered by kikuyu for decades. And so you just got to find a way to give it a chance. So we would choose strategies that would make really prudent use of our resources, but change the whole game for that ecosystem. And we use our resources of the trust to do that. And we recognize over time that we said, we always felt in competition, like with the educational mission. And so, and there's a lot of things we did to kind of combine that, but still we said, how do we use other resources? And so when I retired at the end of 2015, I formed a consulting company, and I ended up in a collaborative relationship with Siglo, Tonewoods, because we felt like this is the kind of economy that we want in Hawaii, where our economic commercial ventures are working on behalf of our people, on behalf of our environment, on behalf of our cultural resources, and so forth. So there's a model, and if you can show that slide, Kuli, the stewardship contracting strategy that we still have. It was developed up in Washington by the U.S. Forest Service, and they said they were facing kind of the same problems. How do you support does the Forest Service support community-based solutions for damaged forests, and by harvesting some of the value that's there and spinning that money back around into the funding of strategies of care. Are we finding that slide?
Can we post the PowerPoint back up, please?
Yeah.
The slide right after the guitar.
Right after Kuli's.
Yeah, right there. Oh, the guitar.
Find amount of strategies.
Mahalo.
And so what we did was we found a partner who was in Hawaii and working at Haleakala Ranch and some other places in Siglo Tonewoods, who was really modeled to that strategy and really well aligned and uniquely qualified to implement it. And their qualifications are really, they have access to a very high value market. Tonewoods, you see that guitar there on the table before you and in this picture? A small amount of wood creates a lot of value when you're using it for an instrument. It doesn't create that kind of value when using for flooring or hardwood siding and so forth and other uses, but it does for instrument. And so this ability to create a lot of value with a scarce koa that we still have remaining was very strategic. They also come with lots of experience. They come with state-of-the-art equipment, and Nick wanted to show you all his toys, but I said, we got to take those toys out of tractors and equipment out of the slideshow for time. And the financial depth of the owners, who Nick will explain in shortly, to really help front costs. And they also have an opportunity that's downstream to vertically integrate with a sawmill here in Hawaii. We've got all kinds of sawmills that kind of do production level equipment, but we have a sawmill potential to kind of create a higher level of capacity for milling here in Hawaii. And the other thing that I've really appreciated, and I've been helping push them on, is to really have a high level of community engagement in all of their projects. These lands are really, these wahi are very important to our people. And we want them, just as we did at Kamehameha, wherever we go with Siglo, we want our people connected back to these places that really shape our identity and define us as people. So that's been the plan. That's how we got here today. I'm going to turn it over to Nick now from Siglo Paneolo Tonewoods, and formerly a long career that we knew him when he was at Forest Solutions, to talk about a little bit about Siglo. Nick, you want to take it from there?
Mahalo, Neil. My name is Nicholas Koch. I'm a forester from a resident of Papaloa, just north of here. And thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Next slide, if you don't mind. Thank you. Yeah, so we're a reforestation to musical instruments company, and yeah, as Neil indicated, this guitar came from one of our projects in Honaunau in South Kona. Which is interesting. It's an interesting connection of the wood coming all the way back in music. We'll get to that in a second. But our company was founded in 2015, so we've been around for about 10 years now, and started working with Neil and Okele Strategies in 2016. Our first project with Kamehameha Schools, the one that we're most proud of because we've been there the longest, was in 2017. So we've been there now 8 years. And it's just incredible to see how that forest has recovered in that time. one of our principals, Bob Taylor, the founder of Taylor Guitars, purchased land in Waimea, right next to Pu'ukapu, the homestead, the Hawaiian, the Department of Hawaiian Homeland's pastoral leases are surround that property actually. So we're growing trees right in that kind of area near Ahualua. And in that area, we started a seed orchard for low elevation, wilt resistant, disease resistant koa. And we continue to plant, and there we're about 150 acres into that 560 acre project. So we not only embody reforesting or regenerating koa on other people's lands, we also believe in it enough to do it on our own lands. So that's part of the parcel of what we do. We really believe in koa. We believe in the long-term strategy of reforesting the koa, that it's a good land use. We just last year, skipping forward a bit, we received delivery of a bandsaw. So we really believe in local processing of koa wood over time. Right now, most of the wood goes out of state for processing. And I'll get into that in a second. So next slide, please. So a little bit about Honaunau is 1,400 acres in South Kona, just above the Honaunau Forest Reserve. It was a former pasture. It actually had a place called Gaspar's Dairy, so it had an actual dairy function for a while. Harvested multiple times. Anyway, well, the idea is that this was not a pristine forest. And that's the type of forest that we like to get involved with, forests that need help, forests that need some sort of assistance to become everything they can be. And by using the resources that are there to regenerate themselves. So remove the feral animals that were in there, put a fence around it, upfront down payment around 350,000. Thus far, over the years and based on the value of the wood from there, we've reinvested about 1.4 million in the project and gotten grants for another 278 as of last year. I'm going to move forward quickly in the interest of time. Next slide, please. Thank you. And it works. Lo and behold, you know, when you protect the forest, you just take the boot of the animals and the other pressures off of these forests, they become forests again. And I know it all looks green on that slide. There is a fence there in the middle. To the left is an existing ranch, and they continue to graze, and that's fine. But on the right is the project area, and already, I mean, this area has only been fenced 6 years, and you already can see those koa trees popping up in the pasture. The frequency of the ferns in the understory there in the pasture again. The regeneration is astounding when you just keep moving along. So that's like, thank you. And it's not just the pretty pictures. There's real numbers to that. These are to the left graph on the left is how the koa regenerates. So lots of regeneration over time. And then the diversity on the right of the native species complements that are coming back as well. Next slide. Part and parcel of, and Neil alluded to this earlier, is how much we engage with community on these projects. So we have tree planting projects once a year. We're constantly engaging with especially local providers of services, whether it's Forest Solutions or other smaller providers of fencing supplies and fencing contractors, that sort of work to be done. We engage with a wide variety of people in the communities around where we work. Next slide, please. And this is this actually was a planting project in next door in Kealia. So the project in Honaunau has been successful enough where Kamehameha is considering or started a license with us in Kealia, which is just on the way. Next, please. I talked earlier about a sawmill. We've started already development of a large building, which is where we plant trees as well. In future, that will become a sawmill. We want to be able to produce, and I brought this here today, basically ultimately produce, and sorry for my holding it up, but guitar tops, which is pretty raw in comparison to a guitar. But this involves quite a bit of investment in very thin sawing technology. So over time, being able to produce this here on island as an input product for a guitar. So that is over time right there in Waimea, right next to Pu'ukapu community area. That's an image of the sawmill. The sawmill comes from Italy. Why Italy? It's because they have the really thin kerf, so we could save as much of the wood as possible. Go ahead next. Back to you, Neil, for Nakupa'a and its involvement and how we structured. Thank you.
Sorry.
There you go. Thank you. So we talked to the chair about the idea, and he said that he would like to have a nonprofit as the organization that's kind of leading this charge and working with Siglo as a contractor, or Siglo would be a contractor to the licensee. And he had asked me when he became chair again to help revitalize an organization that was formed in 2006 called Nakupa'o Kuhio. It had a USDA grant that it administered to support the project in Waimanalo, I believe. And then when it ran through that grant, it just kind of stopped reporting and so forth, and so it went out of compliance. So he thought it would be useful to revive that organization in order to help leverage the $600 million that you've been given by the legislature. That any grants that might be available that cannot go to the directly to the state would have a nonprofit support group to go through. So myself and my former commandant colleague, Sidney Kilipuliolo and Todd Apo, formed the board of this organization. We've brought it now, done all the filings and so forth to bring it in compliance, and we are actively seeking grants to help support the agency. So our hope is that this is not the last time you see or hear from Nakupa'a, and that the projects may be very different. This is a conservation project, but future projects may have to do with getting Hawaiians into our homes. So we've done that, and last slide. So for this project, go to our last slide. I think we were off the slides again. But basically, we would serve as a licensee, and we would contract Siglo, and we would work with them and community groups to make sure that there's a high level of community engagement. There's jobs here. There's just pilina with this place that ought to be occurring. There is opportunities for new work and new industry in the future, especially if we open up the mill. So I tried to test the market on that and called a number of people who work with Hawaiian homestead communities in Keaukaha, Panaeva, other people who work in cultural and natural resource management, and you see that the interest was immediate and enthusiastic from people like Keahi Warfield, Maka'ala Rollins in Panaeva, Kelly Ueoka, who is the Kalio Pakai collective of cultural resource managers, and Mahina Paishan, who does a lot of work with community engagement and works a lot in Waimea too with Pomai Bertelman and lessees there. So that concludes our presentation. We hope we went pretty quickly and didn't mean to make that such a hard sell, but a quick conveyance of a lot of information to help you understand where this is coming from, and hopefully set up an opportunity in the future where we make this an action item. Mahalo.
All right, thank you, Neil, and thank you guys for your presentation. Appreciate it. Thank you,
Chair.
Okay, we have come to the end of today's agenda. Mahalo for your patience and for participating. Tonight's community meeting will start at 6:30 p.m. at Keaukaha Elementary School Cafeteria, 240 Deshay Avenue, Hilo. Tomorrow's agenda will start at 9:30 a.m. with carryover items. Mahalo for attending. We are recessed for the day.